Welcome to Harry's Cosmos, the channel where the wizarding world meets the multiverse. Today's story: what if Harry was sorted into Ravenclaw with Luna? An alternate universe novella in 7 chapters, where a single different word from the Sorting Hat sets Harry on a quieter, sharper, and far stranger road. If you enjoy long-form magical use with confident heroes, intelligent villains, and a touch of cosmic world building, please like, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Eagle's Choice. The Hogwarts Express tasted of coal smoke and possibility, and Harry Potter, 11 years old and lighter than his small bones suggested he should be, slid the compartment door shut behind him with a quiet click that felt, to his ear, like a verdict. He had spent most of the morning being looked at. Looked at on the platform, where men in robes had nodded as he passed and women had pressed handkerchiefs to their mouths and stared too long. Looked at by a freckled mother who had handed him a sandwich without ceremony and told him to keep his coat buttoned. Looked at, especially, by the curly-haired girl at the door of every compartment so far, who had asked him to recite something or other and seemed prepared to lecture him on his disappointing answer. He had decided, 2 carriages ago, that being looked at was a thing one chose to suffer or chose to repurpose, and he had suffered enough for 10 lifetimes already. He repurposed. The compartment had 3 occupants. A round-faced boy near the window was earnestly inspecting a pocket watch as if his survival depended on it. A spotted toad lay on the cushion beside him, blinking with the wisdom of toads. And by the opposite window, with her bare feet tucked underneath her and her shoes in a neat pair on the floor, sat a girl Harry had never seen before. Her hair was the color of butter that had sat too long in the sun and lost its hurry. Her eyes were silver blue and pleased about something he could not see. She was reading a magazine upside down with the patience of a person who had decided, long ago, that the right side up was overrated. "Are you here for the snorkack," she said, "or are you a different kind of stranger?" Harry considered 3 answers and discarded all of them. "I think I'm a different kind." "Good." The girl folded the magazine and set it down without losing her place. The watch boy looked up, glanced between them, and went back to his inspection. The toad blinked. "I'm Luna. Luna Lovegood. That's Neville, and that's Trevor, and Trevor would like very much for everyone to stop trying to find him." "Harry," said Harry, because there was no point pretending. He waited for the look. The look came, but not where he had expected it. Luna's eyes drifted up to his hair, then to his collar, then to a point somewhere over his left shoulder, where there was nothing. "Yes," she said, agreeing with whatever the empty air had told her. "We thought you might be." The compartment door slid open behind him and a red-headed boy, cheeks raw from running, stuck his head in. "Anyone seen, oh?" He looked at the empty seat, the toad, Luna, Harry. "Mind if I sit? Everywhere else is full." The boy's eyes caught on Harry's forehead the way most eyes had been catching all morning. He blinked, and Harry could see him deciding whether to say something, and choosing, with remarkable wisdom for a boy who looked perpetually short of breath, not to. "There's room," Harry said, because there was, and because he had not yet learned how to say no in ways that did not cost him. "Ron Weasley," said the boy, and dropped into the seat next to Neville with the relief of a man who had been pursued by relatives all morning. He looked at Luna's bare feet, at her radish earrings, at the magazine on the table, and then, with the same careful diplomacy he had shown a moment ago, said nothing about any of it. "Ron Weasley," Luna said gravely, as if accepting his name as a gift. The train began, in the slow, unhurried way of trains pretending they did not know they were going anywhere, to move. Harry watched the platform unspool and the city give way to fields, and he kept watching even when the others fell into the easy, patchwork conversation of children meeting for the first time. Neville mourned Trevor, who had escaped, and then was reunited with Trevor, who had not. Ron told a long, exuberant story about his older brothers that ended without a moral. Luna listened to all of them, but she also, Harry noticed, listened to the empty corner of the compartment and to the seam between the window and the wall, and once she tilted her head and laughed at something none of them had said. "What's funny?" he asked, when the laugh trailed off. The Raxpert thinks Ron's hair is on fire, said Luna. It's confused. They eat brains, but they can't do it through hair. Ron looked uncertain whether to be insulted. Harry, who had spent a great deal of his life pretending he could not hear things he very plainly could, said nothing. He could feel, faintly, like a draft through a closed door, the impression of something hanging in the air near Ron's left ear. It was probably nothing. He had been imagining things since he was 4. He was, as Aunt Petunia had told him on more than one screeching morning, an unusually imaginative boy, and that was a flaw, not a virtue, and he ought to grow out of it before he frightened decent people. He had not grown out of it. He had only grown quieter about it. A woman came by with a trolley, and Harry, who had a small fortune in gold for the first time in his life, bought enough sweets to feed a small parliament. He pushed the pile to the middle of the table. Help yourselves. I don't know what any of it is. Ron's eyes went round. Neville thanked him 3 times. Luna selected a pumpkin pasty and ate it in tiny, considered bites, as if she were tasting a thing for the second time and rehearsing what she had felt the first. You don't know what chocolate frogs are, Ron said, scandalized. Mate. We have to fix that. They fixed it. Harry learned about chocolate frogs and the cards inside them, about Bertie Bott's, which he liked the idea of more than the practice, about pumpkin pasties and cauldron cakes and licorice wands, and he learned a great deal more by listening than by being told. He learned that Ron was the youngest of 6 brothers and 1 sister, and that the weight of being last came with the smell of second-hand cloaks. He learned that Neville's grandmother was terrifying, and Neville's parents were spoken of in hushed half-sentences that ended in a swallow. He learned that Luna's mother had been a researcher of something she would not name, and that her father printed a magazine called The Quibbler, and that she had read every issue of it, and several she suspected he had not yet written. He did not learn much about Luna directly. Luna told stories the way other children built sandcastles. Everything was structure and air, and you had to walk around them carefully or they fell. Have you thought about your house, Ron said, around a mouthful of frog. I mean, you have to be Gryffindor, right? Everyone says you'll be Gryffindor. My whole family's been, I don't know yet, said Harry, who very much did not want to be told what house he had to be. It depends on the hat. Yeah, but, I mean. Gryffindor. My mother was a Ravenclaw, said Luna, conversationally. Some of my best friends are dead, and most of them were Ravenclaws. I think Ravenclaw is a kind, sad house. The hat will know. Hufflepuffs are kind, Ron objected. Hufflepuffs are loyal, said Luna. Which is different. Loyalty is a fence. Kindness is a window. Ron opened his mouth to argue and could not find the shape of an argument and closed it again. Neville, who had been listening like a boy who had memorized exactly how often he was not invited into conversations, looked down at his hands and then, very softly, said, I want to be Gryffindor. But I don't think I'm brave. Bravery is what you do when you're not brave, Harry said, before he had decided to say anything at all. 3 pairs of eyes turned to him. He felt the wave of being looked at again, and this time he did not flinch. Where'd you hear that? Ron said. I didn't, said Harry. I just thought it. Luna smiled. It was a small smile that seemed to register the comment and file it next to other things. The hat will sort us. We don't need to sort ourselves first. The compartment door slid open again, and this time it was not a friend. The boy who stepped through was pale-haired and pointy and very pleased to be both. He was flanked by 2 larger boys whose function Harry intuited even before either of them spoke. The pale boy fixed his eyes on Harry's forehead with the unblushing rudeness of a child who had been told all his life that other people existed for his amusement. They're saying it's true, the boy said. Harry Potter on the train. I'm Draco Malfoy. Ron made a noise that turned, halfway through, into a snort. Find something funny, Weasley, Malfoy said, without looking at him. He did not need to look. He had memorized the freckles. Red hair, hand-me-down robes. You must be a Weasley. Ron's ears went the color of his hair. Malfoy turned back to Harry. Some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. I can help you sort the right people from the wrong ones. Harry, who in his short life had been sorted by every adult with a clipboard into the wrong column, who had learned the precise shape of contempt before he had learned multiplication, who had watched Aunt Petunia parcel out compliments to Dudley by weight and small humiliations to him by spoonful, looked at Draco Malfoy and felt nothing. Not the hot, immediate dislike he had expected. Not even the flicker of fear he had spent 10 years training to swallow. He felt, instead, a perfectly cool curiosity, the way one might feel watching a poorly made spider try to climb a smooth wall. Thank you, he said, mildly. But I find I do my own sorting. You don't want to make friends with the wrong sort. I'd worry less about wrong sorts, said Harry, and more about whether I'd recognize a right sort if it stood up and offered me its hand. The pale boy's mouth opened a little. He closed it. Behind him, the larger boys were trying to determine whether they had been insulted, and how, and at what speed. You'll regret this, Potter. I'll add it to a list, said Harry. Malfoy left. The door slammed in a way that suggested he had wanted to slam it harder and the door had refused him. Ron exhaled like a man who had been holding his breath since the previous county. Blimey, Harry. He's not very kind, said Luna, regretfully, as if commenting on the weather. His mother's all right. I met her once. She has a nargle in her hair, and she pretended very politely that she didn't. His father bought our cauldrons last year and overpaid on purpose to embarrass us, Ron said. Don't get on the wrong side of Malfoy's, mate, there, he's already on the wrong side of me, Harry said. I'll worry about which side of him I'm on after I see his work. Luna made a small sound that might have been amusement. The train rolled on, and the light went long in copper across the fields, and the sky began to remember it had once been water. Harry let his head rest against the cold glass and closed his eyes for 1 minute, then 2, and in the third he heard, faintly, as if from very far down a hallway, a voice that did not belong to the train at all. It said, low and patient, there you are. He opened his eyes. The compartment was unchanged. Luna was looking at him. Did you hear something? She asked. No. Good, she said, gently. Sometimes things hear themselves. He did not know what that meant. He suspected she did not, either, in any way she could have written down. But he knew, with the certainty that had kept him alive at Privet Drive for 10 years, that whatever had spoken had done so on purpose, and that it had spoken to him. By the time the train slowed and the lamps came on, Harry had changed into his school robes, and Neville had found Trevor for the 3rd time, and Ron had eaten his own weight in chocolate. Luna fastened her shoes, slowly, with the air of a girl tying a knot in a string she did not intend to lose. Fur's years, boomed an enormous voice on the platform. Fur's years, this way. The boats glided through the dark like beads on a child's necklace, and the castle rose out of the water as if it had been waiting for them and had only just remembered to stand up. Harry's breath snagged. Beside him, Luna whispered, very quietly, hello, you, to the castle, and Harry understood her exactly. In the antechamber, a stern witch with a tight bun and a tighter mouth gave them a speech about houses and points and pride. She did not, Harry noted, mention rivalry. She mentioned excellence. He liked her for the omission. Behind her, the doors to the great hall waited, and beyond them a sound like 100 bees deciding, as a polite congress, to be 100 bees. This way, McGonagall said, and the hall opened. The ceiling was sky and the candles were stars, and Harry, who had grown up under a low-watt bulb in a cupboard, had to set his teeth so that he would not embarrass himself by crying. Luna's small hand, calmly, closed around his. He looked down at her. She did not look at him. She was looking at the ceiling. Beautiful, she said. I knew it would be. The hat sang. Harry caught fragments, bravery and patience, ambition and wit, the four founders and their bickering compromise, an admonishment that the houses had drifted from kinship into camp, and beneath the song he felt, again, that other voice, like an underground river beneath a road. It did not say anything this time. It only listened. Names were called. The line shortened. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor at speed, and Harry watched her sit at the gold and red table looking exhilarated and slightly betrayed, as if she had wanted to be told something she could argue with and had not been. Neville's hat took longer. The hat called Hufflepuff at last, and Neville, after a long, frozen second, looked relieved in a way that suggested he had been waiting for something to be honest with him. Lovegood, Luna. Luna walked to the stool with her shoes silent on the stone. The hat dropped over her ears. There was a silence longer than most. Luna nodded, once, as if agreeing with a soft argument, she nodded again. The hat said, with the particular satisfaction of a tool that has met its match, Ravenclaw. Luna's head came up under the brim. She slid off the stool and walked to the blue and bronze table, and as she went, she turned her head, just slightly, and her silver eyes found Harry. Malfoy, Draco. Slytherin. No surprise. Malfoy strutted to his table as if expecting a saber to be drawn for him. Names. Names. The line dwindled. Potter, Harry. The hall, which had been 100 bees, became a single, held breath. He felt every eye. He felt the hat slide over his hair. And then, extraordinary thing, the hat spoke not to the room, but inside his head, the way Luna spoke to corners. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness yes, and a thirst to prove yourself, now that's interesting, so where shall I put you? Not Slytherin, Harry thought, with the directness of a boy who had already cleared his throat to say it aloud. Not Slytherin, eh? Are you sure? You could be great, you know, it's all here in your head, and Slytherin would help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that, but no, you do not want it. Interesting. Then Gryffindor would be eager for you. Brave, certainly. They would adore the boy who lived. Harry, who had no intention of being adored for surviving, considered his answer very carefully. I want to know, he thought. The hat paused. It was an organ that had not paused, Harry suspected, in 1,000 years. Know what? I want to know everything I'm not supposed to. I want to know where I came from. I want to know what I am. I want to know what made my parents and what unmade them. I want to know what's in the corner of the train compartment Luna keeps looking at. I want to know where the voice in the long hallway lives. I want to know whether it's lying. Ah, said the hat, very softly. Then you don't want courage, child. You want light. Then put me where the light is. The hat was quiet for a count Harry would later remember as exactly 6. Then it said, into the held breath of the hall, with the calm authority of a verdict that has been worked toward, not at, Ravenclaw. The blue and bronze table erupted. The other 3 tables did not, at first, do anything at all. Then the gold and red table, after a moment of frank confusion, applauded politely, and the green and silver table applauded with the dry interest of merchants observing a development, and Hufflepuff, sweet and unhurried, applauded for the joy of clapping. Harry slid the hat off his head and set it back on the stool with a respectful little nod, because it had, after all, listened. McGonagall's eyebrows had risen the precise distance she allowed them to rise in public. He walked to the Ravenclaw table. The bench had a place reserved for him, and Luna, calm as ever, was waiting. She did not move over. She had already moved over before he had sat down. Welcome home, she said. The remainder of the sorting passed in a blue blur. Harry caught Ron's name, Gryffindor, of course. Ron's whole face went through about 8 emotions before settling into something like relief, and he caught the various small surprises that always populate a sorting, a hat stall here, a quiet Hufflepuff there, two giggling twins to Slytherin who clearly belonged together and clearly belonged nowhere else, and then Dumbledore stood, and the hall stood, and the food appeared. A boy with a prefect's badge, lean and Scottish and a year or so older, leaned across the table. Robert Hilliard. "Welcome, Potter." "Welcome, Lovegood." "Bit of a turn-up, yours." "Sorry to disrupt expectations," Harry said. "Not a bit." Hilliard's eyes were keen and kind. "We collect hat stalls. You're our third in 7 years. House of Riddles, house of rooms with ceilings nobody's seen. Try the lamb, it's exceptional." He tried the lamb. It was exceptional. A girl down the table, Asian, bright-eyed, leaned in. "Cho Chang. 3rd year. We're going to be insufferable, you know. We're going to talk to you about the cosmological argument over breakfast." "Looking forward to it," Harry said, and meant it. "He does mean it," said Luna, watching Cho with friendly interest. "He's the kind." Cho considered Luna with the curiosity of a sixth-sense person who has just met another sixth-sense person and has not decided yet whether to be annoyed about it. "And you," she said. "I'm Luna," said Luna. "I think we're going to like each other very much, eventually." Harry, working through a piece of bread with the seriousness of someone who had, until that morning, considered bread a luxury, felt, for the first time in his life, the particular sensation of being precisely where he ought to be. It was unfamiliar. It was, he discovered, also fragile, in the way that all such sensations are fragile when they belong to a child who has been taught to expect them to be lifted away. The voice in the long hallway said, again, faintly, "There you are." "There I am," Harry agreed, under his breath, and Luna, beside him, smiled at her plate. The feast ended in the appropriate amount of noise. A different prefect, Penelope, blonde, a Cornish accent, came round to gather first years, and they followed her up the staircases and along moving paintings and through corridors that did not take the same shape twice if you looked away. The tower was a long climb. Penelope kept up a brisk, helpful patter about house ghosts and the best places to study and the precise conditions under which one was forgiven for being late to charms. Harry only half listened. He was watching Luna walking ahead of him with the lightness of a girl who had never doubted she would arrive. The door at the top of the stairs had no handle. It had, instead, an eagle-shaped knocker of bronze. The knocker turned, of its own accord, to look at them. "Here we go," Penelope murmured, fond. "What disappears the moment you say its name?" asked the knocker, in a voice like a brass bell. The first years went silent. Harry felt the weight of being looked at again, but it did not bother him. He could see the pattern of the puzzle, the way you can see, sometimes, the shape of a room from a glimpse of one corner. He thought about silence. He thought about secrets. He thought about innocence, and he was almost ready to answer, when Luna, beside him, with a kind of unhurried delight, said, "Silence." The eagle's bronze face warmed, somehow, in a way bronze ought not to be able to do. Well reasoned. "Welcome home, little owl." The door swung in. The Ravenclaw common room caught Harry by the throat. It was a circular tower room, pale blue and bronze, with windows that opened to the night and a domed ceiling painted in the silver geography of the stars. The carpet was midnight. The fireplace was carved with bookcases that pretended to be flames. A statue of Rowena Ravenclaw stood in white marble at the far wall, her diadem missing, the spaces in her stone hand suggesting she had once held something the sculptor had not finished. Tables stood in clusters, each with its own small lamp. Chairs were of the proper kind that argued tactfully with the body until the body settled. A great brass orrery, taller than a tall boy, ticked quietly in the center of the room, planets moving on their patient brass arcs. Harry stopped just inside the door. He did not realize, for a long moment, that he had made a sound. "It's all right," said Luna, near his elbow. "Most of us cry the first time." Penelope, with the unflustered grace of a girl who had seen a lot of first years cry, herded them gently toward the dormitory stairs. "Boys to the left. Girls to the right. Curfew was 11, not 9, a Ravenclaw was expected to know when to put down a book. Lights were never to be put out by force, only by negotiation, and if one wished to read all night one had only to ask the lamp politely. Bathrooms were down the corridor. The tower had no portrait holes, only the eagle, who was patient with sleepy minds and unforgiving of fools. Questions in the morning. Boys to the left. Harry climbed. The stairs were spiral and quiet, the stones underfoot had been worn into a smooth bowl in the center by 1,000 years of feet. The dormitory at the top was round, 4 beds, hangings of midnight blue with bronze ties. There were already trunks at 3 of the beds and the 4th sat empty, waiting for him. 2 boys were unpacking. A 3rd stood at the window, arms folded. "Potter," said the boy at the window, without turning. "I owe you a galleon." "For what?" "I bet you be Gryffindor." "My uncle bet you be a hat stall." "Looks like he's getting drinks tomorrow." "Anthony Goldstein," he said, turning at last, and offering a hand. He was tall, dark-haired, a year older than his face. His handshake was the firm, considered handshake of a boy whose father had taught him how. "These 2 are Michael Corner and Terry Boot. Terry's already informed us that he intends to be head boy by 1996, and Michael is here to undermine him." "I am not," said Michael, who looked like a boy who always disagreed with the last thing said, on principle. "He is," said Terry, mournfully. "I'm doomed." Harry crossed to his bed, where his trunk was already waiting. The school elves did unobtrusive work. He laid a hand on the carved post and breathed in. The bed was an extraordinary object, a 4-poster proper, with curtains that closed if you wanted them to and stood politely apart if you didn't. Aunt Petunia had given him a mattress on a slat in the cupboard for 10 years. He felt, briefly, the small, vicious satisfaction of an old wound discovering it could heal. "You all right?" asked Anthony. "Yes," said Harry. "It's a lot," said Anthony, kindly. "First night. We won't say anything." They did not. Terry did, instead, the thing Harry had been worrying about all day. He met Harry's eye and said, plainly, "We'll get nosy, mate, you should brace for it." "But we won't tonight." "Thanks." He changed into his pajamas, he had pajamas, properly fitted, for the first time in his life, and brushed his teeth at the basin in the corner with a toothbrush that was new and tasted, just for tonight, like an entirely new self. Then he climbed into the bed and pulled the curtains, and lay in the warm dark with his eyes open, listening to the breath of his 3 roommates and the distant, patient ticking of the orrery far below. Sleep came on him slowly, like a tide. He almost let it. But before sleep, the voice came again. Not from a long hallway, this time. From much, much closer. "There you are. I was waiting." This time, it did not feel like a stranger. It felt like a memory of someone he had not yet met. It felt like the part of himself that had been left somewhere, long ago, by someone who had meant to return for it and could not. "I'm here," he thought, and meant it. The voice did not answer with words. It answered with a kind of relieved silence, the way a long-held breath will sometimes answer the lungs. And then sleep took him, and he dreamed. He dreamed of stars and patterns no human astronomer had bothered to name, and of a long, dark hallway that was not in this castle, and of a woman with eyes the color of his own bending to write in a book, the book glowing as she wrote. He dreamed of the Ravenclaw tower seen from the inside out, the orrery a beating heart of bronze. He dreamed of Luna standing on the lawn at sunrise with her shoes off, looking up at a sky he could not see. And underneath all of it, woven through it the way a melody is woven through silence, he dreamed of the voice he had heard on the train, telling him, in the patient tone of a teacher who had waited a very long time for a particular pupil to arrive, that there were many worlds, and that one of them was his, and that none of them were what they seemed. He woke once in the night, in the small, soft hour before dawn, to find Luna sitting cross-legged on the floor at the foot of his bed, head tilted, eyes open, listening. "Couldn't sleep," he murmured, not quite awake, not quite alarmed. "I came to make sure you were dreaming the right thing," she said. "You were." He did not ask how she had got into the boys' dormitory. He had a feeling that the rules of Ravenclaw were rules of suggestion only when they were inconvenient, and Luna would have negotiated with the staircase the way other girls negotiated with brothers. "What was the right thing?" he asked. "You know," she said. "Go back to sleep, Harry. It's a very long road, and we've only just begun walking it." He went back to sleep. When he woke, in the proper morning, she was gone, and the only proof that she had been there was a feather, white and very small and not from any bird he could identify, lying on his pillow next to his glasses. He picked it up. It was warm. He held it for a long time before he let himself sit up. In the common room, a sun was rising over the lake through the long arched windows. The orrery was still ticking. Anthony was already dressed, complaining about his tie. Cho passed through with two friends, on the way to the library before breakfast, and waved at Harry as if he had been a Ravenclaw all his life. Penelope handed him his timetable with a brisk, amused, "Welcome to your first day, Potter. Try not to read the entire library by Tuesday." Luna was at one of the tables by the window, chin in her hand, watching the lake. She had the white feather in front of her, tucked under the edge of an open book. Harry sat down across from her. "Morning. Morning. What's the feather for?" "It's a kind of promise," she said. "I made it last night. I'll explain when there's more to explain. It was important that I leave it where you'd find it." "All right. You believe me?" "Yes." She smiled, without looking away from the lake. "That's the trouble with you, Harry Potter. You believe people when they tell the truth. The world won't know what to do with you." He thought about that, and decided he did not need to disagree. The lake was very still. The first of the post owls were arriving. Cho was already settling in at a table with a book and a quill. The orrery ticked. A long, patient road indeed, but he had begun walking it, and he was, for the first time in his life, walking it with someone. Breakfast in the great hall was a different country in the morning. Yesterday's hush of awe had gone, the hall was instead a busy market of voices, owls, and the friendly clatter of cutlery against gold-rimmed plates. Harry sat down beside Luna at the Ravenclaw table and accepted a cup of tea from a sixth-year named Marietta and a plate of eggs from Anthony Goldstein and a folded scrap of parchment from a barn owl that landed on his shoulder, glared once, and took off again with the dignity of a banker who had concluded his business. The parchment said, in narrow, pleased writing, "Welcome to Ravenclaw. Don't let the staff see you reading at the table, some of them are still pretending it's bad manners." "F. Filius," murmured Cho, glancing over Harry's shoulder. "Professor Flitwick. He always sends the new ones a note. He'll like you. He'll like Luna more, but he'll like you." "Why Luna more?" "Because she'll know an answer he hasn't asked yet." Harry laughed. It surprised him, the sound of his own laugh. He had not made it often enough to recognize the texture. A great noise of wings and clatter came down through the rafters, and the morning post arrived in a gale of feathers and parcels. Harry, who had nothing in the world worth posting and nobody to post it to, watched the spectacle with the polite admiration of a tourist. So he was startled when a small, tatty owl arrived at his place and dropped, with great ceremony, a single envelope onto his eggs. The envelope was addressed in narrow, slanted script, H. Potter, Ravenclaw Tower, Hogwarts. The seal was a simple drop of black wax, unstamped. He turned it over. He set down his fork. He waited until the buzz of the hall absorbed the small private moment of opening it, and then he opened it. Luna, beside him, did not look. That was its own kind of polite. The note was 3 lines. "You will dream tonight. Do not be afraid. There are 7 of us. Welcome." There was no signature. Harry read it twice. He folded it twice. He put it in his pocket, beside the white feather, and felt, with a clean, exact certainty that surprised him, that he was not afraid. He looked up, and met Luna's silver eyes, and she said, very gently, "I told you it was important to leave the feather. You knew about the letter." "No," she said. "But I knew there'd be one. There's always a first letter. The Quibbler has whole issues about it." He let himself sit with that. Eggs cooled. The hall sang in its 100 ordinary keys. 2 tables over, Hermione Granger was reading the Daily Prophet, frowning at it, and at the same time, by some genius of attention only she possessed, taking notes on a piece of parchment with her left hand. At the staff table, the strange, twitching man Harry would later know as Professor Quirrell was watching him over the rim of a teacup, and the watching was not normal watching, it was the kind of watching that has questions in it and is trying to make them feel like a casual stretch of the neck. Harry filed that away. His scar, and this was new, this was the part that had not happened in any version of any morning Harry had imagined, gave a small, distant ache. Not pain, exactly. The way a tooth might ache for an instant when you bit down on the wrong side. He set his teacup down. The ache passed. He felt, faintly, the impression of the long hallway voice receding, as if it had pulled back to give him room to feel his own forehead. Luna handed him a slice of toast. "Eat," she said. "We have charms in 20 minutes, and you'll like it. Don't worry about the man at the staff table. He doesn't see what he thinks he sees." "What does he think he sees?" "A target." She bit her toast neatly. "He hasn't worked out yet that you are also a window." By 9:15, Harry's first day of classes was underway. Charms, with diminutive, joyous Professor Flitwick, was, as Cho had predicted, a delight. The professor stood on a stack of books to see over his desk and said, "Ravenclaws, today we will not perform any spells. Today we will perform attention. Watch this candle. I will move it to the right with my wand, and you will all tell me, very calmly, what you saw, and we will spend the rest of the morning unpicking it." It was the best lesson Harry had ever attended, and he had attended a great many lessons in primary school where he had learned, mostly, how to be silent in a manner that did not draw notice. Transfiguration, with Professor McGonagall, was its opposite, and just as good. McGonagall wasted no time on welcome or weather. She turned her desk into a pig and back into a desk in a single, contemptuous flick, and announced that the pig was easier than the desk because the desk had less ego. She paired the students up and gave them matchsticks to turn into needles. By the end of the class, Anthony's was a slightly silvery splinter, Terry's was a perfect needle of which he was justifiably proud, Michael's was on fire, and Harry's, after one false start that produced a tiny iron caterpillar, was a needle so fine the tip vanished into the parchment when he set it down. McGonagall's eyebrow rose another precise quarter-inch when she saw it. "Mr. Potter," she said. "How did you do it?" "I thought about why a desk is a desk and why a needle isn't," Harry said. "I thought a matchstick was already mostly the idea of a needle. I thought I just had to ask it to remember." The eyebrow stayed up. McGonagall, who had stood in this classroom for 34 years and met more clever students than there were stars, considered him for a long, level moment. 5 points to Ravenclaw, she said, finally, for an answer that I will not pretend I expected. "Sit down, Mr. Potter. We will speak again." "Yes, Professor." She turned away. He sat down. Anthony, beside him, was doing the small, contained, gleeful dance of a boy who had just witnessed a thing he intended to retell. Luna, across the room, did not even look up, she was building, very quietly, a tiny iron daisy out of her matchstick. In the corridor afterward, Anthony slung an arm around Harry's shoulder, an act of friendship so unself-conscious it nearly brought Harry to his knees. "Mate," he said. "Where did you come from?" "Surrey," said Harry, and Anthony laughed. By lunchtime, Harry had a small but determined orbit. Luna and Anthony were the inner ring, Terry, Michael, and Padma Patil, a Ravenclaw girl who had cornered him outside Charms to ask 3 increasingly sophisticated questions about wand wood, were a second, and a strange and gratifying third orbit was forming of older students who passed his table to say a polite, brisk hello, the way an older clan might come pay quiet respects to a new arrival on their lands. By the time Harry sat down in History of Magic and discovered that Professor Binns was a ghost and had not noticed his own death and would lecture for 50 minutes about goblin rebellions in a tone that could reduce caffeine to surrender, he was already prepared to be unpopular for sleeping through the lecture, and he prepared to do it conscientiously. He did not sleep. Beneath the desk, on a bit of parchment, Luna wrote him a single line in her small, careful hand, "Look at the corner." He looked. The corner of the room, between the high window and the bookcase that Binns had drifted past 5 minutes ago, was perfectly ordinary except that it wasn't. The air there had a quality, the way the air above a hot road has a quality, only this was not heat. It was attention. Something was watching the lecture. Something was watching him. He did not look back. He wrote, on the parchment, "What is it?" She wrote, "I don't know yet. It's polite. It's not a Raxpert. I'll know by Christmas." By the end of the afternoon, when the last bell rang in the long brass throat above the stairs, Harry had walked the length of 2 corridors, climbed 3 flights, taken a wrong turn into a girl's bathroom, apologized, was, in turn, mildly mocked by the ghost of a sniffling girl who introduced herself as Myrtle, and arrived at his new common room with his bag heavier and his head lighter than they had been at breakfast. Luna sat by the window. The orrery ticked. Cho was at one of the tables by the fire, head bent over a book, at her elbow, a younger Ravenclaw, a tiny first year with a severe ponytail, was being introduced to the rule about negotiating with lamps. "Potter," called Cho, looking up. "Come here. There's an unofficial rite of passage and I'd like to inflict it on you in front of witnesses." He crossed to her table. She slid a book toward him. The cover was old and blue and had no title, the spine bore only a single bronze eagle. "Open to any page," she said. "Read the first sentence aloud. Whatever the book opens to is your task for the term." "What kind of task?" "Anything. The book picks it. We bind ourselves to it and we report back at the end of term. Anyone who doesn't like a bit of supernatural homework can decline. We don't make people decline." Luna considered the word as if it were a fruit she had not tasted. "I won't decline." "I won't either," said Anthony, taking the chair opposite Cho. Harry waited for half a breath, and then he picked up the book, and he opened to the middle. The page was blank for the length of an indrawn breath, and then ink, not ink that pretended to be ink, but ink that was being written, just then, by a hand he could not see, drew across the page in narrow, slanted script he recognized. He read it aloud. "Find the door that opens before you knock." The Ravenclaw common room, which had been a low hum of voices, went quiet for one slow breath, the way a forest will go quiet before the wind. Cho's eyebrows climbed by stages. The little first year with the severe ponytail dropped her quill. Someone, far away by the fire, exhaled an admiring "oh." "Well," Cho said, after a moment. "That's not a normal one." "Is it bad?" asked Anthony. "It's not bad. It's deep. The book gives you what you can carry. I got Find the Bird Who Isn't, my second year, and I spent a month looking for a bird and another month working out that the bird wasn't a bird, and then I worked out a great deal more than I had planned to. The harder ones are gifts. Find the door that opens before you knock, said Luna, softly, considering. She put her hand on the book, gently, the way you would touch the head of a tame thing. I will help him. Doors that open before you knock, said Cho. That's a house's thing. That's bigger than the school. That's. She trailed off and shook herself. Well. You'll let me know how it goes. Don't mention it to the staff. They'll ask politely and then unhelpfully. The book is a Ravenclaw secret, more or less, she's not in the school's list. She's just here. Harry looked at the book for a long moment, and something inside him settled into the same pose it had settled into the night before, when he had heard the voice and answered it. He felt the white feather in his pocket and the unsigned letter beside it, and he heard, just at the edge of his hearing, the faint and not unfriendly sound of a door, somewhere in the world, beginning the long process of opening. "All right," he said. "All right," Cho repeated, faintly amused. "Welcome, Potter. You're going to be exhausting." Up in the boys' dormitory that night, with the curtains drawn around his bed and the white feather on his pillow and the unsigned letter on the bedside table and the strange, settled certainty in his chest, Harry Potter, Ravenclaw, age 11, lay very still and listened to the breath of 3 boys he was already starting to like and to the distant, patient ticking of the orrery far below, and thought for a long time about the difference between courage and light. He thought it was possible for a person to want both. He thought it was likely that he would have to learn, in the years ahead, what it cost to hold one in each hand and use them at the same time. He thought he would not learn alone. He closed his eyes. The voice in the long hallway said, very softly, very near, "Sleep. We have a great deal to do." He slept. In the great hall, in due time, breakfast happened, and lessons happened, and 1,000 small first-day things happened, but none of them mattered as much as the feather Harry slipped into his pocket and carried with him for the rest of the day, and many days afterward. Outside, beyond the towers and the lake and the mountains, a sky he could not yet see was opening, very slowly, like a door that had been waiting for the right knock. He had no idea, yet, that he had already knocked. He had no idea, yet, that something on the other side had heard. But Luna did. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Riddles and Realms. The first week at Hogwarts taught Harry Potter that he had been a student of attention all his life and had not known there was a name for it. He had practiced it under Aunt Petunia's roof the way another boy might have practiced piano, out of the simple necessity of avoiding being struck. He had learned that doors had moods, that footsteps had grammars, that the difference between Uncle Vernon's boy and Uncle Vernon's boy was the difference between a clean evening and a long one. He had learned, by the age of 7, to read a room before he stepped into it, the way a small animal reads a meadow. At Hogwarts, this skill found, suddenly, a country it could live in. The castle moved. Not in any single grand way, not so that you could point at it and say, "Look, there, that wall just shifted," but in 1,000 small ways that added up. Staircases changed their minds when no one was looking and changed back when someone was. Tapestries, when nobody was reading them, shifted their figures slightly. The portraits gossiped without any particular regard for plot. The suits of armor in the corridor outside Charms made a slow, soundless rotation across the course of a week, ending the week one alcove to the left of where they had begun, and Harry, who had counted them on his first morning, knew they had moved because nobody else seemed to have noticed. He liked them all. He liked the moodiness. He liked the secrecy. He liked, especially, the way Hogwarts treated being noticed as a kind of compliment. By the end of the first week he had 4 notebooks. Anthony Goldstein, who could not bear an empty page in another person's bag, had pressed 3 of them on him before he had finished his first lesson. The 4th had appeared on his bedside table on the 3rd morning, with a note from Luna paperclipped to its cover. The note said, "For the corner." The notebook itself was the deep blue of a winter sky, and its pages, when Harry inspected them, refused to take ink from any quill but his own. He started writing in it almost without deciding to. He wrote down small things. The way the long hallway voice did not come unless he was alone, and was always polite. The exact coordinates of the corner in the history of Magic classroom. The fact that Quirrell, in the corridor on Tuesday, had paused and turned and looked at him as if Harry had brushed against him in a crowd and he could not remember the touch. The fact that Snape, in the long, awful, fascinating potions lesson on Friday, had asked him a series of 3 questions in a row and had received 3 correct answers without expecting any of them, and had been disturbed by the experience and had not punished Harry for it, which was, Harry thought, the deepest insult Snape had ever offered any student. The first potions class began at 8 in the morning in the dungeons. The cold rose up from the stones the way damp rises from a basement. The walls were lit by torches that did not quite manage to be cheerful about it. "Ah, yes," said Snape, standing at the front of the classroom with the particular elegance of a man who had stopped pretending to like anyone 40 years ago. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. Harry, who had survived 10 years of being treated as a problem, did not flinch. "Tell me, Mr. Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Across the room, Hermione Granger, Gryffindor, sitting at the bench reserved for the joint Gryffindor-Ravenclaw double class, had already half raised her hand. Snape did not look at her. He was looking at Harry as a fisherman looks at a fish that has not yet realized it has been hooked. Harry considered. The ingredients had been in the schoolbook he had read on the train and again in the 4 nights since. He had a quick, accurate memory for things that interested him, and the schoolbook had bored him in places and electrified him in others. He had spent an extra hour on this particular page because the ingredients were beautiful, and because the chapter had been written as if someone had wanted you to fall in love with the bottle of liquid you were about to make. "The draught of living death," he said, evenly. "Sir." Snape's eyebrow lowered, the way a hawk's wing lowers when it adjusts its grip. He had clearly not expected an answer at all, and certainly not that one. He moved on with the professionalism of a man who refused to show that he had been moved. "Where, Potter, would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat." "And what, pray tell, is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "There isn't one. Both names refer to the same plant, aconitum, though monkshood is the cultivated species and wolfsbane is the wild relative most often used in werewolf preparations. The same chemistry, but the wild plant grows fiercer." "Sir." The classroom went very quiet. Hermione had lowered her hand by stages and was now staring at Harry with an expression in which fascination and outrage were trying to determine which of them had the senior claim. Anthony, at Harry's elbow, was not breathing. Snape's face had not changed. That was the most interesting thing about it, Harry thought. The face had not changed. The eyes, however, had narrowed by a precise and not unfriendly degree. 5 points to Ravenclaw, Snape said, reluctantly, at last. "For adequate preparation. Sit down, Potter." He had not, technically, stood up. He sat down anyway. Anthony exhaled. Hermione, across the aisle, mouthed adequate. And looked, for one dangerous second, as if she might raise her hand to dispute the adjective. She seemed to think better of it. The lesson proceeded. Snape paired them up to brew a simple boil-cure potion. Harry was paired with a Gryffindor named Seamus Finnegan, whose first contribution to the cauldron was to drop his entire pile of porcupine quills in at once instead of one at a time. The cauldron went up in a fast, surprised hiss. Seamus's face acquired an extra, unwelcome layer of greasy yellow droplets, and Harry, with the calm of a boy who had spent 10 years putting out small fires in a kitchen larger than he had ever been allowed to step into, levitated the cauldron off the burner before the spill could turn into a much worse spill, and rescued the porcupine quills by the simple expedient of not adding them at all. 10 points from Gryffindor, said Snape, for incompetence. Mr. Finnegan, the hospital wing. And 5 to Ravenclaw, he added, after a pause, for not panicking. Anthony looked at Harry as if Harry had just performed a small magic trick in front of a stage magician. After class, in the corridor, Hermione caught up with him. "How did you know about wolfsbane and monkshood?" "That isn't in the textbook. That's in Magical Drafts and Potions, Advanced Edition, and even there it's a footnote. I read it last weekend." "You read all of Magical Drafts and Potions, Advanced Edition, last weekend?" "I read the first half. The second half had a long section on potion theory I wanted to come back to with a clearer head." She stared at him for the length of 3 breaths. "Are you," she said, finally, trying to be unbearable, "or is this just naturally how you are?" "Naturally." "Right." She looked at him with the same focused outrage with which she had looked at Snape. "I don't know whether I'm going to like you or detest you, Harry Potter. We may need to sort it out properly over a sufficient quantity of tea." "I'd like that." "You're a Ravenclaw." "Yes." Well. She blinked. All right, then. She turned and stalked off in the direction of the Gryffindor staircase, with the air of a girl who had not finished a conversation but had decided to put it on her schedule for later. Anthony, beside Harry, was bent at the waist, laughing without sound. Mate. What? That girl is going to either be your wife or destroy your career. Both is possible, Harry said, and Anthony laughed harder. Charms continued to be a delight and transfiguration continued to be a discipline. Defense against the dark arts, however, was a problem, and Harry had identified it as a problem on the first day and he confirmed it as a problem on the second. Professor Quirrell taught the class with a stammer so consistent it had to be performance. He smelled faintly, beneath his vast purple turban, of garlic and something else, something that put Harry in mind of cold stone and old burning. He took his time over every spell, and got most of them slightly wrong. He asked his class trivial questions and recited the answers himself before any student could speak. Harry watched him. He watched the angle at which Quirrell held his head when he was speaking, slightly to one side, as if listening to an interruption only he could hear. He watched the way Quirrell's eyes, when he passed by a student and looked down at their wand work, did not always look at the wand work. He watched, especially, the way Quirrell behaved when his back was to the classroom, how the stammer thinned, how the shoulder set. There was a person in there. There was also, Harry was almost sure, a passenger. In his blue notebook, on the second Wednesday of term, he wrote, "The turban moves when he doesn't." Luna read this over his shoulder in the common room and tapped the page. "Yes," she said, simply. "That's what I see, too." "Have you told anyone?" "Who would I tell?" "The professors?" "The professors think Quirrell is a poor teacher who studied too long with vampires and came back with a stutter. They are not looking. They will not look until something looks back at them." "What do you think it is?" Luna considered. The fire crackled. Across the common room, Cho was helping a third year unstick a transfiguration that had gone terribly wrong. The third year's left ear was a teacup, and Cho was negotiating with the ear in the gentle, wheedling tone of a girl who had found this, secretly, her favorite kind of problem. "I think," Luna said, finally, "that he carries a very thin shadow. The shadow has something to do with you. I don't know what yet. Is it dangerous?" "All shadows that have something to do with you are dangerous, Harry. But I think, yes. I think this one wants something specific. I think we have time. I will tell you when we don't." He believed her. The book had given him a riddle on the first night: find the door that opens before you knock. He turned it in his head while he ate, while he wrote essays, while he climbed the stairs to the tower at the end of long days. He talked it over with Anthony, who suggested practical interpretations and theoretical interpretations and theological interpretations until Terry had threatened to throw a pillow at him. He talked it over with Padma Patil, who asked good, dry questions in the library. He talked it over with Cho, who only said, "The once, it will turn out to be a person, you know," and would not be drawn further. And he talked it over, often, with Luna, who did not so much talk it over as walk around inside it with him, pointing at the corners. "If a door opens before you knock," Luna said one afternoon, looking up from a book she was reading inside out, "either it knows you're coming, or you've already knocked once, in a different way. Or both." "Yes. Or both." She bit a thumbnail. "Have you knocked, Harry?" "On what?" "Anything. Anything at all. Since you came here, or before?" "Before counts." He thought about it. He thought about every door he had stood outside as a child without being permitted in. He thought about the cupboard door he had mostly stood inside. He thought about the train door of the Hogwarts Express, and the door of the Ravenclaw Tower, and the door of his own scar that had begun to itch in Quirrell's classes and not anywhere else. He thought about the door inside his head where the long hallway voice lived. He thought, last and reluctantly, about the door to his parents, the one closed by the green light he could only sometimes remember, and the one closed by the silence of an aunt who had, in 10 years, never once said her sister's name aloud where Harry could hear it. Yes, he said, to Luna. I think so. More than once. Yes. Then a door has heard you. And opens before I knock. Yes. He wrote that in a notebook, in his small careful hand, a door has heard me. He thought about it for a long time after. The library was a country. He learned its provinces in the second week. The restricted section was off limits to first years, of course, but the rest of the library was vast and largely empty in the early mornings, and Harry began rising at 6 and going down before breakfast, partly to avoid the hours of being looked at in the corridors and partly because the smell of so many books at the start of the day was the most calming smell he had ever smelled, and he wanted to live in it. It was on the morning of the second Friday that he found the alcove. He had been chasing a footnote, a single line in The Practical Mystic by one Cornelius Cattermole, which he had pulled off a shelf because Anthony had recommended it as the only book about magical theory that is also actually funny, that mentioned a hidden wing of the library, for those eagles who have learned to ask the building polite questions. He had taken this for a joke until he had passed, on his way back to his usual corner, a section of shelving he had passed 20 times before and had never, until that morning, properly seen. It was a section of shelving like any other. The books on it were old and brown. There was nothing about it that ought to have caught his eye. But that morning it caught his eye. He stood in front of it for a moment, considering. Then, on a hunch he could not have explained, he set his hand on the spine of one of the books, Annals of the Fourth Council, Volume 2, and said, very quietly, "May I?" The shelving rearranged itself. It was not a violent rearrangement. The books did not move so much as step aside in a small, dignified gesture, and the wall behind them opened on a hinge that had been so well disguised as a vertical seam in the masonry that even now, watching it work, Harry could not see how it had been hidden. Beyond the wall was a narrow corridor lit by a single brass lamp, and at the end of the corridor, a small, round room. He stepped inside. The room was a reading room. It had a single round table in the center, and 3 chairs, and shelves on every wall packed with books whose spines were stamped with the bronze eagle of Ravenclaw and a small, second sigil he did not at first recognize, a ring of 7 stars set around an open eye. Harry stared at the sigil for a long moment. 7 of us, the unsigned letter had said. Welcome. He felt his pulse go quiet, in the way it did before he ran or fought or stayed extraordinarily still. Then he sat down at the table, set his school bag on the floor, and began, carefully, to read. The books were not written in any one author's voice. Some were essay collections, some were field journals, some were heavily annotated copies of texts Harry knew from the school curriculum, with marginalia that argued, often furiously, with the author. They were all, in some sense, Ravenclaw books. They were also, in another sense, books about something the school did not formally teach. The phrase that recurred most often was, the bridges between rooms. Harry read for an hour. Then he read for another hour. Then he heard the bell for breakfast and did not move. At 8:10, with the exact, calm timing of a person who had known he was coming, Luna appeared in the doorway with a plate of toast and a cup of tea. "I thought you might be here," she said. "I think the room let me find it because you were ready to share. How did you eat?" He ate. She set the cup at his elbow and slid into the chair opposite his. She picked up the book he had opened and looked at the page he had been reading without comment, and read for a few minutes, and then set it down with the slow gravity of a girl placing a hand on a friend. "Bridges between rooms," she said. "Worlds, I think. It's a metaphor for worlds. They write about worlds the way ordinary people write about counties. These writers, these Ravenclaws, believe in many. They believe people can move between them. Some of them think the founders did. There's a chapter that says Helena Ravenclaw's mother had a way of looking at a problem from another room, and a hint that she meant that quite literally. And this room? This is theirs. The 7. 7 what? Stewards. Watchers. The book calls them stewards. The first letter said there are 7 of them and called me. I think they keep the bridges. I think they invited me. Luna set her tea down. She thought for a long moment. Then she said, you'll want to be careful, you know. Stewards of bridges is not the same thing as benefactors of small boys. I know. You'll do it anyway. I have to. Yes. She smiled a little, sad and pleased at once. I know. They read in silence. After a while, Luna spoke again, without looking up from her book. 2 things, Harry. Not arguments. Things. Tell me. 1. Whatever this is, it's older than anything that wants to hurt you here. The shadow Quirrell carries is a small thing, even if it's a piece of a bigger thing. The bridge people are larger. So this is your house, even if you don't know its rules yet. 2. You do not have to do any of this alone. She finally looked up. I know you've been alone. I know you've been alone in ways that don't have the right names. I'm telling you, and you'll have to trust me on this for now and earn it later, that I'm not going to leave you to it. Anthony won't either, not after he knows. Padma might if she thinks it's not safe, but she'll fight for you anyway in different ways. Cho already made up her mind about you on the first night. Hermione is going to be a great deal of trouble and a great deal of help. Neville will surprise you. Even Ron, if he gets out of his own way. You have a house, Harry. Not just this one. A house in the older sense. He could not speak for a while. He drank his tea instead. The tea was strong and had been made the way Petunia made tea on the few mornings when she had been distracted enough not to be cruel about it. He realized, after a moment, with a dim and ridiculous pang, that Luna had asked him on Tuesday how he liked his tea, and that he had told her, and that she had remembered. Thank you, he said, finally. You're welcome. They put the books back. They did it carefully, in the same order. The shelving sealed itself behind them when they left the alcove, and the doorway became, again, an ordinary section of shelving in an ordinary library on an ordinary Friday morning. The week, after that, accelerated. It accelerated in the way weeks always accelerate when you are 11 and have begun, for the first time, to live a life that interests you. Harry's blue notebook filled. He kept a separate page for the corner in History of Magic, a separate page for Quirrell, a separate page for the Hidden Wing, which he had begun to think of, in his head, as the reading room, a separate page for the riddle from the Choose book, and a separate page for things Luna said, in her ordinary way, that turned out to be true. That 5th page was the longest. On Monday, Luna had said, in the middle of breakfast, you'll need a quill that doesn't break easily today. I'd take the standard 3. Harry had taken the standard 3. In charms, his ordinary quill had snapped on the first incantation. Anthony's had, too. Harry had loaned his spare to Anthony, who had stared at him as if he had pulled an ace out of his own ear. On Tuesday, Luna had said, don't take the long way to astronomy. The tower will be moving. Harry had taken the short way. 3 students who had taken the long way had arrived to class 15 minutes late after the tower's stairs had decided, at some point on the second landing, to spiral the wrong direction. On Wednesday, Luna had said, Padma is going to need a kind word at lunch. She doesn't know how to ask. Sit down with her. Harry had sat down with Padma at lunch. Padma had been in the queue for the bathroom that morning and had overheard a Slytherin call her sister Parvati a slur he had not previously known existed. She had been carrying it, in the unmoving, articulate way certain people carry insults, all morning. Harry had not lectured. He had simply said, she's not the kind of person who needs your sister's permission to call her that. She's the kind of person who needs your sister to never speak to her again. She'll get it. Padma had laughed, with relief. They had become, over the rest of lunch, the kind of friends that did not need to be reintroduced. On Thursday, Luna had said, don't open your post in the hall. Harry had not opened his post in the hall. He had, in fact, been delivered a howler, a furious, square, red-faced envelope from a stranger who had decided Harry's choice of house was a betrayal of British wizarding history. Harry had carried it, unopened, up to Ravenclaw, taken it to the orrery room, and at Penelope's polite suggestion had transferred it into a soundproofed reading nook where it had screamed itself to ash without anyone's morning being ruined. Penelope had patted his shoulder, briskly, and said, "Welcome, Harry, you will get a great many of these. We have a bin. The bin is very capable. Don't let strangers spoil your toast." On Friday, the morning after the alcove, the morning of the conversation about stewards, Luna said, at breakfast, "Snape is not your enemy, Harry. Don't let him become one. He's hated you for years already. Hate is one of the things he uses to keep his memory in order. Don't take it personally." "How do you know?" "He came to my mother's funeral. He stood at the back. He didn't say anything to me, but he didn't have to. People who hate you in the open, Harry, are sometimes the safest of all. He'll never deceive you about which side of him you're on. He'll bully you for years and then save your life on the same night. Don't waste energy on him. Pity him a little, instead, if you can. It will keep your edges from being his." "I don't think I can pity him." "Then keep him at arm's length. Be polite. Be perfect. Drive him mad. He'll respect you for it." It was, Harry decided, the most useful single piece of advice anyone had given him in his life. The rest of September passed in the tidy, accelerating rhythm of a school year underway. He learned to fly. He learned to fly very well. Madam Hooch, watching the first-year flying class, had given his hover the appraising silence of a coach who had decided, on the spot, not to compliment a child too soon for fear of damaging him. He learned the shortcuts in the castle. He learned where Filch was likely to be at every hour of the day and where Mrs. Norris was likely to be when Filch wasn't. He learned, gently and systematically, to outrun Peeves. He also learned, with the first proper push of homesickness in his life, a homesickness for a place he had never been, that he missed his parents. He had not, before now, missed them in any conscious way. He had missed the abstract idea of them. He had missed the idea of being missed. But he had not, until he had sat in the reading room and read about Ravenclaw bridges and other rooms, until he had begun to suspect the world was a great deal larger and stranger than anyone had told him, missed his mother and father in the way you might miss a person who could have answered a particular question. They had been clever. He had not known they had been clever. The reading room had a journal kept, in part, by a Lily Evans, of Ravenclaw, who had transferred, that was the word in the journal, transferred, between houses by a private agreement nobody in the public school records had bothered to keep. The journal was mostly arithmancy. It was mostly numbers. But every few pages, Lily had stopped writing numbers and had written instead, in the same precise hand, things like, "Jay says I am cheating because I am thinking. He is wrong about cheating but right about thinking," or, "Today the older girls cried in front of me and I did not know how to be useful, only kind, and I am beginning to suspect they are not the same thing." Harry had read the journal twice. He had not told Luna about it. He intended to. He intended to one day. He could not yet, the word sat inside him like a swallowed coal. They needed time. At the end of September, McGonagall called him into her office. "Sit down, Mr. Potter." He sat. Her office was a fastidious room. Tartan rug, plain bookshelves, a small framed photograph of a tabby cat on the desk that did not move and was therefore, Harry realized, a Muggle photograph and therefore precious. She had a half-eaten ginger biscuit on her saucer, and she did not, when she sat down across from him, push the saucer away. He liked her more for the biscuit. "Your masters speak well of you. They speak well of you in different ways, which is more interesting than them all speaking well of you in the same way. Phileas believes you have the makings of a fine charm worker, with care. Septima is impressed by your arithmancy, although you are not officially in her class. Pomona enjoys your manners. Severus," she paused, and there was a small, brief Highland lift to her voice, "has informed me, with what I take to be extreme reluctance, that you may not be a complete waste of his time. Yes, Professor. I have a question for you. Yes, Professor. Have you been sleeping? He blinked. He had not expected that question. He looked at her face, which was watching him without giving anything away, and decided, after a moment, on the truth. Mostly. Not as well in the last fortnight. Why? I dream a lot. The dreams are interesting. They keep me up after. Are they nightmares? No. Are they ordinary dreams? No. I see. She set down her teacup. Mr. Potter. Listen to me very carefully. I am not going to ask what you dream. I am going to tell you a thing, and I want you to hold it for the rest of your time at this school, even if you stop trusting me. Yes, Professor. You are not the first child to come to Hogwarts who dreams things that are not entirely his. Some of those children grow up to be what we call great. Some of them do not, because they tried to grow up alone. There are some staff in this castle, including me, who can be trusted. The headmaster can be trusted on most things and not on others, and you will have to learn to tell which is which. Phileas can be trusted entirely, on this matter. Severus can be trusted in a crisis but cannot be relied on in any other way. Her mouth twitched, not quite a smile. Pomona can be trusted on plants and on tea. Madame Pomfrey can be trusted full stop. There are others who cannot be trusted. I will not name them. You will learn. Yes, Professor. What I am telling you, Mr. Potter, is that you are not alone. I do not know precisely what you are dreaming, but I have been a teacher long enough to recognize a child who is being shaped by something. Sometimes the shaping is good. Sometimes it isn't. You should not face it alone, and you should not assume any one adult is the answer. He looked at her for a long moment. Thank you, Professor. You may go. He stood. At the door, he turned. Professor, yes. Was my mother a Ravenclaw? McGonagall regarded him for a long second. Your mother was a Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. Was she only? The corner of her mouth moved. There are no only anythings in this castle. You may go. He went. In the corridor, he walked slowly. He took a long route back to the tower. By the time he had climbed to the eagle door, he had decided 3 things. He decided that he liked McGonagall, with reservation. He decided that he would tell Luna what she had said, and ask Luna's opinion of it. And he decided, with the cool, settled certainty he had felt the first night in his bed, that he would not become a child who depended on adults. He would consult them. He would listen. He would, where possible, befriend them. But he would not depend. He would, he thought, depend on Luna. And on Anthony. And on the slow, careful network of friends he had begun to weave around himself. The eagle on the door asked him, what is the difference between solitude and loneliness? Harry thought. Solitude is a room. Loneliness is being locked out of one. Welcome home, eagle. The door swung in. The orrery ticked. The fire was lit. The common room smelled of parchment and lemon polish and someone's dinner roll. Luna was at their usual table, with her chin in her hand, watching the lake. She did not look up. She did not need to. How was she? Luna said. Useful. Good. Come here. There's something I want to show you. He sat down. She turned her notebook to face him. She had drawn, in light pencil, a precise diagram of 7 points connected by 7 curving lines. Around the points, she had written, in her tidy small hand, 7 words in 7 different scripts, in Latin, find, in Greek, hold, in something Harry suspected was Sumerian, listen, in Sanskrit, breathe, in Old English, remember, in Cyrillic, choose, and in a script that he did not recognize at all, only one rune that pulled at his eye like a hook. "What is it?" he said. "I don't know yet," she said. "I dreamed it 3 nights ago and I drew it. It feels like the answer to something I haven't been asked. I think you'll be asked. I think when you are, you should look at this first. Okay. Also." She looked up. "I'm going to ask you a thing now, and I want you to answer me as if I am asking it." "All right. Are you happy, Harry?" He thought. "Yes," he said, at last, and meant it. "Yes. For the first time. I am." She nodded gravely. She did not smile. "Then we have a great deal to do," she said, "and we should do it before they try to spoil it." He laughed. It was the second laugh he had ever recognized as his own. It was a better laugh than the first. That night, Harry sat up later than usual, with a single candle on his bedside table that he had not had to negotiate with. The 4 posters' curtains were drawn around 3 sides, the 4th opened on the round dormitory window, beyond which the lake lay flat as a coin, and the moon, a thin sickle, gave only enough light to remember the shape of the room. Anthony had fallen asleep over a book. Terry was making the small, considering sounds of a boy whose subconscious was correcting his transfiguration homework. Michael, on principle, was disagreeing with whatever he was dreaming. Harry took out the unsigned letter, and the white feather, and Luna's diagram of 7 points and 7 words, and he laid them on the bed in front of him in a careful row. He looked at them for a long time. He did not write anything down. He did not need to. He thought. He thought about the boy he had been at 6, who had hidden under his cot in the cupboard from the sound of Uncle Vernon's car. He thought about the boy he had been at 9, who had stopped, once and for all, hoping that Aunt Petunia would change. He thought about the boy he had been 3 weeks ago, on Privet Drive, when Hagrid had come to the door and broken the world apart with the hilt of a pink umbrella. He thought about the boy he was now, with 3 friends and counting, and a notebook in his bag, and a long hallway voice and a steward's library to read his way through, and an enemy disguised as a teacher in a turban that smelled of garlic. He thought about the version of the boy Snape had clearly hated on sight, the one Snape had been ready to fight, the brash, untaught, lazy son of James Potter that Snape had been carrying in his head for 10 years. He thought about how much pleasure it was going to be, over the next 7 years, to refuse to be that boy. He smiled, in the dark. The smile felt like an oath. When he laid the 3 things down on the bedside table and snuffed the candle and closed his eyes, the long hallway voice did not speak. It was, instead, simply present, the way a friend in a room is present, breathing, paying attention. He felt seen by it. He felt, for once, untroubled by being seen. He fell asleep with the feather under his pillow and the letter folded into his pillowcase and Luna's diagram tucked into the front cover of the blue notebook on the nightstand, and he dreamed an ordinary boy's dream of a Quidditch match and woke, in the proper morning, refreshed. Saturday brought weak October sunlight and a rumor that traveled the castle like wind through long grass. There had been a break-in at Gringotts. The vault that had been broken into had, the rumor went, been emptied earlier the same day. The goblins were furious, the ministry, not. Harry did not, at first, find this news interesting. Then, in the common room, Padma read out the relevant Daily Prophet headline, and Cho looked up sharply from her toast and said, "Vault 713, Harry, that's the one Hagrid took you to." "Did he take you to a vault?" Anthony said, alert. "Yes. He took something out. A small package. He said it was Hogwarts business. And the same vault was broken into the day you left. Apparently." The 4 of them, Cho, Padma, Anthony, Luna, looked at Harry, and Harry looked back, and a certain quality of attention settled over their corner of the table that had not been there a moment before. It was the quality, Harry thought, of a small group of people deciding together to be a small group of people who paid attention to a thing. "That," said Cho, "is a thing." "That is a thing," said Anthony. "We will," said Padma, "want to find out what is in that package." "We will not," said Luna, "be the people who steal it." But we will be the people who know where it is. Harry, watching her, watching the way her mouth set, felt the slow click of pieces sliding into place inside him. He did not yet know what shape they were sliding into. But he knew the shape was the right one, and that he was, for the first time in his life, in a room of people who were sliding pieces with him rather than at him. "Yes," he said. "All right. Then let's begin." "Where?" asked Anthony. "With Quirrell." "Why with Quirrell?" "Because he is the wrong shape," Harry said. "And the wrong shape is where you start." Across the room, the aura ticked. Outside, beyond the towers and the lake and the forbidden forest, the world rolled on, indifferent, busy. The bridge people did not announce themselves. The shadow on Quirrell's shoulder did not announce itself. The package lifted from Vault 713 did not announce itself. But a small alliance, this Saturday morning, had announced itself, around a breakfast table, in a tower called Ravenclaw, between 4 students and a 5th who already knew their thoughts before they spoke them. It was, in the great running history of the world, a small announcement. It was, in another sense, the largest one. Harry, 11 years old, drank his tea, set his cup down, and did not look back. The first flying lesson of the year had been the previous Wednesday. Harry had nearly forgotten about it in the rush of everything else, and it had been, in its way, another piece of a puzzle Harry did not yet have the full picture of. Madame Hooch, sharp-eyed and silver-haired, had walked the line of Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs with the brisk efficiency of a sergeant inspecting recruits. Most of the brooms had thumped half-heartedly into clumsy hands, some had refused to rise at all. One, in front of a small Hufflepuff named Susan Bones, had risen a full inch off the grass and then sat back down, considering. Harry's broom had jumped into his palm so cleanly and so eagerly that Madame Hooch had paused mid-stride and turned, slowly, to look at him. "Mr. Potter," she had said. "Yes, ma'am." "On a count of 3, kick off. Hover. Lean forward. Touch back down." He had done it. He had done it without thinking. The broom had wanted to be in the air, and so had he, and the kickoff had felt less like a leap and more like a confidence shared between 2 old friends. He had hovered for the count of 3 Madame Hooch had given him, and then he had leaned forward, gently, and the broom had cooperated. He had drifted in a slow horizontal half-circle around Madame Hooch and her line of students, 6 feet up, before he had remembered her instructions and brought himself, with the same quiet ease, back down. Madame Hooch had put her hands on her hips. She had said, "Mr. Potter, who taught you to fly?" "Nobody, ma'am." "That is impossible, child." "Yes, ma'am." She had stared at him for a long, long moment. Then she had nodded, briskly, the way one nods at a problem one has decided is interesting rather than unwelcome. "We will speak again, Potter. After class. About the team." The team. He had not, at the time, known what team. He had since learned that first years did not, as a rule, play Quidditch, that a 100-year tradition stood against them playing, and that Madame Hooch had spent 2 days in a row at the staff table speaking quietly to the Ravenclaw captain, a tall 6th year named Roger Davies, and then to Professor Flitwick. He had been told, on Friday afternoon by a slightly stunned Cho, that the Ravenclaw captain had decided to break a 100-year tradition and offer Harry a tryout for the position of Seeker. He had not, yet, decided what he would do with that. He had decided that he would tell Luna and ask her, and that he would, after consulting her, do whatever he had decided himself. That was the small, accelerating shape of his life now. "Quidditch," Anthony said, as they sat in the common room on Saturday morning over the same cooling pot of tea. "Mate. Quidditch. I haven't decided." "There's nothing to decide." "There's a great deal to decide." Harry looked at the orrery. "If I play Quidditch, I become a thing. I become a Ravenclaw thing. I become a school thing. I become, if I'm any good, a national thing by next year. I become, in any case, a target for being looked at. And we have other things we want to look at, you and I, that won't be helped by my being looked at more. You speak, Padma said, mildly, from the next chair, the way an adult speaks. It's frankly unsettling. I've had practice. Yes, she said, looking at him steadily. I rather thought you had. Luna, who had been watching the lake again, finally turned her head. Play, Harry. Play. Not because of the game. Because of the thing the broom does when it touches your hand. That is not a small thing. The broom is one of your friends. I think you should not refuse a friend without a good reason, and I do not see one. The looking at, let them look. They will look anyway. We will work in the parts of you that they do not see when they look. We are getting good at that part. He thought about it. He drank his tea. Then he said, all right. I'll try out. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Whispers in the Stars. October arrived with cold mornings, copper leaves, and the particular brand of low, clean light that made the lake look as if it had been polished overnight by a careful hand. The castle, which had spent September warming up to its students, settled into its proper autumn shape, drafts under the doors, smoke from the kitchens, candlelight pooling at the long study tables. Harry, walking the corridors in his second-hand cloak with his blue notebook in the inner pocket and his wand in his sleeve, decided that October was the month Hogwarts had been written for. The castle wore October better than it wore any other month. He had begun, without intending it, to think of the school the way one thinks of a person. Quidditch tryouts had been quick, brutal, and joyful. He had walked onto the pitch on a still, bright Sunday afternoon and stood at the wing of a row of older students he did not yet know by name. He had been handed a school broom, and he had been told to catch the snitch as many times as he could in 20 minutes against the 4 other candidates, all of them 3rd and 4th years. He had caught it 9 times. The 4th-year boy who had caught it once had looked, by the end of the 20 minutes, as if he had been told a joke he did not, on principle, want to laugh at. Roger Davies, from the captain's bench, had stood up at the 8-minute mark and not sat back down. Madame Hooch, also watching, had said nothing at all, which had been the highest compliment she could have paid. When Harry had landed for the last time and dismounted, Davies had crossed to him and put a hand on his shoulder. The hand was that of a man who had decided already. I'm not going to insult you with a speech, Potter, Davies had said. You're our seeker. The other candidates were polite enough to say so themselves. You'll need a proper broom, and you'll need it before our first match. Speak to Flitwick. He'll know which family to write to. I'd rather earn the broom myself, sir. You will. You'll earn it by playing on it. Davies had looked at him appraisingly. How old are you? 11. 12 in July. Bones of a sparrow. You'll bulk up. Don't change a thing about how you fly. Do you understand me? Yes, sir. Good. We open against Slytherin in November. Don't die before then, please. It would be terrible for our prospects. The broom, a Nimbus 2000, second-hand but in immaculate trim, donated to Ravenclaw by a former student whose son had outgrown it the previous summer, had arrived 3 days later, with a politely worded note from a stranger. Harry had taken it down to the pitch on a free afternoon and made the broom and himself acquainted in a long, slow first ride. By the end of the afternoon, the broom had decided about him exactly as the school broom had decided about him. This rider was theirs. He had returned to the tower humming. Anthony, who had taken on the role of Harry's unofficial agent without asking and without payment, had begun keeping a small ledger of items in the common room that mentioned Harry, including a chocolate frog card that had begun, by mid-October, to feature a small Ravenclaw scarf in a corner of its illustration of the boy who lived. Harry had told him to stop. Anthony had not stopped. Harry had then bribed him to stop with a sugar quill. Anthony had pretended to take the bribe, and had stopped collecting cards but had begun, instead, collecting articles in the Daily Prophet. There were a great many articles. The Prophet, having decided, in late September, that the boy who lived being sorted into Ravenclaw was a story they could write twice a week without running out of angle, had spent October generating angles. Harry had refused 4 interview requests in writing, all phrased as politely as he could phrase them, and had sent each of the 4 resulting follow-up letters back, unopened, with the note "Please respect the privacy of an 11-year-old" in the same handwriting at the bottom. He had not, after the 3rd, expected this strategy to work, and in fact it had not, but it had bought him a month of relative peace, and he had used the month. The reading room had become his second home. He had begun visiting it 3 mornings a week, before breakfast, with Luna, once a week with Anthony, who had been admitted by Harry's invitation and the room's apparent acceptance after a long, unspoken negotiation in which Anthony had stood very still inside the doorway and the room had, by some quality of its air, taken his measure, and twice with Padma, who had been fascinated and a little frightened and had, on the second visit, said quite seriously, "Harry, this is the kind of thing one writes a will before getting involved in." Padma had then, with great composure, signed the same kind of personal ledger Anthony and Luna had already signed, a small piece of parchment Luna had produced, on which the word "with" had been written in 7 scripts, and on which each of them had signed beneath. It was a child's gesture. It was also, Harry suspected, several other things. He felt the parchment in his pocket sometimes. It felt warm, the way the feather had felt warm. The steward's library was vast, and the books took different qualities of patience. Some volumes Harry could read directly, beginning to end; some, when opened, would only show him certain passages and would refuse to be read out of order; some would not open at all unless he set them down on the round table and waited. He learned to wait. Luna learned to wait with him. They spent whole mornings sitting at the table, reading nothing, just letting the room get used to them, and when the books eventually decided to cooperate, they read with the avidity of starving people at a long meal. The book that mattered most, that month, was a small, plain volume bound in dark green leather, with no title on its cover and only the 7 stars NI sigil in gold on its spine. The book gave its title only when opened. The first time Harry had opened it, the title had read, in Luna's mother's handwriting. Harry knew it was her mother's. Luna had told him without being asked, "Field Notes on the Bridges." The second time, the title had read, in different handwriting, "Field Notes on Doors." The third time it had read, "Field Notes on the Listening." The book was, like the room, a kind of conversation. It told him, day by day, what he was ready to be told. In the second week of October it told him about the orrery. The orrery in the Ravenclaw common room, the great brass clockwork at the center of the chamber, taller than a tall man, planets on patient brass arcs around a small brass sun, was, the book said, not what it appeared to be. It appeared to be a model of the solar system. It was not. It was, the book said, a model of one of the bridges, and one of the smaller ones at that, although it is the bridge that runs through this house and this country, and so it is the bridge with which we may begin. The orrery's planets, the book said, were not planets but rooms. The rooms were not all in the same world. The orrery had been constructed by a Ravenclaw of the 15th century who had, herself, walked between 5 of them and had not lived to walk the rest. The orrery's purpose was not to display the solar system to first years. Its purpose, properly tuned, was to indicate which of the rooms was, at any given moment, near. "How do you tune an orrery?" Anthony said, when Harry had read the relevant passage to him. "I have no idea." "Do you think Luna does?" "Almost certainly," Harry said. "She'd just call it something else." Luna, when consulted, had nodded and said, "Yes, I tune it sometimes. The little one I have at home. I've never tuned a real one. I don't know if I'm allowed." "Could you try?" "On Friday night," she had said, after a moment's thought. "When the common room is empty. There won't be many people then. Ravenclaws are at the astronomy tower on Friday nights for the new moon. The old ones in the upper years will be up there till midnight. We can have the orrery to ourselves. I'd like to try." The new moon fell on the second Friday of October. The astronomy tower hosted a special class for upper years on new moon nights, a class that lasted 3 full hours and that, this year, included a guest lecture from the Department of Magical Astronomy at the Ministry. The class kept Cho and Penelope and most of the older Ravenclaws out of the tower until 11. The remaining first and second years filtered to bed early under Penelope's last instruction not to set anything on fire. By 10:30, the common room was empty. Harry, Luna, Anthony, and Padma sat in a small ring of armchairs around the orrery. Anthony had brought a notebook. Padma had brought, with the cool efficiency of a girl who anticipated trouble, a small first aid kit that had once belonged to her grandmother and that contained, among other items, a vial of murtlap essence and a wand strength potion. Luna had brought herself. "I don't know what's going to happen," Luna said, calmly. "I want to be honest about that. I know what to do. But I don't know what the orrery will do back." "Define do back," Padma said. "It might glow. It might hum. It might tell us something. It might tell Harry something only Harry can hear. It might not do anything. It might do something I cannot predict. It might wake up Penelope," Anthony said. "It will be quieter than that, I think. It is a polite object." She knelt. The orrery's brass tower stood about her own height. She put both palms on the base, very lightly. She closed her eyes. She breathed 3 deep breaths. Then she said, in a low, conversational voice, "Hello. May I speak with you?" The orrery did not respond at first. Its planets continued their slow brass rotation around the small brass sun. Then, very gently, the smallest of the planets, a dull green sphere on the innermost arc, began to glow. It was not a strong glow. It was the light of a single candle behind a sheet of paper. But it was, undeniably, a glow. "Well met," Luna said. She opened her eyes. She looked at Harry. "Come and put your hand here, Harry. On the base. Not on the planets. On the base." He came and knelt beside her. He put his hand where she had had hers. The brass was warm. The brass was, he realized after a moment, more than warm, it was breathing, in the slow, patient way of an old animal asleep. He had not noticed this in the months he had walked past it. Once you put your hand on it, it was impossible to miss. "Hello," he said, quietly. The orrery's small green planet brightened. It became, by degrees, the color of a meadow at dawn. Then a second planet, the 1 second from the inside, a small disk of silvery white, the size of a marble, began to glow as well. Then a third. Then, all together, a fourth and a fifth and a sixth. The brass arc sang, briefly, a single long note that was less a note than the memory of a note, the way a bell sounds in a room 2 streets over. Padma's first aid kit dropped, gently, onto the rug. Anthony, mouth open, did not blink. Luna's eyes, beside Harry, were luminous. The 7th planet, the outer one, a large sphere of polished, lacquered black, the size of a fist, did not glow. Harry felt, beneath his palm, a pressure he could not have described. It was not a voice. It was the precursor of a voice. It was the moment in which a thing that has not spoken yet decides what its first word will be. He held very still. Then, very softly, in his head, not in his ears, in his head, the way the hat had spoken, the orrery said, "Welcome." Welcome, Harry thought back, instinctively. Then, because politeness had never failed him, "Thank you for letting me come. You are not the first. I know. You have been called." "By whom?" "By those who are not yet here. They cannot speak to you yet. They have asked me to keep an appointment for you. The appointment is the night of Halloween. Until then, listen for the long hallway. Until then, do not enter the rooms whose doors are obvious. Do not enter, especially, the door on the 3rd floor corridor. It is a trap, and not for you. I'll remember." Luna's mother carried this orrery once, in a smaller form. Tell Luna the orrery remembers her, and is very glad she has come home. He could not, for a moment, find his voice. "I will tell her. There is a thing you must know, Harry Potter. You have a passenger of your own. He is small. He has been with you 10 years. He sleeps. He dreams. He has not yet woken. He will wake, this year, when his original shape comes near you. You will know him by the ache in your scar. You must not let him persuade you. You must not, also, fear him. He is part of you only because someone tried to make him part of you, and the trying did not work. You have not been broken. You have been, in a small way, marked. Marks can be removed. Bring him to me, when he wakes, and I will help. Yes. You are loved. For the second time in his life, Harry could not, for a moment, find his voice. I know, he said, and discovered, in saying it, that this was true. The smallest planet's green light dimmed. The silver, the sixth, fifth, fourth, third planets dimmed in slow procession. The seventh, the dark, lacquered black one, remained dark, but for an instant, just before the aura returned to its ordinary brass quiet, Harry thought he saw, on the surface of it, a faint and fleeting reflection of his own face. He did not say so to the others. Luna stood up, carefully. Anthony, with a long exhale, sat down on the rug. Padma picked up her first aid kit and dusted it off, businesslike. Right, she said, setting her hands on her knees. Halloween. Halloween, Anthony agreed. Luna only looked at Harry. Her eyes were full. Harry, who had never quite seen Luna cry before, Luna did not, as a rule, cry. She held her sadness the way other girls held wildflowers, held her gaze, and then, without thinking, reached out his hand, and she took it, and she held it for a long, unhurried moment. It said your mother carried it, he said. It said it remembers her. It said it is very glad you have come home. She nodded, quietly. Tears slid, one at a time, down her face. They were not unhappy tears. Anthony, with great wisdom for a boy his age, looked at the rug and said nothing. Padma, with the same wisdom, set her first aid kit on the chair and moved, quietly, to the kitchen corner of the common room and made 4 mugs of cocoa with the methodical concentration of a girl who had decided to be useful. They drank the cocoa. It was good cocoa. They did not talk about what had happened. They did not need to talk about what had happened. They sat in the Auror's circle, for 11-year-olds, and they were, for those long quiet minutes, an alliance. At 11:15, the upper years began to come down from the tower, full of star talk. Cho noticed, with a single quick glance, that something had happened, but she did not ask. She passed by, bumped Harry's shoulder lightly with her own, said, "All right, Potter," and went up to the dormitory. She would, Harry realized, ask him about it tomorrow. He would, he thought, tell her some of it. For now, 11-year-olds went to bed. They did not say goodnight. There was nothing to say. They had done a thing together, and they would do more, and they did not need to seal the doing with words. Halloween fell, that year, on a Saturday. Hogwarts went into a long, easy preparation for it across the last week of October. Pumpkins the size of carriages began appearing in odd corridors. Hagrid was seen, once, hauling a pumpkin twice his height down a slope outside the Forbidden Forest. The kitchens, visible only as the warm light through the gap under their secret door, grew warmer. The ghosts, who in October became more conversational than usual, began trading stories of their own death days in mournful, satisfied voices. The Bloody Baron, seen rarely, was twice spotted in conference with the Grey Lady, whose face, when Harry had passed her on the second-floor landing on Wednesday, had been pinched with a sadness that was all the more touching because she did not, by reflex, hide it. Helena, Luna had said, watching the Grey Lady drift away. She knows. Knows what? That something's coming. The ghosts know first. They feel pressure. The dead are sensitive that way. Halloween's coming. The Auror said. Yes. But the ghosts don't only feel that. They feel something else, too, that hasn't decided to arrive yet. I think there's a second thing. I think it's a smaller thing. She thought for a moment. I think it's a troll. Harry stared at her. Luna, I know. It sounds silly. But there are old stories about Halloween and the wards. The wards thin a little. Things that don't ordinarily come into a school sometimes try, on Halloween. Trolls are stupid enough to try. Quirrell is clever enough to use a stupid thing as a distraction. You think Quirrell will let in a troll? I think Quirrell will arrange for one. Yes. He looked at her for a long moment. He thought about the Auror's voice. He thought about Halloween. He thought about the third-floor corridor he had been warned away from. He decided, on the spot and without consulting anyone, that the four of them, 5, if Hermione would help, and he intended to ask Hermione, would not be unprepared. By Saturday morning, they had a plan. The plan was neither elegant nor brave. It was thorough. Harry had spent 2 evenings practicing, alone in an unused classroom on the 4th floor, the only spell he was sure he could rely on under pressure, a particularly clean and tightly aimed levitation charm. He had practiced it on the school broomstick, then on a chair, then on a reluctant Trevor whom Neville had loaned him with the warning that Trevor was not a toy. He had practiced it until he could hold a pumpkin in the air for a full count of 40 without his arm wavering. Anthony had practiced disarming. Padma had practiced shielding, in a small, beginner's way that nobody who knew the proper protego would have called shielding, but which would, Padma argued correctly, slow a club for half a second, and half a second was sometimes all you needed. Luna had practiced something private. She had not told them what. Harry suspected, watching her sit cross-legged in the alcove of the common room with her eyes closed and her hands palm up on her knees, that she was practicing being a girl who did not feel afraid in the presence of bigger creatures, and that this was its own discipline and not one anyone could help her with. Hermione, when consulted at lunch on the Tuesday, had at first been outraged. Then she had been outraged in a different direction. Then she had taken 20 minutes to ask 3 very precise questions: how sure are you about Quirrell, and what is your evidence regarding the Auror, and do you intend to tell a teacher? And at the end of the 3rd question she had sighed, taken off her glasses, polished them with the corner of her robe, and said, "Right. I'll come. I will not, however, like it. And I expect you to let me carry the official record of what we did, in case we have to explain ourselves to McGonagall later." "I expect nothing less," Harry had said. Good. By Saturday's Halloween feast, everything that could be ready was ready. Harry sat at the Ravenclaw table and ate a small dinner. He could feel, all evening, the quiet hum of his blue notebook in his pocket. He could feel the small folded square of Luna's diagram. He could feel his wand. He had taken to keeping it in his sleeve rather than in his bag, and the wand had decided, after a couple of weeks, to fit there as if it had been measured for the purpose. The hall was a forest of floating pumpkins. The candles drifted between them like obedient bees. The tables groaned with food. At the staff table, Dumbledore was eating a piece of pie with quiet enthusiasm, McGonagall was watching the hall over the rim of her goblet, Snape was watching the doors. Quirrell, Harry noticed, was not at his usual seat. "He's not here," Anthony muttered. "I see that." "Is that, yes." The doors of the great hall slammed open. Quirrell stood in the doorway. His turban was askew. His face was the white of paper that had been left out in the rain. His eyes rolled, large and yellow-bright in the torchlight. He stumbled into the hall as if he had been pushed, and he opened his mouth, and what came out was a thin, panicked scream. "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He fainted, with great theatrical neatness, onto the flagstones. The hall, for one held breath, did nothing. Then, all at once, it did everything. Dumbledore stood. He stood the way an old willow stands, slowly and at length, but with a presence that made the hall, by reflex, fall silent again. He raised his wand. Purple firecrackers, small, bright, decisive, burst from the tip of it and broke the panic at its joints. "Prefects," Dumbledore said. "Lead your houses to the dormitories. Staff with me. Madam Hooch, Madam Pomfrey, Pomona, Phileas, please secure the corridors near the dungeons. Severus, with me. Minerva, I leave the upper floors to you." He paused. "Be careful, all of you." Penelope rose to her feet. "Ravenclaws, to me. With me. In a single line, please." The hall obeyed in the way halls always obey when the alternative is unthinkable. Tables emptied. Robes rustled. Harry, Luna, Anthony, and Padma moved in their group of 4. Hermione, 3 tables over, caught Harry's eye and, with a small jerk of her head, indicated a side door. The 4 Ravenclaws walked, in their orderly line, until the press of students made it possible to drop back. They dropped back. They stepped sideways into a transverse corridor on the 3rd landing. Hermione met them there, breathing fast, eyes very bright. "Right," she whispered. "Where would Quirrell go now?" "3rd floor corridor," Harry said, and turned, and they began to run. The corridors, emptied of students and full of torchlight, ran past them like the staves of a long fence. They went up rather than down, by the route Harry had memorized earlier in the week, a series of side passages that bypassed 2 of the 3 main staircases, and they came up to the 3rd floor corridor by a small, half-hidden stair behind a tapestry of a knight on a peeling horse. Harry, in front, slowed. He lifted his wand. "Lumos," he whispered. The wand lit, soft and white. The corridor ahead of them was empty. The door at the end of it, the door Hagrid had, on Harry's first day, joked about as the one place where students were not to go on pain of a very nasty death, stood very slightly ajar. "He's already inside," Hermione breathed. "Or he was, and he's gone past." "Past to where?" "Wherever the package is. Whatever it's guarding." Harry kept his voice low. "We won't follow him in. We're going to wait, and we're going to listen, and we're going to fail forward only if it becomes clear we have to." "Fail forward," Anthony muttered, grinning despite himself. "I love when you talk like that. Quiet." They crept along the wall. At the door, Harry paused. He could hear, faintly, the sound of something like a flute being played, and beneath that, the distant, deeper sound of 3 large dogs breathing in unison, slow and uneven. It was the breathing of a single creature with 3 throats. He had read enough by now to know what that meant. A Cerberus. He motioned the others back. They went back. He listened. The flute notes wobbled, slipped, and stopped. The breathing changed pitch, 3 throats coming awake at once, 3 pairs of nostrils working. There was, very faintly, a curse and a thump. Then a different kind of silence. Then, much fainter, a sound that was not flute but voice, a voice murmuring in a tone Harry had heard before. It was Quirrell. It was Quirrell in his unhurried voice, his real voice, the one he wore when his back was to a class. He was speaking to something. The something was not the dog. Harry caught only a fragment. "Stone of the philosopher, soon, he will recover, patience," he had heard enough. He motioned them all the way back, around the corner, and into the side stair. Hermione's hand was on his arm. "Harry, the troll is the distraction. We are not the people who fight Quirrell tonight. We are the people who tell the right person what we have heard. We need McGonagall. The troll is loose in the dungeons." "Yes, and that is a problem for someone, but, Mr. Potter." The voice was McGonagall's. They froze. McGonagall had come up the corridor behind them with the silence of a cat. She looked at all 5 of them, in turn, with an expression of titanic, contained displeasure. "Explain." Hermione, who had brought her notebook for exactly this moment, opened her notebook. "Professor, we believed, Hermione," Harry said, quietly. She stopped. "Professor McGonagall," Harry said. 2 minutes. Just listen. You can punish us afterwards, in whatever proportion is fair. But please listen first." McGonagall, who had taught for 34 years and could tell a child in the act of lying from a child in the act of frightened truth, looked at Harry for one long beat. Then she said, in the voice she reserved for emergencies, 2 minutes. "Speak." He spoke. He spoke quickly and cleanly. He told her about Quirrell's behavior. About the orrery. About the fragment of conversation behind the door. About the breathing of 3 throats. He did not tell her about the bridges, or the stewards, or the reading room, although all of these formed the ground he was standing on. He did not need to. He told her about Quirrell, and the 3rd floor, and the Philosopher's Stone, in 2 minutes flat. McGonagall's face, by the end of the 2 minutes, had become the face of a woman who had decided, at the speed of decision rare in her profession, to believe him. "The 5 of you," she said, "are to go directly to your towers. You are not to speak of this to any other student. You are not to come down before breakfast tomorrow. Mr. Potter, you will stay where I can find you in the morning. I will deal with the rest of this. Do you understand?" "Yes, Professor." "And Mr. Potter?" "Yes, Professor." "Thank you." She turned. Her cloak, in turning, seemed to move both at the speed of cloak and at the speed of a falcon's wing. She was gone. In the silence that followed, Anthony said, very quietly, "Did Professor McGonagall just thank us?" "Yes," said Padma. "All right," said Anthony, faintly. They went up. The troll, it turned out, had been dealt with at the last minute by a pair of unlikely heroes. A first-year Hufflepuff named Susan Bones, the same girl whose broom had once thoughtfully sat back down, had passed the dungeon corridor on her way back from the kitchens with a small saucepan she had borrowed from the elves to make her grandmother's family soup, and had encountered the troll, and had not panicked. She had instead, by every account, very quickly stuck her head out of an alcove, watched the troll pause in the act of swinging its club at the wall, and called out, excuse me, sir, could you please come this way, there's a much nicer wall around the corner." The troll, baffled, had come that way. Susan had led it, with a delicate trail of polite suggestions and the occasional thrown copper saucepan lid, past 2 empty classrooms and into the open courtyard near the dungeons, where Filch had long since dug a wide drainage pit for storms. The troll had fallen into the pit. Susan had then, calmly, sat down on the edge of the pit and waited for the staff. Snape had been the first to arrive, Snape, who had, after a long, very quiet look at Susan, simply taken off his cloak, laid it on the lip of the pit so she would not get dirt on her robes, and offered her his hand. Susan would later be awarded 50 house points and a chocolate frog by Pomona. Snape, asked by McGonagall in private how he had managed not to lose his temper at finding a first-year sitting on a troll pit edge, was reported to have replied only, "I was tired, Minerva." By the time Harry and the others reached Ravenclaw Tower, the whole castle had begun, by the slow telephone of houses, to know about Susan Bones. Penelope greeted them at the door with relief and brisk competence and did not ask why they had come up the side stairs rather than with the Ravenclaw line. She had, Harry suspected, already decided to ask later. She handed them each a steaming mug of cocoa from the Orrery hob and said, "Bed." They went to bed. In the dormitory, as the other 3 boys slept, Harry lay on his back with the curtains open to the round window and the moon's fingernail of light on the sill, and he thought about the night. He thought about the 3-throated breathing behind the door. He thought about Quirrell's real voice, low and patient. He thought about the stone of the philosopher. He thought about Susan Bones offering a troll a nicer wall. He thought about McGonagall thanking him. He thought, with a slow surprise, that he was not afraid. The long hallway voice spoke, quietly, near him. "You did well tonight." "We had help," he answered. "You did well by not being everywhere. You did well by knowing which fight was yours. I'm scared of getting that wrong one day." "You will." It is in the nature of the work. We will help you make the wrongness a small wrongness. Sleep now. I will. He closed his eyes. Sleep took him gently. In the morning, McGonagall came, in person, to the eagle door of the Ravenclaw Tower at 7:30, before breakfast. The eagle, for her, asked no riddle. The door opened directly. McGonagall stepped into the common room as if she had stepped into it many times, which she likely had. She had been Minerva McGonagall before she had been Professor McGonagall, and she had been a Gryffindor, but the eagle, Harry suspected, knew her by another name as well. She found Harry by the orrery. She did not sit. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. Last night, between the time you spoke to me and the time the staff secured the corridor, the man you suspected was, for reasons we will not discuss, no longer where he had been. Yes, Professor. There is no proof that any of what you described occurred. Yes, Professor. There is also no proof that it did not. Yes, Professor. You will continue to live your life as a student. You will continue to attend classes. You will continue to play Quidditch. You will continue, I imagine, to read books in places you should not be reading them. He did not answer that one. You will not, in any circumstances, attempt to enter the third-floor corridor. You will not, in any circumstances, attempt to confront the man you suspect. You will, if you suspect anything further, tell me. You will tell me, Mr. Potter, before you tell anyone else. Are we agreed? Yes, Professor. You will also not, on the basis of this conversation, lose any sleep believing that you alone are responsible for the security of this castle. Do you understand? Yes, Professor. Good. She regarded him for a long moment. 40 points to Ravenclaw, Mr. Potter. For attentiveness, prudence, and loyalty. The points will be entered as you having found a lost owl in the corridors after hours, an offense which I find myself willing to overlook on this single occasion. A lost owl. A very large one. A very small smile crossed her face. He returned it, very small. Thank you, Professor. You are welcome. She left. The eagle door, for her, opened both ways without commentary. Harry sat at the table by the orrery for a long while afterwards. Luna, when she came down for breakfast a quarter of an hour later, did not ask. She had, Harry suspected, listened from the stairs. She would not say so. He looked at her, at the table, with the aura quietly ticking between them, and he thought, with a small, bright certainty he had not felt before in his life, that he was, at this moment, in the right place, in the right company, doing the right work, at the right age, for the right reasons. He thought he would be afraid again, before long. He thought he would be sad again, before long. He thought he would, at some point, be wrong about something important. But not now. Not this morning. This morning he had a friend across the table from him, and a notebook in his pocket, and a passenger in his head who had been told to wait, and a teacher who had thanked him, and a school that loved him, and a great deal of work ahead. He drank his tea. He went to breakfast. He did not look back. The first Quidditch match of the season fell 2 weeks later on a wet, blustery Saturday in November, with the lake the color of pewter and the wind off the mountains carrying the cold edge of winter. Ravenclaw against Slytherin, the opening fixture, the stands were packed, the air smelled of mud and sausages and tense anticipation. Harry, in the changing room with his teammates, sat very still on the bench while Roger Davies talked, and let the captain's voice wash past him. He was not afraid. He noticed this, with a small, dispassionate interest, and filed it away. All right, Eagles, Davies said, slapping his palms together. Slytherin will play dirty. They always do. Marcus Flint will try to take Harry out before he sees the snitch. Don't let him. Bowl and Derek will swing bludgers at our heads. Don't let them. Cho will lay down the field, Davies, Bradley and Chambers will press. You four, Roger, Jeremy, Duncan, Cho, keep the quaffle moving and keep the Slytherins guessing. Harry looked up. Harry, you do exactly what you did at tryouts. You fly. You see. You catch. Don't be brave. Be fast. The match ends when you decide it ends. Understood? Understood. The whistle blew. They flew up. The crowd's roar reached them in a single soft wall, then receded. Harry took altitude and looked. The grey sky was full of moving shapes. The snitch, small, gold, restless, would, if past matches were any indicator, be easy to miss in this light. He let himself stop trying to see it for the first 3 minutes. He flew slow circuits. He watched the Slytherin seeker, Terence Higgs, 2 years older, twice his weight, with a Nimbus 1700 and the confidence of a boy who had played for 2 seasons. Higgs, Harry noted, was a seeker who watched the play. He flew in patterns adjusted to where the quaffle was. He thought of seeking as part of the team. It was a respectable strategy. It was also, in Harry's view, the wrong one. He stopped watching the play. He watched the gaps between the play. He watched, in particular, the upper air, which Higgs had not been watching at all. For minutes in, he caught a flicker of gold against the darker gray of the cloud directly above him. He went up. He did not pretend to be doing something else. There was no time. He went straight up at the steepest angle his broom could give him, and the snitch, sensing pursuit, doubled and dove, and Harry doubled and dove with it. Higgs, 10 seconds late, came after him. By then the angle was wrong for Higgs and right for Harry. He leveled out at 60 feet, the snitch in his sights. He extended his right arm. He closed his fingers, gently, on a tiny, fluttering body of gold. The whistle blew. The match was over. It had lasted, by Madame Hooch's clock, 4 minutes and 41 seconds. The crowd took several seconds to process this fact. Then it exploded. Harry, on the ground, his arm raised with the snitch still beating its wings inside his fist, was aware of 3 things simultaneously: Davies and Cho and the chasers screaming and tackling him, the Slytherin team standing in dumb, furious silence, and Luna, in the front row of the Ravenclaw stand, applauding with the calm courtesy of a girl who had never doubted he would catch it. He met her eyes across the pitch. She inclined her head, once, like a queen accepting a service. It was, Cho would tell him later in the common room, the fastest snitch capture in Ravenclaw history. It was also, McGonagall would tell him at breakfast the next morning, a thing he was not to repeat too often, as our beloved Slytherins are not used to losing in under 5 minutes, and cruelty in victory, Mr. Potter, is a thing I expect Ravenclaws to be too clever to indulge in. Yes, Professor. You will, she had said, mouth twitching, of course continue to win. Yes, Professor. In the Aura's quiet circle, that night, with the 4 of them around it, Luna had touched, very lightly, the second innermost planet, the silver-white one. It had glowed for an instant, gently, and then dimmed. The 7th, the dark, lacquered black sphere, did not glow, but Harry, looking at it, felt that it was beginning to listen. He did not say so, even to Luna. He suspected, however, that she already knew. The week after the match, the Daily Prophet printed 3 different articles about Harry Potter. The first was about the match itself, which it described with the breathless pride of a paper that had been waiting to write that article for 10 years. The second was an opinion column by an extremely cross retired Auror, who suggested that the boy who lived had no business being a seeker because seekers, the column argued, were targets, and the boy who lived had targets enough already. The third was a small, careful interview with a witch named Mrs. Lovegood. Luna's father had, on principle, not been quoted, who had said only, "He is a kind boy with steady hands." They have always been steady. They will continue to be steady. Anthony, who had cut all 3 articles out and taped them into his slowly thickening hairy ledger, read the Mrs. Lovegood line twice, looked up, and said, mildly, "Pandora Lovegood died 3 years ago." The prophet doesn't fact-check anything. It's all right, Luna had said, when Harry had brought it up. She did say it. She said it many times. They borrowed an old quote of hers and pretended they had a new interview. Reporters do that when they like the quote and don't want to do the work to write a worse one. I'm not angry. I'm a little flattered, on her behalf. She would have been pleased to be quoted on you. He had not known what to say to that. He had taken her hand, briefly, beneath the breakfast table. She had squeezed his fingers, briefly, in return. They had eaten their toast. In the reading room, late that night, the small green book gave him a new title for the first time in 2 weeks. The title, on its cover, in fresh ink, read Field Notes on the Mark. He had opened the book and had read, by candlelight, with Luna at his elbow, until the candle had guttered and the bell for second curfew had sounded. He had not understood all of what he read. He had understood enough. He had understood that the passenger in his head was old, and small, and sleeping, and that there was a way to wake it gently and a way to wake it badly. He had understood that the mirror of Erist, which the book mentioned in a single paragraph, was not what Hogwarts thought it was. He had understood that Christmas was coming and that he would not, this year, go home. He had understood, finally, that the Auror's appointment was not the only one waiting for him. He closed the book. He walked Luna up to the bottom of the girl's stair. He went to bed. He dreamed of 7 points joined by 7 curves, and of his mother's careful handwriting in the margin of an old textbook, and of a long hallway lit by lamps too far apart to be useful. He woke in the morning unafraid, which was, more and more, the ordinary state in which he woke. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Mirror's Truth. Snow came to Hogwarts in the second week of December, and it came the way snow used to come, in the old paintings, in great, slow, careful flakes, settling layer on layer until the lawns were gone and the lake had drawn its grey skin tight. The owls struggled. The Thestrals, Harry had not yet seen the Thestrals, but Hagrid had spoken of them at the door of his hut over a mug of stewed tea, pulled the school carriages with patience. The towers, against the white, looked like ink drawings. Harry, who had decided weeks before that he would stay at the castle for Christmas, was glad of the snow. He had grown up in a house in which the season had been a quarrel about Dudley's presents, about Aunt Petunia's roast, about the quantity and quality of guests. He had received, at Privet Drive, exactly 2 Christmas presents in his life, both of them socks, both of them used. He had walked past so many wrapped packages addressed to Dudley that he had stopped, by the age of 9, allowing himself to feel anything when he saw them. This year, he could feel things again. He noticed, without alarm, the small clean ache in his chest when he watched Anthony pack his trunk for the train home, and Padma pack hers. He noticed that he had begun, since the orrery, to feel things as if they were rooms he was walking through, and not as if they were rooms he was being locked into. He noticed, with a faint surprise, that this was healing. That this was what healing felt like. He had not, in his life so far, known. Luna was staying. So were a small handful of others, 3 Ravenclaws total, including a quiet 7th year named Stuart who would graduate in June and was using the holiday to read for his newts, 6 Gryffindors, including the Weasley twins and Ron, whose parents had elected, with their younger daughter still at home and Mr. Weasley's leave timing badly, to send them a quiet Christmas at the castle, 4 Hufflepuffs, and, surprisingly, 2 Slytherins whose families had political reasons for being elsewhere that Harry chose not to inquire into. The full population of Hogwarts in the holidays would total fewer than 30 students. Dumbledore would remain. McGonagall would remain. Flitwick would visit his sister in the village and return for Christmas Day. Snape would, against everyone's expectation, also remain, although he would be invisible until the feast. The train left on a Thursday afternoon. Harry walked with Anthony down to the carriages. "You all right, mate?" Anthony said. "Yes. Sure. Yes. You'll write." "I'll write. And you won't get into trouble." "I will probably get into trouble." "I'll write about it." Anthony grinned. He held out his hand. Harry took it. The handshake was solemn, in the way two boys make solemn things by mutual unspoken agreement. See you in January. See you in January. Anthony climbed into the carriage with Padma. Padma waved. Hermione, in the next carriage, was already opening a book. She gave Harry a quick, severe nod that was, Harry now understood, her version of affection. Ron, 2 carriages back, leaned out the window and hollered, "Oh why, Potter, don't let Luna turn you into a fruit bat," with the broad, unself-conscious cheer of a boy whose mother had told him to make sure his friends knew they were friends. Harry waved. The carriages moved off down the long road. The snow muffled the wheels. The air smelled of wet wool, wood smoke, and the winter version of the Forbidden Forest, which was darker and more truthful in winter than in summer. Harry stood and watched until the carriages had become a smudge. Luna came up beside him. She had been farewelling Padma at a different carriage. She put her arm through his without ceremony. They walked back toward the castle together, in the easy silence of two people who had decided, weeks ago, that silence was a thing they could share. Halfway up the lawn, she stopped. Harry. Yes. This will be a good Christmas. Yes. It will also be, in places, a difficult one. Yes. I want you to know I will be here for the difficult places. Yes. He looked down at her. The flakes had caught in her hair, in the radish pendant earrings, on her eyelashes. I'd be lost without you, Luna. She blinked at him. You wouldn't be lost, she said, slowly, after a moment. You would be slower. That counts. It does, a little. But you would still find your way. She tilted her head. I am a friend. I am not a compass. You should not give me powers I don't have. They will tire me, and I would like to stay, you see, and not be tired. All right. He thought about it. Then I'd be slower. That's better. She walked on. He walked on. He decided, as he walked, that this was, possibly, the most useful thing anyone had ever said to him. The next week passed in the soft, suspended hush peculiar to a school during holidays. The castle, with most of its students gone, breathed differently. Footsteps in the corridors echoed. The great hall ate at one long table, drawn up in front of the staff table, with 4 house banners hanging in their proper order behind it. The food was the same but the air was different. The professors, Dumbledore in his elaborate Christmas robes, McGonagall in a tartan that was somehow both formal and personal, Flitwick when he was there, Sprout in greenery, even Snape, on the few evenings he chose to come, sat at the long table among the students rather than above them. It was, by long Hogwarts custom, the one week of the year when the school remembered that it was a household. Harry liked this. He liked it more than he had expected to. He liked sitting 2 seats down from the headmaster and listening to him discuss a piece of plum pudding seasoning with Madame Pomfrey, who had strong opinions on cloves. He liked watching Luna make friends with the Weasley twins, who took to her with the immediate, slightly suspicious appreciation of 2 boys who recognized a fellow specialist in their craft. He liked watching Hermione, who had stayed an extra night before going home to her parents in the village, debate Ron about chess with the seriousness of a barrister. He liked watching Snape, on one rare evening in the second week, eat an entire mince pie in 5 small bites without speaking to anyone, and then nod, very slightly, in Harry's direction, before departing the way a man departs a room when he has decided he has, against his will, attended a celebration. He worked, too. He worked with Luna in the reading room every morning. He flew, alone, in the long afternoons, on his nimbus around the empty pitch, doing slow figure-eights through swirling snow and watching the Forbidden Forest darken at its edges. He read. He wrote in his notebook. He kept, on a separate page, a small running list of things he had noticed, because the long hallway voice had begun to teach him, gently, that noticing things was a discipline that required regular practice or it withered. On the night of the 23rd of December, the mirror found him. He had not gone looking for it. The reading room had not, in any of its books, told him to. The orrery had not glowed at him in any new way. He had, on a whim, after dinner, decided to take the long way back to the tower because he had wanted to walk, and his walk had taken him through a corridor on the 4th floor he had not, before, ever walked. He had passed an empty classroom, and he had paused, on the threshold, with the small, distinct sense one has when a door is, suddenly, an interesting door. He stepped in. The room was small and unused. The walls were stone. The ceiling was vaulted. The only object in the room was, at first glance, a large standing mirror in a heavy gold frame. The frame was carved with words along its top, Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. Harry read the words. He recognized them, without being told, as mirror script. The words were, I show not your face but your heart's desire, reversed. He stood in front of the mirror. For a long second, he saw himself. Black-haired boy, glasses, blue and bronze tie, ink-stained fingers. Then the image shifted, and he saw himself surrounded by people, and he had to take a step back, because the people in the mirror were too much for 1 second's looking. There was his mother. He recognized her at once, auburn hair, green eyes, his eyes, set in a face he had spent 10 years trying not to think about. There was a man beside her, taller, with messy dark hair and round glasses and a mouth that had laughed often. There were others, a sallow, dark-eyed boy his own age who stood as if he had spent his life waiting to be told he belonged, who looked, with a small jolt, like a young Snape, a girl with bushy hair and a determined expression, a red-headed boy who was trying, with limited success, to keep a straight face, a long pale-haired girl in radish earrings. Then the mirror lengthened, and the room behind the people lengthened, and the people did not vanish but seemed to step aside, and behind them was something Harry could not, at first, parse, a dark sky with 7 stars in a ring, and at the center of the ring, a vast, spiral, slowly turning shape that was not made of stars at all, and the shape was watching him, the way a dragon watches a small, considered thing in a clearing, and the shape said nothing because the shape did not, in this instance, need to say anything, and Harry, standing in front of the mirror, found that he had begun, quietly, to weep. He sat down on the cold stone floor. The mirror did not change. It held, with the patience of mirrors. He cried for a few minutes, soundlessly. Then he stopped, and he wiped his face on his sleeve, and he sat looking at the mirror for a long time. What are you? He said, at last, aloud. The mirror did not answer. What do you want from me? The mirror, again, did not answer. The dark spiral, behind the figures of his parents and his friends, slowly turned. The 7 stars of the ring did not move. They watched. He recognized them, after a moment, because Luna had drawn them in his blue notebook in October. They were the 7 points of her diagram. They had a name, although he did not yet know it. He stood up. He walked out of the room. He did not run. He walked, calmly, all the way back to Ravenclaw Tower. He answered the eagle's riddle without thinking about it. The riddle, that night, had been, what is the only door you can lock and still pass through? He answered, the door of your own thoughts. He went up the boys' stairs. He sat down on the edge of his bed. He took out his blue notebook. He wrote, in the steadiest hand he had, Mirror found me. Mother. Father. Friends. Behind them, 7 stars. Behind 7 stars, a spiral. Spiral was watching. Spiral did not speak. The mirror did not lie. I do not believe the mirror lies. I do believe it withholds. I will tell Luna. I will tell McGonagall. I will not return to the mirror tonight. He underlined the last sentence, twice. He went down to the common room, where Luna was sitting cross-legged on the rug in front of the fire reading an upside-down copy of last month's Quibbler. She looked up at him as he came down the stairs, and she stood up immediately, without his having said anything, and she put down the magazine. You found a thing. I found a mirror. Tell me. He told her. He told her everything, not in the truncated form he had rehearsed in the corridor on the way back, but slowly, sitting beside her on the rug in front of the fire, with the orrery ticking quietly behind them and the snow falling against the round windows. He told her about his mother, and his father, and the young Snape, and the others, and the 7 stars, and the spiral. He told her about not running. He told her about the small, considered jolt of recognition. Luna listened. She did not interrupt. She did not, when he finished, immediately speak. After a long pause, she said, "The spiral is one of the bridges." "I thought so. It is the largest of them. The book has called it, in different places, the lattice and the cradle and the loom. It does not name itself. The name we have for it isn't its name. It is the bridge that includes other bridges. It is the place where worlds meet. And it was watching me. It is always watching everything. But yes, it was watching you with, what is the word, attention. It was, this evening, paying attention to you specifically. Why? Because you saw it. That isn't an answer. It is the answer, Luna said. Most people do not look at the mirror long enough to see past their own desires. They see only the things they want, and they go back, and back, and back, and the mirror eats them. The trick, the very old trick, is to look long enough at the desires that they begin to be seen for what they are, a kind of puppetry. The mirror is honest about your desires, it is not honest about their edges. The edges of your desires are where the mirror has carved holes. If you look long enough, you can see through the holes. What you saw through the holes is the spiral. It cannot be seen by people who only ever look at their own picture. How do you know this? My mother saw it once. Pandora. Yes. What happened to her? The bridges did not kill her. She died because the spell she was working on, a small experiment in the kitchen, caught fire because she had taken her attention off it. People die, sometimes, from being curious about big things and underprepared for small things. She was a wonderful woman and she was, on a Tuesday morning, inattentive to a cauldron. That is a sad thing. It is not a frightening one. The bridges did not take her. The bridges, she would have said, never take. They only invite. He sat with that. All right, he said, after a while. You will tell McGonagall. In the morning. Yes. Luna looked at the fire. Harry. Yes. Don't go back to the mirror alone. I won't. Promise me. Promise me on the orrery. He turned, and he laid his hand on the brass base of the orrery, and he said, clearly, I promise. The orrery's smallest planet glowed, briefly, as if listening, and then dimmed. Good, Luna said. Then we will sleep, and tomorrow we will think about it together. They slept. They thought about it together in the morning. They went, together, after breakfast, to McGonagall's office. McGonagall, when told, did not interrupt. She thanked them, severely, when they finished. She asked Harry one question, did you go alone? And he answered yes. She said, with the stiffness of a teacher who would not, on this occasion, scold, I will speak to the headmaster about the mirror. The mirror is not a permanent feature of this castle. It will be moved. It is not, for the kind of reasons which are not strictly within my province, an entirely safe object. She paused. I will tell you, Mr. Potter, that I do not expect you to understand all of this immediately. You are 11. It is fair, therefore, for you to be confused. It is not, however, fair for you to be alone. You did the correct thing in bringing Miss Lovegood, and the correct thing in coming to me. Continue to do the correct thing. Now go away. I have papers to grade. They went away. The mirror was moved that night. Harry would not, in fact, see it again until much later in his life, and then under different circumstances, and then it would not show him any of what it had shown him on the night of the 23rd of December. The dark spiral, however, did not need a mirror. Twice in the next 48 hours, Harry felt the slow turn of it at the edge of his vision, in dreams and once, more arrestingly, in the act of looking at a frosted window. He told Luna both times. Luna nodded both times. She did not seem worried. She seemed, Harry thought, to be listening. Christmas Eve fell on a Sunday. Harry woke, as he had every morning for a fortnight, in the round dormitory at the top of the tower, with the white feather on his pillow and his roommates on the train back to their families. He went down to breakfast. He ate quietly. He played a long, slow game of chess with Luna in the common room, which Luna, who could not quite play chess, won by a single piece because Harry was distracted thinking about her 7-points diagram and lost a knight he could not afford to lose. He flew that afternoon for an hour, alone. He came down at 4 in the gathering dusk with snow on his shoulders and the broom warm beneath his hand. He bathed. He dressed in the clean robes he had laid aside for the occasion. The Christmas Eve feast, by tradition, was small. It was held in the great hall by candlelight, at a single circular table, with Dumbledore in a silver robe, McGonagall in a dark green tartan, Sprout in an embroidered yellow shawl, Pomfrey in an actual hat with a holly sprig, Snape in his customary black, and Hagrid in a remarkable coat that appeared, on closer inspection, to be made of overlapping bearskin. The 7 students who had stayed sat among the staff. Harry sat between Luna and Dumbledore. Dumbledore was an extraordinary dinner companion. Harry, who had braced himself for the encounter, found that he had not needed to. Dumbledore did not ask him about the mirror. He did not, in fact, ask him about anything difficult. He asked him, instead, what he thought of the lemon drops in the bowl beside his plate. He asked him whether he had ever attended a midnight mass. He asked him whether he had read a book by a Muggle author named Ronald Reuel Tolkien, and when Harry said he had not, recommended it to him with the brisk pleasure of a man recommending a hill. By the time pudding came, Harry had relaxed. Dumbledore set down his spoon, and turned to Harry, and said, very mildly, Mr. Potter. Minerva tells me you have had an interesting fortnight. Yes, headmaster. You handled the mirror with admirable restraint. Thank you, headmaster. I will tell you a thing about myself that I do not often tell. I have spent, over the course of my life, more hours in front of that mirror than I would care to admit. I was, in my youth, a man with very specific desires. The mirror showed me those desires. I went back, for a time, more often than was wise. Yes, headmaster. The mirror is not, in itself, an evil object. But it can do a great deal of harm to people who do not understand the difference between what they want and what they need. I am glad, therefore, that you understood. I am, I will say, surprised. Most students who find that mirror are not yet equipped to see through it. I had help, headmaster. Dumbledore looked, briefly, at Luna. Luna, who was eating her Christmas pudding with the small, considering bites of a girl who had decided to enjoy each one separately, did not look back. Dumbledore's mouth softened. Yes, he said. You did. You are fortunate in your friend. Yes, headmaster. Mr. Potter. Yes, headmaster. I would like to ask you a single question. Will you let me ask it? Yes. What did you see, behind the figures, in the mirror? Harry paused. He felt Luna, beside him, stir very slightly. He thought about it. He decided, in a small instant of decision, on the truth, but the truth at the edge of it. I saw a spiral, headmaster. With 7 stars around it. It was watching me. Dumbledore's hand on his spoon went still. Across the table, McGonagall had paused with a forkful of pie halfway to her mouth. Snape, who had been eating in determined silence, looked up. I see, Dumbledore said, after a long moment. Yes, headmaster. A spiral with 7 stars. Yes. That is, interesting. Yes. Well. Dumbledore smiled, slowly, and the smile reached his eyes only after a little delay. I will think on this. I will speak with you again, perhaps, after the holidays. In the meantime, Mr. Potter, may I give you a piece of advice which you are entirely free to ignore? Yes, Headmaster. Do not, by yourself, attempt to find out what the spiral is. There are some questions, in the magical world, that are larger than they appear, and are best approached not by the curious but by the prepared. I will see, after the holidays, that you are introduced to several of the better prepared people. In the meantime, please continue your studies, your Quidditch, your friendships, and, above all, your sleep. Yes, Headmaster. Thank you. Harry, who had been watched all his life and had developed the small, sour reflex of resisting any adult attempt to control him, listened to himself decide, for once, to take the advice. Not because it was Dumbledore's. Because Luna had nodded, very slightly, beside him, because McGonagall had nodded, too, and because his own gut, increasingly his most reliable instrument, had told him that the advice was, for once, the right advice. He would continue to read the books. He would continue to ask Luna's view. But he would not, on his own, go chasing the spiral. The spiral was bigger than he was. He could be patient with bigger things. After dinner, Dumbledore had distributed gifts. Harry had not expected gifts. He had received, however, 3, a small package from Luna, containing a single white feather identical to the first one, with a note tied to it that read for the second pillow, a small package from McGonagall, containing a slim, dark-bound book entitled A Very Brief Notice of the Reading Habits of Eagles, by a witch named Eleanor Cattermole, and a large, thick, silvery package addressed in narrow slanted writing he recognized, with a small, electric jolt, from the unsigned letter on the second day of term. He opened at last. He opened it in his bed, with the curtains drawn around him. He had asked Luna to wait for the morning to ask about it, she had agreed. He drew the silvery cloth out of the package, and at first he did not know what it was, the cloth slipped through his fingers like water. Then, with a small, decisive certainty, he understood. It was a cloak of invisibility. A true cloak, not a half-cloak with a charm on it, but a genuine artifact of the kind that did not, in the modern wizarding world, exist in any inventory anyone had ever published. It had a small note pinned to the inside of its collar. The note said, in the same narrow, slanted handwriting as the first letter, "This belonged to your father. He passed it to your father from his father. They both kept it for things that were difficult. Use it well. Use it, in particular, on Christmas Eve in the library. We will meet you there. Welcome, again, fully. A steward, on behalf of the 7. Harry read the note 3 times. He folded it. He held the cloak in his hand. He did not, for a moment, breathe. Then, very quietly, he got up. He pulled the cloak around his shoulders. The cloth was startlingly heavy and startlingly light at the same time, the way silk is. He looked down at himself. Only his feet were visible, and once he tugged the cloth lower, even those vanished. He moved his hand. There was no hand. He felt his own hand. The hand was, plainly, there. He smiled, and the smile vanished from any reflection in the dormitory window. He drew the curtains aside, very carefully, and he padded down the spiral stairs. Luna was in the common room, on the rug in front of the fire, in her pajamas. She had a hot mug in her hand. She did not look up when he descended. "Yes," she said, to the fire. "I felt you put it on. Don't worry. The wards in the tower are very small wards. Larger ones won't notice. How did you? I was waiting. The note also came to me, in a small way." She held up a piece of parchment in her fingers, identical to his. "I won't go with you tonight. The note said the library, and it said you. I will wait here. I will go with you when they say so. They are being very polite, you understand. They do not want either of us to be afraid. Right. Be careful. Yes. Harry. Yes. You belong in this castle. Whatever else they say to you, this is true. Don't let anybody tell you, on this night, that you don't. If they say it, even kindly, leave. Come back. We will go again later. The bridges have time. All right. Good. He drew the cloak over his head. He left the tower. The eagle door, for the cloak's sake, swung open without a riddle. He walked through the silent castle. Past the suits of armor he had counted on his first morning. Past the staircases that had, at the late hour, given up moving and were resting in their default positions. Past the stained glass windows that, in the moonlight, were only ghosts of themselves. He came, through the long way, to the doors of the library. They were closed and locked, as they always were after midnight on the night before Christmas. He set his hand on the door, and the door, knowing him, opened. The library at night was a forest. The shelves were high black columns. The reading lamps were unlit. A single small lamp glowed at the far end, in the alcove that he had, on his first proper morning, learned to find. He walked toward it. He pushed his hand against the spine of Annals of the Fourth Council, Volume 2. The wall opened. He stepped inside. There were people in the room. 6 people. He counted them at once. 3 women. 3 men. They were of varying ages. One of the women was perhaps 80, one of the men was perhaps 30, the others were somewhere in between. They wore plain robes. They sat around the round table in the chairs and stools that had multiplied to fit their number. They did not stand when he came in, they only looked, and Harry, who had had his life looked at for 10 years, found that this was not that kind of looking. This was the looking of people who had, themselves, also been looked at, and had survived it, and now offered him the courtesy of looking that did not consume. The eldest of the women, silver-haired, dark-skinned, with narrow, kind eyes, gestured to the empty 7th chair. "Please," she said. "Sit. We have, at last, the privilege." He sat. He pulled off the cloak and set it, folded, on the table in front of him. "Welcome, Harry," she said. "We are 7. You make us, at present, complete." "You're the stewards," Harry said. "We are 6 of the stewards. There are 7 seats. The 7th has been empty for 9 years and 7 months. It was your mother's." The woman did not say it cruelly. She said it the way one says a fact. Harry, who had walked in expecting to be asked things, found that he was instead, for the first time in his life, being told things, and that the telling was being done as if he had earned it. He sat. "Your mother," said one of the men, the one perhaps 30, with the small, kind, exhausted eyes of a doctor who has been on call all week, was a steward. "She was the youngest of us. She was inducted at 15. She left the seat, briefly, when she married, because she wanted the years to belong to her family. She would have come back. She did not have time. And, my father. Your father knew. He was not a steward, he could not see the bridges as we see them. But he was loved by one, and he was, in his way, a friend of the seat. He sent us his cloak when he knew the war was coming. He asked us to keep it for you. We have kept it for you. You sent the letter." "Yes. We sent the letter. We were given, by, let us say, by the orrery, permission to identify ourselves to you tonight. We have not been given permission to identify ourselves to you completely. Some of us are public figures in the wizarding world. Some of us are not. The names will come, with time. Tonight is for the introduction. All right. You may ask us questions." He thought. There were 1,000 questions. He chose 3, with care. "What is the spiral?" A long silence. The stewards looked, by some unspoken signal, at the eldest woman. She nodded. The spiral, she said, is not a thing we, as stewards, made. It is a thing that was made before this house, and before this country, and before, we believe, this world. It is, in a sense we have not yet fully understood, a gathering of bridges. It is, in a sense, a person. It is, in another sense, a place. It does not speak to us. It speaks, at long intervals, to certain people. It has begun, in the last year, to speak to you. It has not yet said anything we would call a sentence. It is composing one. Why me? We do not know. That is the truth. We have several theories. The one we hold most strongly is that you were marked, on the night your parents died, with a fragment of a man called Tom Riddle. The fragment was small, but it has been, for 10 years, in close contact with the part of you that is not Riddle. The bridges, we suspect, can hear the friction. They are interested, perhaps, in what the friction has produced. They are interested in the boy who has been growing around the splinter. Will the splinter come out? Yes. With our help. With time. It is one of the things we will, with your permission, work on with you, beginning in your second year. Who is Tom Riddle? He is the man who tried to murder you. He is the man more commonly called by another name, of which we will not speak in this room. He is, currently, very small. He is also, currently, very near. The man your friend Luna has noticed, with the inverted shoulders. We are arranging things, slowly, so that the small shadow he has on the man's shoulder will not become a problem for you. Quarrel. Yes. What is in the third-floor corridor? The eldest woman smiled. It was a thin, tired, real smile. A stone, she said. And a number of guardians. And, if our intelligence is correct, by spring, an attempt by the small shadow's master to make use of all of it. We are aware. Professor Dumbledore is aware. The corridor is, for the moment, a kind of trap baited with a fake. The real stone is elsewhere. The orrery has been very helpful in this. So has, although she does not know it, your friend Hermione. Why don't you tell Dumbledore everything? Because Albus, although a great man, is not a steward. He is a player on the board. We are something else. We do not play games. We tend bridges. There are places where Albus's interests and ours converge. There are places where they do not. We trust him on the things he knows. We do not always tell him the things he does not. Why are you telling me? Because your seat is empty, said the eldest woman, simply. And in time, when you are old enough to choose, we would like you to consider taking it. There is no obligation. There is no oath we will ask of you tonight. You are 11. You will not be asked anything binding until you are 17. But we would like you, tonight, to know us. To know that we are here. To know that you are not alone. He was quiet for a long moment. Thank you, he said, at last. You are welcome. Can Luna come? A small, soft murmur of pleasure went around the table. The woman beside the eldest, younger, broad-shouldered, the kind of woman whose face suggested a great deal of weather and a great deal of forgiveness, leaned forward. Luna's mother was one of us, she said. Pandora was one of us. Luna does not yet know. We had thought, when she was small, that we would tell her at 15, like the others. We have, however, decided, given the speed at which the two of you have begun walking, to tell her in the spring. With your permission, Harry. Not without it. Yes. Then in the spring. All right. Harry. Yes. 2 more things, and then we will let you go to bed. The night is long and you are 11. The first thing is this. Tom Riddle, when he comes for you in the spring, will not come for you primarily. He will come for the stone. You will, by accident, be in the way. We will ensure you are not unequipped. The second thing is this. She paused. If, in any moment in the next 5 months, you are in real danger, you will hear the long hallway voice, very near. The voice will tell you what to do. You will, in those moments, do what it says. The voice has not lied to you. It will not begin lying to you now. It is one of us. We will not tell you which. We will tell you, however, that it is the one of us who loves you most. There is a great deal of love in this room, Harry, but in that voice there is a particular kind. You may suspect what kind. You will, in time, know. He could not speak. His eyes filled. He did not, this time, fight it. Thank you, he said, finally. You are welcome. He stayed for an hour. They told him small things. They told him their first names, only, Margaret, the elder woman, Esme, Robert, Tomas, David, and Alexandra, who spoke quietly and was, unmistakably, the long hallway voice when she did. He did not say so to her. He thought, instead, of his mother, and of what it might mean for her seat to be in this room, and of what it might mean for him to sit in it one day. He thought of Luna. He thought of the dark spiral. He thought of Quirrell. Then he stood. He thanked them. He pulled the cloak over his shoulders. He left the alcove. He walked, in invisibility, all the way back to the Ravenclaw tower, where Luna, on the rug in front of the fire, was waiting with 2 mugs of cocoa and an expression that contained more questions than her face was, by reflex, capable of asking aloud. He took off the cloak. He sat down on the rug. He took his mug. They're real, he said. Yes. They knew my mother. Yes. They want me to be the 7th, eventually. Yes. They want to tell you, in the spring, that your mother was one of them. She looked up at him. Her eyes filled. She nodded, once. Then she set her mug down, very carefully, on the hearthstone, and she leaned forward, and she put her arms around him, briefly, and then she let go. Thank you, she said. You're welcome. They drank their cocoa in silence. The fire burned low. The orrery ticked. Outside, the snow had begun to fall again, and the windows were a blue darkness, and somewhere, in a hall of 7 seats, 6 women and men, who had, that night, made themselves complete with the addition of a small, unbound, 11-year-old boy, were closing up their books and turning down their lamps, and they were doing it with the slow, careful, unhurried gladness of people who had been waiting, for a very long time, to be 6 again, and were, now, 6 again, and were, at last, hopeful. Christmas Day dawned bright. Snow lay clean on the lawns. The great hall ate roast goose at its single long table. Harry, in his new cloak, which he wore folded inside his ordinary winter cloak so that it would not be visible, sat next to Luna and ate with appetite. Snape, that day, gave him a single, sour, uncharacteristic look that contained no hatred at all but, instead, a quality of recognition Harry would not name for a long time. McGonagall, after pudding, came over and laid a hand on his shoulder briefly, in passing, and said only, "Eat your greens, Mr. Potter." Dumbledore, in a paper crown that suited him, told a long, terrible joke, and laughed at it. Hagrid lifted his glass, bashfully, in Harry's direction. Harry lifted his back. He spent the afternoon flying, and the evening reading, and the night holding Luna's hand for the second time, briefly, in front of the orrery, and going to bed early, with the white feather under his pillow, and the cloak folded in his trunk, and the unsigned letter, reread for the 100th time, folded behind it. He did not, that night, dream of the spiral. He dreamed, instead, of his mother, sitting at a long table, writing in a journal in her precise, small hand, and looking up at him with an expression that, for the first time in any dream he had ever had of her, was a smiling expression, and was at peace. He woke in the morning warm, and rested, and ready, and grateful. The remainder of the holidays passed in a slow gold pulse. Harry, lighter than he had been on his arrival in September by a quantity nobody could weigh, walked the corridors with Luna in the long quiet afternoons, flew on his nimbus in the snow, read in the reading room, and began, on Alexandra's instruction, delivered not by voice but by a small note delivered by an unfamiliar owl, a series of exercises in attention that were less spells than disciplines. He learned, in the first 3 days of the new year, how to keep a single thought in his mind without letting any other thought touch it, how to recognize, by feel rather than by sight, the places in his memory that the small riddle splinter had been allowed to colonize, how to set, in those places, a polite kind of fence that did not fight the splinter but, in a sense, walked around it. The exercises tired him. By the end of each one, he was hungry. Luna, who had begun, at the same time, her own related exercises, these aimed at her own particular gift, which Harry had begun to suspect was something like a clear-windowed person's version of a seer's, only less alarming, made tea, and they ate small, polite, careful biscuits made by the kitchens, and they talked. On the 3rd of January, with the train due back the following afternoon, the long hallway voice, Alexandra, came again, in her quiet, near way, while Harry was sitting alone by the orrery and Luna had gone, briefly, to wash her face. "The stone is real," she said. "We will, in spring, ask you to do a difficult thing about it. You will not be asked to fight. You will be asked to choose. We will give you time to prepare. Sleep. Read. Be a boy." "I will," he answered. "You are loved. I know. Sleep." He slept, and he dreamed, and he did not remember in the morning what he had dreamed except that it had been good. And in due course the train returned, full of friends, Anthony bursting through the eagle door with a tin of his mother's biscuits and a face flushed with the cold, Padma red-cheeked and immediately asking to see the cloak the moment the door was shut, Hermione arriving, with characteristic disregard for the proper order of greetings, at the alcove behind Annals of the Fourth Council, Volume 2 within 45 minutes of stepping off the train, and standing, for the first time, in the reading room, and looking around, and saying, in the voice of a girl who has discovered a new wing of a house she had been told had no other wings, "Oh." And the castle, full of life, recommenced its year. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Stone and the Star. Spring at Hogwarts came late and at speed, the way it does in the Highlands, when one morning you walk out and the lawn is still pale and yellow and by lunchtime, somehow, the willows by the lake are putting out their small frantic green and the air, across a single midday, has changed its mind. Harry, walking the lakeshore on the first warm afternoon of March, with the snow shrunk back to the shadows under the pines and the lake's edge a fringe of dark mud, breathed in air that smelled, for the first time in months, of something growing. He had spent the month since Christmas working in a way that he had not, until this year, known he had it in him to work. Alexandra's lessons in attention, delivered by note 3 or 4 times a week, never in the same handwriting twice, never signed, never explained, had become the spine of his days. The reading room had given him, since January, 3 new books, each on the subject of which he was now the most diligent 11-year-old student in Europe, the stone, the stewardship, and the small persistent passenger in his head. The third book was the most uncomfortable. It made plain to him, in calm, even language, that the splinter in him was a piece of Tom Riddle's soul, that there were 6 other such pieces, of which the stewards had located 4, that the splinter could not be removed by any spell he could cast at his current age, and that the splinter could, if approached gently and persistently for a number of years, be coaxed out by a process that would feel, the book said, like the slow uncreasing of a cloth that had been folded for a long time. He had read the book through twice. He had then put it back on its shelf and left it there. The book would, he had decided, wait until summer. Alexandra had agreed. Quirrell had become, since January, both more pitiable and more dangerous. He had grown thinner. The turban had grown larger. The garlic had grown stronger. He stammered in class with the energy of a man trying, for an hour at a time, to hold a small, furious second person in his head and prevent it from getting up and saying things on its own. He had attempted, in February, to corner Harry alone in a corridor on the way to dinner. Harry had walked past him as if he had not seen him at all. He had tried, in March, the same maneuver in the library. Harry, with 2 books in his arms and Luna at his elbow, had said, "Good evening, Professor," and walked through him, and had felt, briefly, a heat, as if standing at the entrance of an oven. Luna had said nothing. Outside, in the corridor, she had taken his hand and said, very quietly, "He has decided you have something he wants. Don't ever be alone with him." "I won't." And Harry? "Yes. In April. They will move. Alexandra has said so. Be ready." "I will." The Quidditch season had been, since November, a long, immaculate march. Harry had caught the snitch in every match he had played. Ravenclaw, in March, lay an unbroken 3-0, the only remaining match, the final, was against Gryffindor in May. Davies had begun to glow at all hours. Cho had begun to laugh more often. Penelope, in passing one Wednesday, had said, with the dry pleasure of an older sister, "Potter, do not, on any account, become unbearable." He had promised not to. He thought, in private, that he was succeeding. Hermione had become, since the alcove had let her in on Christmas night, almost a Ravenclaw in spirit. She still slept and ate at Gryffindor, she still sat with Ron and Neville at the long table, she still wore red and gold, but she came up to Ravenclaw 3 nights a week to study in the reading room with Harry and Luna and Anthony and Padma, and she had begun, with the careful enthusiasm of a girl who had finally found work that demanded the full force of her attention, to attack the reading room shelves like a one-woman library of Alexandria. Anthony, who had been at first nervous about her, had become her ally. The 2 of them, between them, were producing in collaboration a 30-page handwritten index of the room's books, cross-referenced by topic and language and apparent year of binding, that Harry, when he had peeked at it, had been forced to admit was the most useful single document any of them had produced. Ron, at first, baffled and a little hurt by Hermione's regular absences, had been brought, slowly, into the orbit. Harry had not invited him into the reading room, that was not Harry's invitation to give. He had, instead, made room for him in a different way. Ron came to the orrery on Saturday afternoons. Ron played chess with Harry on Sunday evenings. Ron was, it turned out, the best chess player in the year by a comfortable margin. Harry beat him, on a good day, 1 game in 5. Ron, who had begun, in February, to thaw in his suspicion of Luna, had decided, by mid-March, that Luna was, against all his expectations, his second favorite girl in the year, after his sister, who lived in the abstract. Ron and Luna conversed, in those weeks, with the careful fondness of 2 people who could not always understand each other but had decided, with a small, mutual respect, that they liked the noise the other made. Neville came, too. Neville had been, since January, a slow surprise. He had come up to the Eagle door, shyly, in the 2nd week of January, with a single sprig of mamulus in his hand, and had asked the Eagle very politely whether he could, on this once, be allowed to hand-deliver a question to Harry Potter, and the Eagle, after considering him for half a minute longer than usual, had said, "Welcome, friend," and let him through. Neville had handed Harry the mamulus and, blushing, had asked whether Harry would like to study herbology with him in Greenhouse 3 on Tuesday evenings, because Professor Sprout, you see, said it was all right. Harry had said yes. The Tuesday evenings had become, by March, sacred. Neville's hands, when in Greenhouse 3, did not shake. Neville's voice, when it was talking about plants, did not stutter. Neville, in Greenhouse 3 on Tuesday evenings, was nobody's mistake. Harry, watching this transformation, had understood, with a small, shining clarity, why Luna had said, on the train, that Neville would surprise him. The orrery, since January, had spoken to him 3 times. The first time, on the 2nd night of term, a door has heard you a 2nd time. The 2nd time, in early February, the shadow has noticed your friend Hermione. Tell her to ask Professor McGonagall to allow her to share a dormitory with the new Ravenclaw exchange in March. He had told her. McGonagall, after a long, level look, had agreed, quietly. Hermione had moved into the spare bed in Padma's room. 2 days later, an anonymous attempt had been made to put a poisoned chocolate frog in the Gryffindor first-year girls' dormitory. The chocolate frog, which the stewards had quietly arranged to be intercepted, had not killed any Gryffindor first-year girls. Hermione, who had figured out without being told what had happened, had not slept properly for a week. The third time, the orrery had said, on the night of the equinox, they will move on the night of the 2nd of April. Be ready. Be ready in this order: Hermione first, Luna second, Anthony, Padma, Neville, Ron last. Each of them has a role. The role of each will be told to each in time. Tell them only that there is a thing on the night of the 2nd of April. Tell them that they will, that night, be asked to do something that frightens them and to do it well. Tell them that they are loved. He had told them, in their group, in the Auror's circle, on the last Saturday of March, exactly that, and he had not embellished it. Hermione had said, "Right," and put her chin in her hand and looked at the wall. Anthony had said, "Right," and pulled a piece of parchment from his bag and made a list. Padma had said, "Right," and gone home that weekend and, when she returned on Sunday, had been carrying a small, very old wand of Cherry-Ann phoenix feather that her grandmother had given her in private, and she had laid it on the Auror's base for the Auror's blessing without saying so. Neville had said, "Right," and gone, on Tuesday evening, to Professor Sprout, and had asked her, politely, whether he could borrow a pot of pickling devil's snare and a single sprig of fresh moonglow for a project. Professor Sprout, who had not asked questions, had given him both. Ron had said, "Right," and had, by Wednesday, organized a kitchen pantry's worth of provisions in his trunk including, against all the rules, 3 of Mrs. Weasley's homemade fire whiskey-laced crystallized ginger sweets, for emergencies. Mom says fire whiskey cures most kinds of fear. Luna had said, "Right," and had, on Saturday morning of the last weekend of March, pressed into Harry's palm a small, smooth, white river stone she had been carrying in her pocket for 2 months. For the stone, she had said. To remind it that not all stones are puzzles. Some are just stones, and they can sit in a friend's pocket, and that is also good. He had not, before that moment, known he could love a friend. He thanked her. He put the river stone in his pocket. It sat, all weekend, where the white feather did not. The night of the 2nd of April was a Wednesday. The day broke clear, with a warm wind from the south. Hagrid had been seen, in the morning, walking back from the Forbidden Forest with a face that he was trying, with limited success, to keep smooth. He had passed Harry on the lawn after breakfast and had said, in a low, conspiratorial mutter that was the loudest mutter Harry had ever heard, "Don't worry yourself, Harry, just a routine matter, I've been forbidden to speak of it, just the dragon's egg gone and hatched all by itself and there's been a slight," and then he had stopped, looked at Harry. And added, with the wisdom of a man who had not, in 20 years, been allowed to keep a secret without an oversight committee, "Nothing. Nothing. Forget I said dragon." Harry had not forgotten the dragon. He had filed it. The dragon, he was almost certain, was not the trap of the night. The dragon was a Hagrid problem, which was a different, more delicate problem. He would attend to the dragon next week. Tonight was Quirrell's night, and Quirrell, Alexandra had said, would move at 9:30. By 8, dinner was over. By 8:30, Harry had positioned the 6 of them, Hermione, Luna, Anthony, Padma, Neville, Ron, in 3 pairs in 3 different parts of the castle. Hermione and Anthony were in the library, ostensibly studying late, with the alcove behind Annals open, a hot mug of tea on the round table, and the cloak of invisibility, folded, in Anthony's bag. Padma and Ron were in a transverse corridor on the 3rd floor, kneeling on the floor and pretending to play marbles, with Padma's grandmother's wand in her sleeve and Ron's arm around a small bundle of wrapped, glittering crystallized ginger. Neville and Luna were in Greenhouse 3, where the moonglow had begun, that afternoon, to bud. Harry, alone, was on the 7th floor corridor, in the cloak of invisibility, with the white feather in one pocket, the river stone in the other, his wand in his sleeve, and his blue notebook tucked into the small inside pocket of his cloak. He waited. The 7th floor corridor, at this hour, was empty. The torches burned low. He stood in the alcove opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, with his back against the cold stone, and he listened. He could hear, distantly, the sounds of the castle settling. He could hear, more nearly, the slow patient turn of the clockwork in the orrery downstairs, even at this distance, even through stone, even through the muffling of the cloak. He had begun, in March, to be able to hear the orrery from anywhere in the castle, if he listened. It was, the long hallway voice had told him, one of the small benefits of having put one's hand on the brass base. At 9:25, he heard footsteps. Not Quirrell's. Quirrell, he had learned, walked on the balls of his feet, with the small, efficient gait of a man trying to take up no space. These footsteps were heavier. They were coming, briskly, up the 7th-floor corridor from the eastern stair. Snape. Harry pressed himself further into the alcove. Snape passed within 3 feet of him. Snape, Harry noted, was not in his teaching robes. He was in a long, thin black coat, with the cuffs turned up, and his hair was pulled back in a black ribbon, which Harry had not, in any prior month, seen him do. The cuffs meant business. The ribbon meant business. Snape, Harry thought, knew. Snape had decided, on his own, to attend the events of the night. Snape went past. He took the corridor that led toward the 3rd floor. Harry, after a count of 30, followed. He did not follow closely. He kept 3 corridors of distance. He used the cloak. He moved in time with the soft, regular rhythms of the corridors, slow at the long stretches, quicker at the corners, careful on the staircases. He came, by the route Snape had taken, to the 3rd-floor corridor, and there he stopped. Snape had paused at the door of the corridor itself. Snape had drawn his wand. Snape was, in the soft torchlight, listening. After a moment, Snape opened the door, and went in. Harry waited a count of 100. Then, very quietly, in his cloak, he followed. The corridor, beyond the door, was empty. The Cerberus's room, he knew from the books in the reading room, was at the far end. He could hear, very faintly, the music of a flute, played hesitantly, halting, the way it had been played on Halloween. He could hear, too, the slow, ragged breath of a 3-throated dog being lulled by it. The door to that room was open, and beyond it, a dim light spilled in a triangle on the floor. Snape was already inside. Harry, in the cloak, crept to the open door. He looked in. The Cerberus, 3-headed, brown, vast, was lying on its side on the cold stone floor, with all 6 of its eyes shut and all 3 of its noses making the small, regular, snorting woof of a dog asleep. A wooden trapdoor, set in the floor beside it, stood open. Beyond the trapdoor, only black. Snape, halfway down the trapdoor, only his head and shoulders still above floor level, was looking up. He saw the door. He saw, by some sense he had developed across 2 decades of watching small children, that something invisible was standing there. He sighed, very softly. Mr. Potter. Harry, inside the cloak, did not breathe. Do not pretend you are not here. I can smell the cloak. I have known the cloak for 30 years. Take it off. Harry took the cloak off. Snape regarded him. Snape's face, in the dim torchlight, was not the face he wore in class. Snape's face, here, was a face Harry had not seen before, tired, sober, a little kinder, a great deal less ridiculous. You should not be here, Mr. Potter. No, sir. Quirrell is below. Yes, sir. He went down 10 minutes ago. Yes, sir. You will not, on any account, descend after him. No, sir. You will go back to your tower. Harry considered, very carefully, his next answer. Then, in a voice that was not quite the voice of an 11-year-old, he said, Sir. Permission to ask you one question. Snape's eyes narrowed. 1. Did Alexandra ask you to come? Snape did not answer for a long, long beat. Get under the cloak, Mr. Potter," Snape said, finally. "And come down with me. If you are coming. We do not have time for me to argue with a child whose questions I do not have authorization to answer. We do, however, have time for you to choose. I will not, at this point, prevent you from choosing. You would only follow me anyway. Decide." "I'm coming, sir." "Then under the cloak. And when I tell you to stop, you stop." "Yes, sir." He went under the cloak. He took Snape's arm, gently, beneath the silvery cloth. Snape's arm, beneath his hand, was thin and corded and warm. Snape did not, despite himself, flinch. They climbed down the trapdoor together. The trapdoor closed above them. Below, the chamber was lit by a single ball of cold blue light Snape produced with a flick of his wand. Devil's Snare, dormant, sat in a coiled mass on the stone, already beaten back by Quirrell, judging by the burn marks and the slick of cold sweat where the plant had been forced to retreat. Beyond the snare, a long hall of glittering keys flapped in the low light. The keys had been disturbed, and one was missing. The third room contained a giant chessboard. The chessmen, broken, lay strewn on the floor. The White Queen had a hole in her crown. The fourth room was dark and stank, and contained the corpse of a troll, a smaller, greyer troll than the one Susan Bones had outwitted on Halloween, that Quirrell, by what means Harry could not tell, had killed. The fifth room was a small, low-ceilinged chamber in which 7 bottles of various shapes stood on a black table. 3 were broken. 2 were empty. 2 remained. Snape, looking at the table, made a small sound with his teeth. "He has gone through. He is in the last chamber." "Yes, sir." "The last chamber, Mr. Potter, contains the mirror of Erist." Harry's fingers, on Snape's arm, tightened. "The same one, sir." "The same one. Albus moved it here in February. It is the safeguard of the stone. The stone, as I am sure your friend the orrery has made plain to you, is not behind the mirror. The stone is hidden inside the mirror, by Albus's own particular and clever logic. The mirror gives the stone only to a person who would not, in any way, want to use it. It is, on the whole, an effective trap. Quirrell, in the last chamber, is currently looking at himself in the mirror and is being driven slowly mad by his inability to extract what he wants. He has been in there, by my count, 15 minutes. "Sir." "Yes. What do you want me to do?" Snape's thin hand closed, briefly, over Harry's small one, and then released. "You will, when we enter, put on your cloak. You will not, at any point, allow Quirrell to see you. You will, at the moment I tell you to, walk to the mirror. You will look at it. You will see what you see. You will then, when I tell you, turn from the mirror, lift your hand, and hand to me a thing the mirror, perhaps, will give you. You will then run. I will hold Quirrell. The thing you may give me will be the stone. The stone, after I take it, will not concern you any further. You will go, in the cloak, back through the chambers, and back up the trapdoor, and back to your tower, and you will not, on any pretext, return. Are we agreed?" "Yes, sir." "And, Mr. Potter?" "Yes, sir. In the chamber, when you see what the mirror shows you, you will see things that will hurt. You will see them and you will keep going. You will not, on any account, weep where Quirrell can hear you." "Yes, sir." "Then come." They walked into the last chamber. The mirror stood at the center, tall, golden-framed, watching. Quirrell stood in front of it, hands shaking. The turban was off. His head, beneath the turban, was a horror. A face, flat, pale, snake-eyed, hairless, protruded from the back of his head, fused into the bone, breathing. It was Tom Riddle. It was the Riddle the stewards had warned Harry about, the small, scattered Riddle who could not exist in his own body any longer. The face was concentrated on the mirror. It was furious. It was not, Harry noted with a small, cold detachment, much. Harry put on the cloak. Snape said, in his ordinary voice, "Quirrell." The two figures, the man, the face, both turned. "Severus," hissed Riddle, through Quirrell's mouth. The voice was small and reedy and unspeakably old. "I told you. The Potter boy did not come. Ours. He has come," Snape said, and lifted his wand. Quirrell's wand came up. The face on the back of his head laughed, a sound like a kettle whistling under a closed lid. "And you have brought him to me, Severus. As predicted. As we hoped." "As you hoped," Snape said. His voice was level. "I am, you may be relieved to know, not on your side, Tom. I have not been, since 1981. You lie." "I do," Snape said. "Frequently. But not at the moment. Move from the mirror. You think you can defeat me. I think you are riding a man who has not eaten in 3 days, who has not slept in 2, whose body is failing, and whose one weapon is a pretense of stutter. I think I can, if necessary, defeat you. I would, however, prefer not to. You are not the man I would have to fight. You are a parasite on a man I would have to fight. Move from the mirror, Tom." Quirrell's hand tightened on his wand. The face on the back of his head spat, "Crucio." The curse went past Snape, who had moved sideways at the precise speed of the curse's casting. Snape's own counter-curse, a thing Harry had never seen before, not in books or in any class, took the shape of a long, narrow whip of black light and snapped, with surgical accuracy, around Quirrell's wand arm. Quirrell's wand fell. "On your knees," Snape said. "He will kill you," Riddle hissed. "He cannot kill me. He has not the body. He has, in fact, no muscles. He has only your stutter. On your knees, Quirrell." Quirrell, white-faced, did not kneel. He lunged, not for Snape, but, in the small, hopeful, instinct of a man whose master had whispered to him a word, for the mirror. He hit the mirror with both hands. He spread his palms on the glass. "Show me," he begged, in a voice that was, at last, his own. The mirror, which had not, until this moment, considered the question worthy of full attention, gave its answer. Quirrell saw himself. He saw himself with the stone in his palm. He saw himself, strong, whole, in his own home in the country, with a wife and a small white dog. He saw himself as he might, at 32, have been, if he had not, at 26, met a particular man at a particular roadside inn in the middle of Albania. He saw himself happy. He saw himself, in fact, at peace. Quirrell sobbed. The face on the back of his head, denied the mirror's lies, made a small, hissing sound of fury, and then, with an obscene wet effort, it tore itself, partially, free of the man. Riddle, half corporeal, flung himself at Snape. "Now, Mr. Potter," Snape said, calmly, blocking Riddle's lunge with a wide arc shield. Harry had not, in any prior month, suspected the potion's master of being able to cast. Harry, in the cloak, walked to the mirror. He set himself in front of it. He looked. He did not see what he had seen the first time. He did not see his mother, or his father, or the friends, or the spiral, or the 7 stars. He saw, instead, a small thing, a single still image of an 11-year-old boy with messy black hair and round glasses and a blue and bronze tie standing in a stone chamber in a cloak of invisibility, with one hand in the pocket of his cloak. The boy in the mirror lifted his hand from the pocket. The boy in the mirror was holding, in the palm of his hand, a small, blood-red stone, the size and weight of a hen's egg. The boy in the mirror smiled. Harry, in the chamber, felt a small, distinct weight settle, suddenly, in the pocket of his cloak, against his hip, where the river stone had been. He put his hand in his pocket. He felt the white feather. He felt the river stone. He felt, beside the river stone, a new weight, small, smooth, warm. He did not have to look to know. The mirror had given him the stone of the philosopher, because, looking at it, he had wished, with the single, precise wish required, only to find it and pass it to a man who could keep it safe. Not to use it. Not to keep it. Only to find it, and to hand it on. He turned. He walked across the chamber. He went to Snape, who, Riddle held off in a barbed shield, extended his free hand. Harry, under the cloak, set the stone into Snape's open palm. Snape's fingers closed. "Run, Potter." Harry ran. He did not look back. He went through the rooms in reverse, past the dead troll, past the broken chess set, past the keys, past the devil's snare, up the trapdoor, into the corridor, out of the third-floor door, and into the relative open of the seventh-floor corridor. He paused, briefly, in the alcove opposite Barnabas the Barmy, to catch his breath. He did not catch his breath. He had not, until that moment, allowed himself to feel the size of the night. Footsteps came up the corridor. Light. Multiple. He pressed himself further back, in the cloak. Hermione, Anthony, Padma, Ron, Neville, Luna, in that order, came up the corridor at a run. Hermione, in the lead, stopped at the alcove and said, in a voice that was almost level, "Harry. Here." He took off the cloak. They were on him in a single warm cluster. Hermione hugged him so hard he made a small, surprised sound. Padma checked his sleeves for injuries with brisk, practiced fingers. Anthony was muttering, "Oh thank Merlin, oh thank Merlin." Neville said, with an unsteady but determined smile, "Greenhouse 3, in case you wondered, is in good order." Ron, after the cluster broke up, looked Harry hard in the eyes and said, "Mate, you don't get to do that to us again. I won't allow it." Luna, at the back, did not say anything. She came up to him. She set her hand on his cheek, briefly. She nodded, once, and then she, too, hugged him. McGonagall came up the corridor a minute later, with Dumbledore behind her. McGonagall's face was a mask of barely controlled fury and barely controlled relief. Dumbledore's face was, for once, not amused. "All of you," McGonagall said, very quietly, "will follow me. Now. The headmaster's office. You will not, on any account, speak in the corridors. Mr. Potter, do you have the cloak?" "Yes, Professor." "Bring it." They followed. In the headmaster's office, with Fawkes blinking from his perch and a small fire burning in the grate, McGonagall and Dumbledore took stock. Snape arrived, 10 minutes later, with a streak of blood on his cheek and the stone wrapped in a white handkerchief in his hand. He set it on Dumbledore's desk. "Quirinus is dead, Albus. The thing in him fled. I did not pursue. The stone is intact. Severus." "Yes. Thank you." Snape inclined his head. He did not look, on that occasion, at Harry. Harry, watching him, did not, on that occasion, look at him. They had had their conversation downstairs. They would, in the years to come, have many. But not tonight, and not in front of an audience. "Children," Dumbledore said. "Sit." They sat. Dumbledore turned his blue eyes on them. He looked, for the first time in their experience of him, neither twinkling nor severe. He looked, instead, tired and grateful, in the particular proportions of a very old man who had, at the last possible moment, been spared a thing he had been dreading for a decade. "You are owed an explanation," he said. "I shall give you a very brief one. The rest will come. Tonight, this castle has been attacked by a remnant of the man we called Voldemort. The remnant lived in the back of Professor Quirrell's head, by means of a magic that I will not attempt to describe to you tonight. The remnant is, for the moment, fled. It is not destroyed. We will, in the coming year, work toward its destruction. The stone, an artifact which Voldemort wished to use to restore his body, has been recovered. It will be destroyed, with the consent of its maker, by the end of the week. There will be no stone to which Voldemort may return. He paused. You, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Miss Lovegood, Mr. Goldstein, Miss Patil, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Longbottom, have, by means I will not, tonight, ask you to recount, prevented a thing from happening that, if it had happened, would have cost the wizarding world a very great deal. We are in your debt. The school is in your debt. I am in your debt. Hermione, who had been, until this moment, in the act of holding herself together by main force, made a small sound and put her hands over her face. Ron put his arm around her shoulders without looking at her. Padma reached, across her chair, and took Anthony's hand. Luna leaned, very slightly, against Harry. Neville was crying, quietly. Harry, who had not yet allowed himself to cry, did not begin yet. He would begin, he thought, much later, when he was alone with Luna in the Auror's circle. He had time. You will, at the end of your feast, be each awarded house points. The House Cup, this year, will, on the basis of these points, go to Ravenclaw, with, let us say, a respectful set of awards distributed across all 4 houses. Slytherin is to receive a particular set of points, Severus, for service rendered tonight, which you will assign as you see fit. Please do not allow this to disturb your annual mathematics. Snape inclined his head a second time, with a small, dry quirk at the corner of his mouth. The rest of the matter, including your entirely too courageous involvement, will be quietly understated in the school records. You will, however, know what you did. We will know what you did. And I, speaking, at this moment, only as one old wizard to 7 young friends, am quite simply proud of you. He paused. And now, please, go to bed. They went to bed. In the Auror's circle, late, under a moon that had become, over the long months of the year, a familiar moon, the 7 of them sat together on the rug for a while. They did not, for a long time, speak. Then Luna said, quietly, we are 7. Yes, said Hermione. That is interesting, said Padma. Pieces are sliding into place, Anthony said, the way they did last September. I have not, yet, decided whether I am terrified. I am, said Neville. Mostly. Me too, said Ron. Then, said Luna, looking at Harry, let's be terrified together, and let's do this anyway. He looked at her. He looked at the others. He looked at the orrery. Yes, he said. Let's. The Auror's smallest planet glowed for a brief, gentle second, and then dimmed, and then, slowly, deliberately, the 7th planet, the dark, lacquered black sphere on the outermost arc, the one that had not, in any of Harry's days at Hogwarts, lit, began, for the first time, to glow. Faint. Steady. Patient. Like a star at the edge of a sky just turning to dawn. The morning after, Harry woke before the sun. He had dreamed, he realized, in the way one realizes a dream after the dream is gone, only its taste left in the air around the bed. He had dreamed of the spiral, and the spiral had not, this time, only watched, it had inclined toward him, in the abstract way that vast turning things sometimes inclined, and it had said one word, in a voice that was not Alexandra's and not the Auror's and not any voice he had heard before, but seemed older than all of them, larger, and gentler in the way only enormous things can be gentle, soon. He lay looking at the canopy of his 4-poster for a long while. Then he got up, dressed, and went downstairs. The orrery was ticking in its ordinary brass quiet. The 7th planet, today, was not lit, but Harry understood, looking at it, that the planet had decided to begin lighting. Tonight. Tomorrow. In a week. It did not matter, he thought, on what schedule. The planet had begun to listen. It would, in time, begin to speak. The school, that morning, was, for the first time in its year, wholly ordinary. The Daily Prophet that arrived at breakfast made no mention of any incident in the 3rd-floor corridor. The students who passed Harry on the way to class did not look at him with any new look. Hermione, at the door of the great hall, with her bag slung over her shoulder and her hair in a slightly less determined bun than usual, met his eyes for a long moment, nodded, and went on. Ron, at the Gryffindor table, gave him a sketchy salute. Anthony slid into the seat beside him with his usual easy enthusiasm. Padma, across the table, was reading a textbook. Luna, beside him, was eating a soft-boiled egg with the small, methodical pleasure of a girl who had decided that today was a day for being grateful to one's egg. It was, Harry thought, the strangest thing he had ever encountered. The world had not noticed. Something enormous had been prevented. The bridge had been kept. The boy had walked through fire. And the bowl of porridge, in front of him at breakfast, was warm, and the toast was buttered, and the people he loved were eating with him, and the world, indifferent and busy, was rolling on, exactly as it had rolled on the day before. He was not, he discovered, disappointed. He was, instead, profoundly grateful. He liked, he discovered, a world that did not, on every occasion, need to remember that he had saved it. He liked, he discovered, a world that allowed him to eat porridge in the company of friends. By Quidditch night, 2 weeks later, the Ravenclaw-Gryffindor final, he had recovered. The stone had been destroyed by Nicholas Flamel, with the consent of the stewards and the headmaster, on the Tuesday after the third-floor night. Quirrell's body had been moved, quietly, to a ministry vault for examination. The remnant in the back of his head had not been seen again. Snape, in the corridors, did not address Harry, and Harry, in the corridors, did not address Snape, but Snape, on the second Wednesday, in a corridor near the potions classroom, looked once at Harry and inclined his head, fractionally, and Harry, in passing, inclined his head back. They had a treaty. The treaty would do. The Quidditch final fell on a warm May Saturday. The pitch was a green roar. The Gryffindor stands were the kind of red tide that swept up everything in their path. The Ravenclaw stands answered, more measured but no less proud, with a sea of blue and bronze. McGonagall, in the staff box, sat with her hands folded tightly in her lap and pretended not to be biased. Dumbledore, beside her, ate sherbet lemons. The match lasted 40 minutes. Ravenclaw played the cleanest, most disciplined Quidditch they had played all year. Gryffindor played fiercer than they had ever played. The score, when Harry, at last, at the 40-minute mark, after a long, looping, patient pursuit through a sky that had become, in the late afternoon, gold, caught the snitch on a steep dive that ended 6 feet above the Gryffindor goalposts, was 180-60 Ravenclaw. The cup went to Ravenclaw, by a comfortable margin. The crowd's roar went on for a long time. Harry, in the changing room afterward, with the whole team draped on him in some configuration of hugs, with Davies near tears and Cho laughing, with mud on his face and a bruise on his forearm where a bludger had clipped him in the 3rd minute, decided, with a settled and unembarrassed certainty, that he had also, that afternoon, had a very good time. In the Auror's circle, that night, the 7 of them met. Luna, who had brought biscuits, divided the biscuits among them with the care of a girl portioning out a sacrament. Hermione, who had been, in the 2 weeks since the third-floor night, becoming day by day a Hermione without an apology for her own brightness, raised her mug. "To the 7 of us," she said. "To the 7, they said. The Auror's 7th planet, on the rug behind them, glowed, briefly. It had begun, in the days since, to glow more often than not, on its own, without their hand on the brass. The Auror was, in its slow, polite way, beginning to speak. A week before the end of term, McGonagall summoned Harry to her office for the 2nd time that year. She did not, on this occasion, offer him a biscuit. She did not, however, refuse him one when, with a small, unexpected gesture of warmth, she pushed the tin across the desk. "Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor. You have had, let us say, an eventful first year." "Yes, Professor. I am told you will be leaving the castle at the end of next week and returning to your relatives." "Yes, Professor. I am told, also, that you have not, in any of your letters home, received a reply." He had not, in fact. He had written, dutifully, 3 letters in September, 2 more before Christmas, 1 in February. Aunt Petunia had not answered. He had stopped writing in March. He had stopped, partly because the silence was its own answer and partly because he had decided, in March, that any letter he sent to Privet Drive was a letter that would, for 10 silent years, be opened by Petunia and read aloud, with derision, to Vernon and Dudley over breakfast, and he was not in the business of providing breakfast entertainment. No, Professor. I have spoken with Professor Dumbledore. The wards on your relative's house are protective. They were strong when they were laid. They are weaker now than they were. They will not, at any rate, last past your 17th birthday. Yes, Professor. You will need, in time, an alternative arrangement. We will work toward one. For now, I will tell you only that you do not, on returning to Privet Drive this summer, need to fear the 10 years that came before. They are over. The relatives are not, in any meaningful sense, your captors any longer. You will spend 3 weeks there, perhaps 4, and then there will be, let us say, a development, and you will spend the rest of the summer at a place we are arranging for you. I will not, today, tell you where. Miss Lovegood will be informed of the arrangement at the same time as you, in due course. Yes, Professor. And, Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. I am, and I do not, I think, often say this aloud, I am proud of you. Thank you, Professor. You may go. He went. In the corridor afterward, walking slowly back to the tower, he tried, and failed, to put words to what he felt. He did not, in the end, find the words. He did, however, find Luna at the Eagle door. She had decided, that afternoon, to wait for him there, and she took his hand without asking, and he held hers without asking, and they went into the tower together. He thought, in the moment of crossing the threshold, of the 1,000 small alterations the year had made in him, of the 1,000 more it would make, in the years to come, of the long, unhurried opening of the door he had begun to suspect he had been knocking on his whole life. He did not, on that evening, look back. He did not need to. The Auror's 7th planet, in its quiet way, was glowing, and the small white feather on his pillow upstairs was warm with the simple, persistent warmth of a thing that had decided, against the cold of the world, to remain a friend, and the year, for the first time in his life, had done him no harm he could not, with the help of others, slowly mend. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, Echoes Across Worlds. The last week of the school year had a quality Harry had heard older students name without understanding, until he was inside it, the long week. It was a week of warm afternoons and unhurried meals, of exams already finished and bags half packed, of staff in unfamiliar conversation with one another in the corridors. It was a week in which the castle, having spent 10 months teaching its students, sat back and let them rest, the way a hostess sits back at the end of a long dinner and lets her guests, finally, talk among themselves. Harry walked it carefully. He spent his mornings in the reading room with Luna, finishing the small green book whose title now read, for the first time and stably, Field Notes on the 6th Year, and which had, since the night of the 2nd of April, opened to him without preconditions. The book had, in its last pages, a series of essays on what it called the steepening of the road. The road, the book said, did not get harder uniformly. It steepened in the years just before the major doors. The author warned, in a tone Harry recognized as Margaret's, that any steward who attempted, in a steepening, to walk faster than the road permitted would, in the end, sprain himself, and that the proper discipline of a steward in a steepening was to walk a little slower, to listen a little more, and to refuse, on principle, to confuse acceleration with progress. He copied the passage into his blue notebook. He copied it twice. He underlined the second copy. He read it aloud to Luna. Luna, who was eating an apple, considered the passage for a moment, and then said, gravely, "That is true of friends, too. Don't speed me up if I'm already walking the right speed for me. All right. And don't slow yourself down to my speed, on the days when you can run. I'll catch up. Yes. Promise. I promise." She bit the apple. The matter was settled. By Wednesday afternoon, Hermione had begun packing for the Granger family home in earnest. Padma had begun, in Padma's manner, packing a week and a half ago and was therefore reading a novel. Anthony was packing on a continual rolling basis, opening and closing his trunk as if it were a problem to be debated rather than a piece of luggage. Ron was, against the rules, attempting to convince Trevor to come spend the summer at the Burrow on the grounds that Trevor would have a better time there. Neville, gravely, had declined. Luna, who had less to pack than any of them, had spent 2 days in the lower corridors of the castle saying small, patient goodbyes to the things in her year, to the Eagle Door, to the Auror's 7th planet, newly steady in its glow, to the Grey Lady, whom she had met, on her own initiative, in a 4th-floor alcove on a Tuesday afternoon, and to whom she had spoken for an hour about something Harry would not, ever, ask about, and to the reading room itself, which had sealed, in her honor, her name in fresh ink in a list inside the front cover of the small green book, and had then, on Wednesday, packed her trunk in a quarter of an hour, with the careful, efficient motions of a girl who had already done all the leaving she was going to do. By Thursday, Harry had packed everything except the cloak of invisibility, which he had decided, after consulting Luna, would travel folded inside the lining of his ordinary cloak, and the small green book, which he was not allowed, by the reading room's polite but firm preference, to take. The other books would stay too. The river stone, the white feather, the unsigned letter, the diagram of 7 points, his blue notebook, his wand, his savings, all of these would come. On Thursday evening, Dumbledore sent for him. He went up alone. The gargoyle at the bottom of the spiral staircase asked for the password, cockroach cluster, McGonagall had told him, with a small twitch of the mouth that suggested she had given up on her colleague's confectionery long ago, and admitted him to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was at his desk, with Fawkes on his perch and a tea tray on a low table by the window. He did not, for once, offer a sherbet lemon. He gestured to the chair opposite him. "Mr. Potter. Sit. We have, you and I, a conversation to have." Harry sat. "I have been thinking, this week, about the conversation we had on Christmas Eve." "Yes, headmaster. I told you, then, that there were some questions in the magical world that were larger than they appeared, and that they were best approached not by the curious but by the prepared." "Yes, headmaster. I would like, today, to offer you a slight amendment of that statement." "Yes, headmaster. There are some questions in the magical world, Mr. Potter, that are too large for any individual, prepared or otherwise, to approach alone. Those questions are best approached by groups of people who have, by various small kindnesses, made themselves into something larger than the sum of their parts. I have been, in my own life, fortunate to know several such groups. I have not, however, often been a member of one. I have spent, let us say, a great deal of my career being a single, lonely figure standing in front of a problem. I have done, in this position, some good work and a great deal of harm. The good work I am content with. The harm, I will, in the years remaining to me, attempt to mend. Yes, headmaster. I tell you this, Mr. Potter, because I think you have been, this year, in the process of joining a group. I think you have been doing the kind of small kindnesses that turn 6 children into a thing that can hold the weight of large problems. I think your friend Miss Lovegood is, in her quiet way, the architect of this. I think you are, in your decisive way, its keystone. I think Miss Granger, Miss Patil, Mr. Goldstein, Mr. Weasley, and Mr. Longbottom are, at the moment, its corners, and I think there will be, before the end of your time at this school, others who are added to it, in proper proportion, and that the group will grow more useful than I, at the moment, can imagine. Yes, headmaster. I am also aware, Mr. Potter, that you have been, this year, in conversation with another group. Harry did not answer. You may, Mr. Potter, choose not to confirm this. I will not press. I will tell you only the following. The group I am thinking of is older than this school. It does not, in the main, work openly. It does not, in the main, need to. I have, over the course of my life, met 2 of its members, and I have, from those meetings, learned more than any of my fellow professors will ever know of the world's larger geometry. I respect this group. I will not interfere with your relationship to it. I will, however, ask you a single question. Yes, headmaster. Will you allow me, where it is useful, to be your ally in their work? He thought. I cannot speak for them, headmaster. I do not ask you to. I ask only for your own permission, which I am told they themselves have already given. He thought again. Yes, he said, finally. All right. Thank you. There was a long silence. Then Dumbledore, with the small, slightly pained smile of a very old man, leaned forward over the desk. Mr. Potter. Yes. I owe you an apology. He had not, in any version of any imagined conversation in this office, expected this. For what, headmaster? For the 10 years I left you with your aunt and uncle. The decision to leave you there was made by me. It was made for reasons that, at the time, I considered sufficient. I now consider those reasons partial at best. I have, over those 10 years, allowed myself to believe that the absence of news from your relatives was the absence of cause for alarm. I have not, until this year, been disabused of this belief. I have, this year, been disabused of it by, let us say, multiple sources, including, in particular, the stewards, who have communicated, with characteristic restraint, that I have, in this matter, made an error of moral magnitude. Yes, headmaster. You have been, in your childhood, made to suffer in ways that you should not have been made to suffer. The ways were not, perhaps, the most extreme that a child can be made to suffer, but they were sufficient. I will not, today, offer you a defense of my decision. I will offer you, instead, a small set of arrangements. Mr. Potter, would you accept, this summer, a residence with a wizarding family who will treat you as their child? You would, of course, be required to spend a small period, 3 weeks, no more, at your aunt's home, for reasons connected to certain wards which we will, in time, replace. But after those 3 weeks, you would, with our blessing, depart. The family is the Lovegoods. They have, with characteristic eagerness, volunteered. He looked, for a long moment, at Dumbledore. He did not, at first, speak. Yes, he said, finally. Yes. Thank you. Headmaster. Yes. I accept the apology. Thank you. There was, again, silence. Then Dumbledore, with a small wave of his hand, summoned tea. They drank tea. They did not talk further about apologies or about stewards or about residences, they talked, instead, about a book Dumbledore had been reading in his copious free hours, and about whether Harry liked treacle tart, he did, and about whether Harry had ever played an instrument, he had not, but Luna had begun to teach him a small, halting tin whistle in the Auror's circle on Sunday afternoons. They drank, in the end, 2 cups of tea between them, and at the end of the second, Harry rose to leave. Mr. Potter. Yes, headmaster. I am, at the risk of repetition, proud to know you. Thank you, headmaster. He went down to the eagle door. He told Luna, sitting on the rug in front of the fire with 2 mugs of cocoa already poured, what had happened. She did not, when he reached the part about the summer, look surprised. He had suspected, by then, that she had known. She did not say so. She slid one of the mugs into his hand. They drank. They sat, again, in the easy silence of 2 friends who had, over a year, become an architecture. That night, he wrote in his blue notebook a single line, Dumbledore is not infallible. He apologizes. He is allowed. He did not write more. He thought, instead, for a long time, about the difference between an adult who refused, ever, to admit error, and one who admitted it without abdicating his post, about the kind of trust that became possible with the second kind, and the kind of trust that became impossible with the first, about Aunt Petunia, who was the first kind, about McGonagall, who was the second, about Snape, who was, against all his expectations, also the second, about himself, whom he was determined, through all the years ahead, to keep the second kind, even at the cost of his pride. He thought, finally, about his mother. He thought, with the small, clean ache that Lily Evans Potter's name now produced in him, that he hoped he could, in his life, do work she would, in her seat at the round table, have nodded over. He slept. The next morning was Friday. The day before the train. The lawns were a shifting green, the lake glittered, the sky was the kind of pale, hopeful blue that arrived only at the end of a Highland spring. The seven of them, Hermione, Padma, Anthony, Ron, Neville, Luna, and Harry, met by the lake at noon. They did not, at first, do anything in particular. They sat in a circle on the grass. They had brought sandwiches. "Right," Hermione said, when the sandwiches were halfway eaten. "I want to say something." "Yes," said Anthony. "I want to say that whatever this is, we should give it a name. Not because we need a name, we don't. But because we should know what we are calling it ourselves, in our own heads. So that nobody else gets to name it for us." "Yes," said Padma. "What did you have in mind?" said Ron. "I don't know," Hermione said. "I want it to be a working word, not a heroic one. We aren't a team or an order or anything like that. We're, I think, a habit. I want a name that means a habit. I want a name that can be used in a sentence like, we will meet at the orrery tonight, or, this is a thing for the orrery to know." "Then call us the orrery," said Luna, without lifting her eyes from her sandwich. "And let the orrery be us." There was a long pause. "Yes," said Hermione, slowly. "Yes. The orrery. I like that." "Yes," said Padma. "Yes," said Anthony. "Yes," said Ron. "Yes," said Neville. Harry looked at them. He looked at Luna. He looked at the lake. "Yes." "All right," Hermione said, briskly, before any of them could overthink it. "Then we are the orrery, and we will meet at the orrery, and the orrery will be us. And we will, in time, do whatever we are supposed to do." "With small kindnesses," Anthony said. "With small kindnesses," she agreed. "And without pretending we are not afraid," Padma said. "And without that," Hermione said. "And one rule," Luna said. "What rule?" "That none of us, ever, will allow another of us to do a difficult thing alone, if there is even one of us free to come along." "Agreed." "Agreed." They ate their sandwiches. They lay on the grass. Hermione, in the warm afternoon, fell, briefly, asleep with a book over her face, and Padma drew, in chalk on a flat stone, a very precise small picture of 7 points joined by 7 curves, and Anthony, in his ordinary delighted way, made a long list of all the things he intended to read over the summer, and Ron, finally, opened the bag of crystallized ginger, and they ate it, Hermione waking just enough to take a piece and being told, gently, by Luna, that it had only a small amount of fire whiskey in it and she would be fine, and Neville, very quietly, told a long, half-mumbled story about his grandmother, the punchline of which was that she had, for the first time in his life that morning, hugged him on the platform and said she was proud of him, and the day, in its slow, gold way, ran down toward dinner. That night, in the Auror's circle, the 7 of them gathered for the last time of the year, with the 7th planet glowing steadily and the smallest planet, the green one, glowing too, and a third, the silver-white, joining them part-way through. They did not say anything binding. They did not need to. They drank cocoa. They watched the orrery. They went to bed. Saturday morning, the carriages were waiting. The leaving of Hogwarts had a different texture from the arriving. The arrival had been, for most of them, a thing of awe and hope. The departure was, for all of them, a thing of well-fed, warm reluctance. The professors stood at the doors of the castle to wish them off, Dumbledore in his ridiculous robes, McGonagall in her tartan, Sprout in something with leaves, Flitwick on his stack of books, Pomfrey in her hollyless bonnet, Snape in his black, Hagrid weeping more openly than any of them. Harry, climbing into the carriage with Luna, Anthony, Padma, and Hermione, looked back, briefly, at the castle. The Auror's seventh planet, somewhere on the other side of the stone, was glowing. The castle, in its slow, patient way, said, "See you in September." He nodded. The carriage moved. The lake, on his left, took a slow sweep past. Hagrid's hut shrank to the size of a thumb. The road bent. The castle, briefly, was hidden. Luna, beside him, set her head on his shoulder. He did not, for the length of the carriage ride to the train, think about anything in particular. He simply watched the country roll by. On the Hogwarts Express, going south, the seven of them shared a single long compartment that the prefects had, by some quiet act of furniture rearrangement, opened up for them at the back of the train. They played a long game of exploding snap. Hermione, who professed to dislike exploding snap, was the worst of them at it and the most enthusiastic player. Ron, who was the best at chess, was the worst at snap. Neville, who had none of the swagger to be the best at anything, was, mysteriously, the best at it, with reflexes Harry had not, at any prior point, suspected him of possessing. Padma kept score. Luna, halfway through the third round, put down her cards and looked at Harry. "Will you," she said, "in the Auror's name, do something for me, this summer?" "Yes." "Don't dream the spiral." He looked at her. "Don't go looking for it. It will come to you when it is time. I would like you, for the 3 weeks you must be at Privet Drive, not to call to it. Sleep ordinarily. Read. Eat. Ignore your aunt. Wait. The Bridges have time. Alexandra has said so. She has said so to me too. The passenger in your head will be quieter the further you are from Hogwarts, and the further you are from the Auror. You will not, this summer, need to worry about him much. Spend the 3 weeks recovering. We will collect you, my father and I, on the morning of the 25th of July. We will, after that, have a whole, entire month to walk around inside the spiral without ever once leaving the moor near our house. The moor, you will see, is bigger inside than out. All right. Promise. I promise. Good. She picked up her cards. Anthony, I see you cheating, please do it more efficiently. Anthony laughed, red-faced, and shifted his cards. The train rolled south. The compartment was warm. The games were good. The afternoon, for all of them, was the kind of afternoon that the seven of them would, in the years to come, remember as the first proper afternoon of their friendship, not as the first day they had met, which was September the 1st, but as the first day they had, together, all eaten the same crystallized ginger and laughed at the same joke, and accepted, without argument, that they were now a thing. At King's Cross, they parted. Anthony's mother, a tall woman in a yellow shawl, hugged Harry, on Anthony's quick, fierce instruction, before she hugged Anthony. Padma's parents, and Padma's twin sister Parvati, who was already, by Padma's account, quietly preparing for second-year transfer to Ravenclaw, not because she dislikes Gryffindor but because she would like to learn arithmancy properly, fetched her with brisk competence, and Padma's mother, with a small, unreadable look, said, "Mr. Potter, you are welcome at our house any time," in the precise tone of a woman who had, at home, spent most of the past month at a kitchen table being told things by her daughter. Hermione's parents were small, kind, slightly bewildered muggles who shook Harry's hand twice each. Ron, who had a mother of his own to deal with, was carried off in a sea of red hair. Neville, with the relief of a boy whose grandmother had not, this time, brought him an embarrassing hat, gave Harry a crisp salute. Luna, with her father, a man with white hair and a vague, kind face that Harry had, in the absence of meeting him before, not quite predicted, he was both stranger and gentler than Harry had pictured, squeezed Harry's hand once, very briefly, and said, 25th of July. Then she and her father went through the barrier together, and were gone. Harry, alone on the platform with his trunk and his Hedwig, the snowy owl, who had been a Hogwarts post owl by quiet rotation since November and had, after a careful negotiation with the head Ollery elf, been reassigned to him as a personal owl on the last week of term, stood for a moment, watching the Muggle world. Through the barrier, the Dursleys, he assumed, were waiting. He took a deep breath. He walked through. Aunt Petunia had aged. He had not been ready for that. She had aged perhaps 3 years and 9 months, in the small, unforgiving way some adults aged. Her face had narrowed, her hair, at the temples, had begun to give in to grey. She did not greet him. Uncle Vernon greeted him with a single small nod, of the kind a man gives a parcel which he is, against his will, accepting on someone else's behalf. Dudley, on the other hand, looked at Harry with what Harry, after a moment, recognized with a small surprise as fear. He went home with them. He did not, on the journey, speak. They did not speak. The car smelt of leather polish and Aunt Petunia's perfume and Uncle Vernon's silent rage. Hedwig, in her cage on the back seat beside him, ruffled her feathers. Harry put a finger through the bars, briefly, and stroked her chest. She nipped him gently. At Privet Drive, he was given his old bedroom, Dudley's second bedroom, which had been his, for the last few weeks before Hogwarts, on the strength of a single magical letter, and he was told, in 3 sentences delivered through Aunt Petunia's pinched lips, that there were to be no owls, no spells, no mention of anything unnatural in the house, and that he was to remain in the bedroom except at meals. He nodded. He went into the bedroom. He shut the door. He let Hedwig out of the cage and onto the windowsill. The window opened a comfortable 1.5 inches. She stuck her head out. Harry suspected the journey to a tree across the street would take her about 3 seconds. He set his trunk under the bed. He took out his blue notebook, and the river stone, and the white feather, and the unsigned letter, and Luna's diagram, and arranged them on the bedside table in the exact order he had arranged them on his Hogwarts bed in the first week of term. He sat down on the bed. He waited for the long hallway voice. He did not, at first, hear it. He sat with the silence, the way Alexandra had taught him to sit with silences. After a few minutes, the voice came, quieter than at the castle, but still, he heard it, present. "You are home," she said. "I am," he said. "Not for long." 3 weeks. "Yes. You will not be alone." "I know. We are with you." "I know. Sleep, child. The bridges have time." "I will." He slept. 3 weeks at Privet Drive turned out to be, of all the things Harry had ever feared, the smallest. The Dursleys had, somehow, in his absence, become smaller. He did not know whether this was because they had become smaller, or because he had become larger, or both. He suspected both. Aunt Petunia, on the second morning, had screamed at him about the toast, and he had listened to her without flinching, and then he had said, calmly, "I will eat my own toast in my room," and had taken a piece of toast and gone upstairs, and Petunia had not, after that, pursued the matter. Vernon had not, in the 3 weeks, addressed him directly. Dudley had, on the second Saturday, knocked on his door, Dudley, knocking on a door, and asked, in a small, mumbled voice, whether Harry could, "If you don't mind, I mean, if you don't, show him the wand." Harry had not shown him the wand. He had, however, shown him a small, harmless, thoroughly Muggle origami crane he had folded earlier in the week from a piece of Daily Prophet. Dudley had taken the crane. Dudley had said, "Thanks." Dudley had gone away. Harry had not, in his life, until that moment, considered the possibility that Dudley might one day become a person. He read. He wrote. He answered letters. Hermione's were long, Anthony's were chaotic, Padma's were short and perfectly composed, Ron's were studded with food references and exclamation points, Neville's were diffident and ended, increasingly often, with pressed flowers, Luna's were a single line each, written in the postscript of her father's letters to the editor, none of which had been printed but all of which had been delivered to Harry by a small, polite, unfamiliar owl. Each letter from Luna said, in a different formulation, the same thing: I am here. The bridges have time. The 25th of July. He counted the days. Alexandra came, 3 nights, in dreams. She did not, in the dreams, speak in sentences. She spoke in small images. The first image was of Harry's mother, sitting at a long table, signing a small book. The second image was of Luna, walking on a moor, with her shoes off, looking up at a sky that was not the sky of England. The third image was of the spiral, slowly turning, with 7 small lights at its edge, and a single, tiny bright thing, a thing that was, Harry realized after he woke, himself, drifting toward it on a small unhurried current. He woke, after that third dream, and wrote it down, and put the notebook away, and did not, in any subsequent night, go looking for the spiral. Luna had asked. He had promised. He kept his promise. By the last week of July, the small riddle splinter in his head had quieted. It had not vanished. It had, however, lost interest in him. The discipline he had practiced under Alexandra's instruction had, week by week, fenced the splinter further into a small, polite, dormant corner of him. He could feel it, if he looked for it, the way you can feel a callus on a finger. It was, he thought, beginning to be lonely. He felt, briefly, sorry for it. He decided that this was, of all the things he had ever felt, the most surprising. He wrote it in his blue notebook on the morning of the 24th, felt pity for the splinter today. Recorded for future consideration. On the morning of the 25th of July, at exactly 9 o'clock, by the precise precision of a Lovegood arrival, 2 figures appeared in the small front garden of number 4, Privet Drive. Luna's father, Xenophilius, Harry had memorized the name, with some effort, was a tall, white-haired man in a robe the color of mustard, with a pair of round, kind eyes and a wide, crooked smile and an absolutely unshakable air of belonging exactly where he stood. Beside him, Luna wore a yellow sundress, a pair of ordinary shoes, and a small, neat traveling cloak folded over her arm. She was, at that moment, looking up at the upper window of number 4 with the patience of a girl who had decided, weeks ago, that she would, at exactly 9 o'clock on the 25th of July, look up at this window, and that the boy on the other side of it would, at exactly 9 o'clock on the 25th of July, be looking down. He was looking down. He went downstairs with Hedwig under one arm and his trunk levitating, with great care. Behind him, Alexandra had, in the 3rd week, said, "You may, in the privacy of your own bedroom, with the door closed and the splinter quiet, practice 1 or 2 small spells, on the precisely understood condition that you will not, on any pretext, be caught by your relatives." Aunt Petunia was in the kitchen. Vernon was at the office. Dudley was, according to the tone of the snoring through his door, asleep. Petunia met him at the front door. She did not, for a long moment, speak. "He's here," she said, finally. Not a question. Not a complaint. A statement. "Yes. I knew he would come." "Yes." She paused. She did not, for a moment, meet his eyes. "Boy." "Aunt Petunia." "Lily," she stopped. He waited. She did not finish the sentence. She turned, instead, into the kitchen, and she came back, and she pressed into his hand a single small object, a pewter fountain pen, with a worn silver cap, and a wooden barrel that had been, in some long-ago year, painted blue. "Take it," she said. It was hers. She left it here, when she went off to school. "I kept it. I don't know why." "Take it." He looked at the pen. "Thank you, Aunt Petunia." She did not answer. She did not look at him. She turned back into the kitchen. He watched her go for a moment, and then, with the pen in his palm and Hedwig on his arm and the trunk levitating behind him, he opened the front door. Xenophilius Lovegood, on the doorstep, beamed at him. "Mr. Potter," he said. Welcome. Welcome at long last. We are extremely pleased. Thank you, sir. My daughter has been, this morning, 3 minutes early. I have, with some effort, arranged the journey to spread itself out. We will, by the time we apparate out of this, pleasant, neighborhood, be precisely on time. All right. Luna, who had not, in the small ceremony, said anything, slipped her hand into Harry's. He looked down at her. You're here, she said, quietly. I'm here. Then come on. Xenophilius, with the practiced ease of a wizard who had taken his daughter on 1,000 small adventures, took Harry's free hand, and Luna's other hand, and the three of them turned, together, on the spot. The crack of apparition was small and polite. Privet Drive vanished. A wide, warm moor, heather, gorse, distant hills, appeared. The Lovegood house, a tall, narrow, lopsided tower with a garden that climbed it like a green pet, stood at the center of it. The sky, above the moor, was the kind of vast pale blue that English summers, on their best days, occasionally remembered. The air smelled of bracken, and salt. They were, Harry realized, on the coast, and warm bread baking somewhere nearby. He let out a long breath. Yes, he said. All right. Come up to the house, Xenophilius said, with the same beam. Pandora is not here in the usual sense, but she will be very happy to know you have come. There is a kitchen. There is a kettle. There is, on the stove, a small pot of stew with too much pepper, which I have made too peppery for the last 3 days running and have refused to throw out, because I have, in my house, a daughter with strong views on waste. We will eat it. Then we will, with a good many tea towels and a bottle of vinegar, repaint the wall outside, which has, in your absence, faded. Then, this evening, we will go to the moor, the three of us, and we will walk into a place that is, on most maps, only a stretch of heather, but is, as my daughter has, to her father's pride, intuited, a place much larger than the heather alone. We will, this summer, walk it together. We will not, on any account, hurry. The bridges have time, Mr. Potter, as I am told you have already learned. Yes, sir. Then come on. They went up to the house. That night, after the over-peppery stew and the wall and the late, slow, drowsy evening on the moor, Harry stood at the small round window of the room the Lovegoods had given him, once Luna's nursery, now redecorated in deep blue and bronze in a small joke that Xenophilius had, with rare tact, refused to take credit for, and looked out at the heather. The moon was up. The sea, a mile off, was a long, low, soft sound. Hedwig was asleep on the dresser. The pen, his mother's pen, was on the bedside table. The cloak was folded in the trunk. The notebook was open. The seventh planet of the orrery, far away in the blue and bronze tower at the heart of a Highland castle, was, he could feel it, faintly, through the long thread that his hand on the brass had laid down in October, glowing. The long hallway voice, quieter and farther than at the castle but still very present, spoke once. You are home, child. He did not, this time, contradict her. I am, he said. For now. He laid down on the bed. The window was open. The night air was cool. From the room next door, where Luna's old, equally crooked bedroom now contained a Luna who had grown into and out of it, came the small, regular sound of a girl breathing in sleep. The 7 points of her diagram, unfolded on the wall of his new room, Xenophilius, with a small wink, had hung it there before Harry's arrival, caught a sliver of moonlight and shone, very briefly, and then faded. Harry closed his eyes. Outside, on the moor, in a place that was, on most maps, only heather, the bridges, slowly and patiently, were beginning to open. 2 evenings later, on a long, gold August evening with the wind off the sea moving the heather in slow waves, Xenophilius led them out across the moor at the slow pace of a man who knew, exactly, the rhythm at which the moor itself moved. He did not, at first, take an obvious path. He walked them in a long, lazy loop, past a small white painted stone with a single rune on it that Luna touched, briefly, with 2 fingers as they passed, past a line of 3 rowan trees in bloom, past a small, almost unnoticeable patch of clover in which a single white-headed flower stood half a hand higher than its neighbors and, when they came near, gave off a soft, audible sigh, as if it had been waiting all afternoon for company. Each of these things, Xenophilius pointed out without making a fuss of, was a marker. "My grandfather laid the markers," he said, mildly. "He was a steward." "Did Luna tell you?" "She did." "Good. Good. The markers, you understand, are little signposts on a path that is not, in the ordinary sense, on the moor, but is, in a more useful sense, here. The moor is a kind of double moor. It is also, in a small way, a triple moor, although the 3rd layer is something we will not reach this summer. We will reach, this evening, the 2nd layer." "How?" Harry asked. "By walking attentively," Xenophilius said. "And by Luna, who is, and I will, this once, allow myself a father's foolishness, the most attentive person under the age of 50 I have ever met, leading you. She has done this with me twice. She will do this, with you, alone. I will sit on that flat rock there and read the latest issue of my magazine, which has, in its current issue, a very interesting article about whether Madame Bones's hat is, in fact, a crumplehorn snorkack in disguise. Spoiler, it is not. I am, however, paid to write about it as if it might be." He sat down on the flat rock. He took out, from a deep pocket, a folded copy of the Quibbler, and a pair of half-moon spectacles, and he began to read with the absolute, polite focus of a man giving his daughter and her friend the privacy they required. Luna took Harry's hand. "Walk with me," she said. They walked. She did not, for the first 100 paces, do anything in particular. She set one foot after another. She breathed. She let her free hand brush, occasionally, the heads of the heather. Then, with a small, soft step at the edge of the 3rd rowan, she walked, very gently, sideways into a place that was not, exactly, the moor. The world did not change. The sky was still blue. The heather was still purple. The wind was still moving, the sea was still distant, the air still smelled of bracken and salt. And yet, Harry felt at the moment her hand tightened in his, the world had thickened. The colors, without changing, had become more themselves. The wind had begun, at the edge of his hearing, to carry a faint and friendly hum, the way a tuned instrument hums when a louder one plays nearby. The light had a small, warm depth in it, like the late afternoon light through a stained glass window. "Welcome," Luna said, "to the 2nd moor." "What is it?" "It is a small bridge. Very small. The smallest of the bridges that touch this country. It does not lead to a different world. It leads only, about 3 feet, sideways into the same world, into a layer of it that is, you might say, more attentive. Things, here, have a little more time. Sounds, here, carry a little better. Plants, here, sometimes speak, not in sentences, only in moods. The wind, here, in particular, has opinions." He listened. The wind did, in fact, seem to have an opinion. The opinion, faint and friendly, was that it was glad to see him. He smiled. "It's lovely, Luna." "Yes. And you can find this any time. I can find this on the moor outside our house. I can find similar layers in other places. They are not common. They are not rare. They are, if you know how to look, scattered, in small abundance, all over the world. The orrery, in the common room, sits on top of one. Not the one for our moor, of course, a different one. The 3rd floor of the reading room, which we have not yet found, is on top of another. There are 3 in Hogsmeade. There is one, Alexandra has said this, in Diagon Alley. There are perhaps 500, all told, in Britain. There are more, in places where the wizarding world has been less noisy. Tibet has, in particular, a great many. And the bigger bridges, the ones that lead to other worlds, are different, are rarer, are not, in the main, accessible by walking, are, generally, inhabited. We will not, this summer, approach any. We will only, if you would like, try, on a clear morning before breakfast, to look up at the sky and see, for an instant, the 7 points around a turning thing, the way they appeared in your mirror at Christmas. The book at the reading room calls this, in one of its prefaces, the long view. It is a thing you can practice. It does not, by itself, do anything. It only reminds you, and through you, the bridges, that you are looking. The bridges, the book says, like to be looked at. All right. And one more thing. Yes. This summer, Harry, here on the second moor, with my father near and my mother, well, with my mother in the way my mother is now near, I would like to take an oath with you. What oath? She turned, on the heather, to face him. She was not, in the moment, smiling. She was, however, looking at him with the precise steady attention of a person who had decided a thing and was about to put words to it. To walk, together, through whatever the bridges open in front of us. To not, by accident or by design, leave the other behind. Not because we are anything more or less than friends, not because either of us owes the other anything, not because there is, in any of this, anything written. Only because we have, by all accounts, made each other better, and we would like, on principle, to keep making each other better, and we would not, in any version of the road ahead, have it any other way. To walk together. As far as the road goes. As long as we are who we are. He looked at her for a long, long time. Yes, he said, finally. Yes, Luna. I take that oath. And I take it with you. The wind on the second moor, around them, stilled. It stilled the way a room stills when something important is being said. Then, when she had finished, it began, very gently, to move again, not the same as before, slightly different, the way a witness moves after they have heard something they will, from now on, remember. He squeezed her hand. She squeezed his. They walked back. Xenophilius, on his flat rock, did not look up from his magazine until they were 3 feet away. Then he looked up, with a small, carefully not too pleased smile, and said, only, ah. There you are. Tea. Yes, Luna said. Tea would be very welcome. They went home. They had tea. They went to bed. The moon, that night, was full, and Harry, lying in the small round room that had once been Luna's nursery, and was now the room of a boy who had, for the first time in his life, taken an oath of friendship on a moor that was, in places, more itself than it was elsewhere, did not, for the first time in months, dream of anything difficult. He dreamed, instead, of his mother making toast. He woke smiling. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7. The Ravenclaw ascendant. The weeks after the oath on the second moor unfolded in the slow, generous rhythm of a Highland August, long mornings, longer afternoons, the soft, considered evenings that came down only gradually toward the sea. Harry, who had spent the first week at the Lovegood house in a small, stunned suspension, accustoming himself, by minute degrees, to a household in which adults did not raise their voices, in which mealtimes did not, by reflex, double as small tribunals, in which a boy could leave his room without first calculating the cost, settled, by the second week, into a version of himself he had not, in any prior summer, met. He slept past dawn. He ate 3 meals a day. He learned, from Xenophilius, to bake bread. He learned, from Luna, to identify, in the small, exacting way Luna identified, the cries of the 4 kinds of seabird that lived along their bit of coast. He learned, from Pandora's old kitchen herbal, the small distinctions between the 7 varieties of chamomile that grew on the moor. He learned, from himself, that the boy he had been afraid he was, the boy locked, by 10 years of practiced fear, into a small angry shape, was not, in fact, the boy underneath. The boy underneath, given a kitchen and a friend and a more, was a slower, kinder, more curious boy than he had imagined. The post arrived, 3 or 4 times a week, by an enthusiastic owl traffic that Xenophilius greeted by name. Hermione wrote, every other day, with summaries of every book she was reading and 3 questions per letter, all of them the kind of questions that required Harry to write a long letter back. He wrote long letters back. Anthony wrote, not often, but at length, each of his letters a small chaotic constellation of news from the wizarding world. His mother, who edited, on freelance commission, 3 different broadsheet newsletters, was a magnificent rumor collector. Padma wrote, twice, both letters precise and warm and short. Her sister Parvati wrote, once, in a letter Padma had clearly negotiated her sister's right to send, on the topic of joining Ravenclaw in the 2nd year. Ron wrote 5 times in 1 week, on 5 separate small subjects, ending each letter with a request for return correspondence, by lunch tomorrow if possible please. Neville wrote, weekly, with a pressed flower and a shy paragraph about Gran. Cho wrote, once, surprisingly, with great composure, to say that the Ravenclaw Quidditch team had, by unanimous vote, agreed to send Harry their support across the summer and, if he could spare an afternoon in mid-August, would he meet them on the field at the Burrow, where Roger Davies's family had organized a friendly 5-a-side. He could. He did. The friendly 5-a-side ended in a draw on the strength of a bludger Cho aimed, with great enthusiasm, at her own captain. McGonagall, in the 2nd week of August, wrote a single letter, formal in its salutation and uncharacteristically warm in its closing. She would visit, she said, on the morning of the 20th, if convenient, with a small matter she would prefer to discuss in person. She arrived on the 20th at 10 precisely, in a dark green tartan dress, with her hair in a tighter bun than usual, and the small, perfectly contained nervousness of a teacher who had decided to do an entirely off-protocol thing and had not, in advance, told her colleagues. Xenophilius received her at the door with a bow so polite Harry had to bite his cheek to keep from laughing. Pandora's portrait, on the wall of the kitchen, swirled briefly in greeting, and Pandora's voice, in the small humming way it had begun, in the 3rd week, to occasionally arrive in the kitchen, said, hello, Minerva, and McGonagall, to Harry's astonishment, blushed. Hello, Pandora, McGonagall said. The whole household sat down at the kitchen table. Xenophilius poured tea. Luna, who had spent the morning practicing scales on her tin whistle, set the whistle aside. McGonagall, after a single small breath of preparation, opened her bag. She took out a piece of parchment. She slid it across the table. Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. I have been asked, let us say, by a group of people whom I respect more than I respect, on most days, my own colleagues, to deliver this to you, with the request that you read it carefully and that you do not, for the present, share it with anyone outside this room. Miss Lovegood, of course, is in this room. Mr. Lovegood is in this room. I am in this room. The 4 of us, today, are the readers. Yes, Professor. He took the parchment. It was thick, plain, cream-colored. The seal at the top was not the 7 stars NI sigil he had seen on the books in the reading room, but a different sigil, a small, simple one, of a single open eye in a circle, with a line passing horizontally through the eye. The paper bore 3 lines of text. The handwriting was Margaret's. The lines read, the 7 seats are presently complete. The 7th is held, on probation, by Harry James Potter, of Ravenclaw House, of Hogwarts. He will be, until his 17th year, a steward in only the smallest sense. He will not be required to act, save in his own ordinary friendship with the world. He will not, until then, be required to choose. He is, however, named, today, formally, by the 6. We accept the recommendation of the orrery. Welcome, child, to the work. Below it, 6 signatures. Margaret. Esme. Robert. Tomas. David. Alexandra. Harry read the lines twice. He did not, on either reading, make a sound. He set the paper down. He looked, in turn, at McGonagall, at Xenophilius, at Luna, at the kitchen wall on which Pandora's portrait moved softly. He looked, finally, at his own hands. "Professor," he said, "you knew." "I have," McGonagall said, "had, let us say, long-standing arrangements with the people who signed that letter. I am not, myself, a steward. I am, in some matters, a courier. I have been, since 1981, the courier most often used to deliver letters concerning the Potter family. The letter is mine to deliver. The choice it implies is yours. It says I am the seventh. Yes. It says my mother held the seat. Yes. It says the orrery recommended me. Yes. All right. He sat with it. Luna, beside him, did not, this time, take his hand. She had, by some quiet grace, decided to let him sit alone with the thing. Xenophilius, with the same quiet, was watching the table. McGonagall, with her own quiet, was waiting. He was not afraid. He had not been afraid for a long time. He was, however, aware, for the first time in his short life, that something that had begun, 10 months ago, on a train from London, had now reached the end of one of its early stages, and that the next stage was about, in this room, to be set in motion. "Yes," he said, finally. "I accept." McGonagall's mouth moved, slightly. It was not, by any reasonable definition, a smile. It was, however, the closest face she had ever made, in his presence, to a smile. "Then," she said, "I am to give you one further item, and a small instruction." She took, from her bag, a second small object. It was a pendant on a fine chain, a small, brass, perfectly miniature orrery, no bigger than a robin's egg, with 7 tiny brass arcs around a tiny brass sun and 7 tiny brass spheres on those arcs. The tiny 7th sphere, the outermost, the dark one, was, even in the late morning light, glowing faintly. She set it in his palm. "It is yours, Mr. Potter. Wear it under your robes. It will, on most days, do nothing. It will, on certain rare days, glow more brightly than usual. On those days, you will know that the bridges are paying attention to a thing. You will, on those days, be careful. You will not, however, be afraid. The orrery does not, in the main, indicate danger. It indicates importance." "Yes, Professor." "And the small instruction?" "Yes. You will, in your second year, return to your studies. You will play Quidditch. You will be a perfectly ordinary, slightly too clever Ravenclaw second year. You will not, in any sense, declare yourself. You will not, on any account, allow the school as a whole to know what you have been told today. You will continue, with Miss Lovegood and your other friends, to use the Auror's Circle as your meeting place. You will continue, with the steward's permission and the headmaster's quiet support, to read in the reading room. You will, in time, be given new instructions. They will come at the proper pace. They will not come faster than you can carry them. The road, Mr. Potter, has, as you have already learned, time." "Yes, Professor. That is all." "Thank you, Professor." She inclined her head. She drank her tea. She accepted, with great politeness, a slice of Xenophilius's bread, which, she noted, was, by miracle, neither overpeppered nor overbaked. She told them, at the end of the visit, that she would see them, Mr. Potter, on September the 1st, on the platform, and, Miss Lovegood, at the same place, and that she would, in the meantime, expect them both to refrain, in their last weeks of summer, from doing anything she would, in any subsequent disciplinary committee, have to defend. She said this with the small dry quirk at the corner of her mouth that Harry had, by the end of the first year, come to recognize as her version of fondness. She left. Harry stood at the window for a while afterward, watching the heather, with the small brass orrery on its chain in his hand. He did not, for a moment, speak. Luna, after a while, came up beside him. Are you all right, Harry? I think so. It is a great deal. Yes. You are not, however, alone. No. He put the orrery on, beneath his shirt. The brass, against his chest, was warm. He let it lie there. Outside, on the moor, the wind moved. The last week of August arrived in a sweep of warm rain. The Lovegoods, who had spent the summer slowly opening their house to him, had, by an unspoken agreement, accumulated piece by piece across 1,000 small kindnesses, included him entirely. By the last week, his bedroom was no longer the spare, it was simply Harry's room. His shoes had a place at the door. His mug had a place on the kitchen shelf. Pandora's portrait, which had begun, in the second week, to greet him by name, had begun, in the third, to ask him questions about Hogwarts, and had told him, in the fourth, with great composure, 3 things she would have wanted his mother to tell him if his mother had been able. He had cried, briefly, twice, once on hearing the second of the 3 things, and once, a week later, while baking bread alone at 4 in the afternoon. He had not, on either occasion, been ashamed. He had, both times, written to Luna's mother in his blue notebook a small thank you, with an ink pen given to him by the aunt who had, until June, never said a kind thing in his presence. On the last day of August, the Lovegoods packed Harry's trunk for him with a small, careful array of additional things he had not, on his arrival, owned. A second-hand wizarding atlas. A small cloth-bound notebook with a green cover, identical to the one in the reading room except that this one was his to keep, with a single instruction on the inside cover, in Alexandra's narrow slanted writing, for the second Moore's notes. Harry had put it next to the blue notebook in his trunk, which had begun to acquire its own small, modest library. A hand-knitted scarf, in blue and bronze, that Pandora, through Xenophilius's very serviceable hands, had finished for him on the previous Tuesday. A set of 3 books of poetry, one of them in a language Harry could not read but liked the look of, to be read slowly, when you are tired and the world is too much, Xenophilius said. A small, sealed envelope, addressed in Pandora's handwriting, to be opened, please, on the morning of your 17th birthday. He held the envelope for a long moment before putting it under the books. That night, the last night before the train, the Lovegoods walked him out, one final time, to the second moor. They did not, on this occasion, walk far. They walked only to the 3rd Rowan, and beyond the Rowan into the small, kindly thickening that Harry had, by the end of the summer, come to recognize as the second moor's near edge. They sat down on the heather. Xenophilius, with a small crooked smile, opened, from a battered metal flask, a tot of warm honeyed mead and poured a finger into each of 3 small glasses. He gave one to Harry. He gave one to Luna. He took the 3rd himself. To the year ahead, he said, gravely. To the boy this house has, by, I think, its own quiet desire, adopted. To my daughter, who is the architect of it. To Pandora, who would, on this evening, be enormously proud. To the orrery. To the 7 seats. To the road, in all its steepness and its flatness. Do not, my children, drink it all. We are children's drinks tonight, 1 sip will do. The rest is, very technically, for the more. He poured, with the same small, crooked smile, the rest of his glass, and Luna's, and Harry's, into the heather. The heather, for an instant, breathed. The wind, around them, lifted. To the year ahead, Luna said. To the year ahead, Harry said. They drank a single sip each. They sat, for a long, long time, on the moor, while the last of the light went out of the sky and the stars came out. Xenophilius pointed out, with the patience of a man who had, in his life, learned by heart the names 100 witches had given the same constellations and had decided, with a small, principled defiance, to use the oldest names. He showed them the cradle, which Muggles, he said, had decided to call Cassiopeia. He showed them the plowshare. He showed them, at last, low on the horizon, a small, faint, almost invisible smear of starlight that even the quibbler, he said, had not yet decided to name. That one, Xenophilia said, very quietly. That one, my children, is not a star. That one is a window. A small window. A window into the place the Auror's seventh planet looks. We will, in the years ahead, look at it more often. Do not, this evening, look at it long. It will, by the time you are grown, be a much larger window. We will, by then, have learned, most of us, to look at it without flinching. For now, sip your mead, count the constellations, and remember, please, that the road has time. Harry looked, briefly, at the small smear. The small smear, he felt, looked back. He looked away. He looked, instead, at Luna. Luna's eyes, in the starlight, were silver. Her hair, in the starlight, was the color of butter that had decided, on principle, not to be in a hurry. Hello, you, she said, to him, in the same way, on the first night of the year, she had said it to the castle. Hello, he said. They sat. 2 nights before the train, in the small hour before dawn, a thing happened on the moor that would, in the years to come, sit in Harry's memory as the first of the truly extraordinary nights of his life, extraordinary not in scale, although the scale was considerable, but in tone. He woke at 5 to find the round window of his nursery room glowing, faintly, with a light that did not match the moon. He sat up. The light was not, on a second look, coming through the window. It was coming, somehow, from the air just outside it, the way a torch's light reaches the inside of a pane. He went to the window. The moor, beyond, was bright with a soft, unsourced silver. The heather was a sea of pale, gentle radiance. Standing in the middle of the moor, perhaps 30 paces from the house, was a figure he did not at first recognize. The figure was tall. The figure wore plain, light-colored robes. The figure was not, he realized after a moment, exactly standing on the moor. The figure was standing in a place that was, from his window, barely an inch off the moor's surface, in the way the second moor was an inch sideways from the first. The figure was, in other words, on a layer of the world he had not, until that moment, been near enough to. The figure looked up at him. He did not feel alarm. He felt, instead, the same settled certainty he had felt on the night Alexandra's voice had come for the first time, and on the Christmas night the stewards had sat him in the 7th chair. He pulled on his dressing gown. He went down the stairs, quietly, past the door of Luna's room, where she was, extraordinary thing, already coming out, also in a dressing gown, with her own quiet expression of recognition. They went together, on bare feet, out of the house and onto the moor. They reached the figure in 12 paces. The figure was, when they were near, not as tall as Harry had thought. The figure was perhaps the size of a tall woman of ordinary build. The robes were not, in the proper light, robes. They were a soft, plain garment of layered cloth that did not, on a closer look, behave like cloth. The face, and this was the most arresting fact about the figure, was a face that resembled, in equal measure, every face Harry had seen and no face he had seen. It was not, by his observation, a face one could remember at all clearly when one was not looking at it. He decided, on the spot, that this was a property and not a defect. "Welcome," said the figure, in a voice that was, against every expectation, perfectly ordinary, the voice of a polite, slightly amused middle-aged person. "Hello," Harry said. "Hello," Luna said. "I am, by the conventions in which we speak tonight, a watcher of the cradle," the figure said. "You may, with our blessing, simply call me Watcher. I am here, tonight, because I have been allowed to be. I am not, in general, allowed to be near children. Children are, in our long understanding, off limits to us until they have been, by their own choices, ready. The two of you have been ready for, by our reckoning, quite some time, and we have been waiting only for the small ceremony of formal stewardship, which, with the Auror's letter to Harry James Potter 4 days ago, has now been completed. We have permission. We have come." "How many of you?" Harry asked. "I am one of 7 who watch this part of the world, which is, and I mean nothing by the word, the small province. There are other groups for other provinces. We are not, as a body, more important than the stewards. We are simply older. We have, by long arrangement, agreed to confine ourselves to the role of witnesses. We do not, on most occasions, intervene. We notice. We remember. We tell, where it is safe, and where the telling helps. Then why come tonight? Because tonight, by long protocol, we are permitted to introduce ourselves to a new steward at the start of his work. Because, also, we have a small piece of information we are permitted to deliver. The information is this. Tom Riddle, on the night he did what he did to your parents, did not only, as the stewards have correctly told you, leave a splinter of himself in you. He also, by an arithmetic he did not fully understand, opened, in the small space between your forehead and the heavens, a door. The door is small. The door is closing. It is not closing on its own, it is closing because we have, since 1981, very gently been pulling it shut, and because you, since last September, by your own choices and by the help of your friends and by the good auspices of the orrery, have begun to pull it shut from your side. By the autumn of your 5th year, the door will be, by the standards of these matters, completely closed. The splinter, by then, will have come out. The watcher of the cradle who has been most assigned to your case will, that autumn, be released to other duties. Until then, however, you will be, in a faint and unremarkable way, more visible to the bridges than is normal. This is not a danger. This is, in fact, the reason the orrery has chosen to recommend you for the seat. You have been, in a small way, marked by the cosmos. The cosmos, in your 2nd year and beyond, will, accordingly, mark you back. He took this in. What does that mean, practically? Practically, it means 3 things. 1. That small attentions you offer to the world, kindnesses, observations, friendships, will, in your years at this school and after, accrete, on the scale of the bridges, into a kind of mass. The mass will be useful in ways neither you nor we can yet predict. 2. That your dreams, on certain nights, will be, and have already been, visited by figures from other layers of the world. You will, in time, learn to host them politely. The stewards will help. 3. That there will be, in the long unfolding ahead of you, several moments at which the bridges ask you to choose between 2 paths neither of which you would, on a calmer day, have wished to choose. You will, on those occasions, be helped. You will be, never, alone. You will, however, have to choose. We are telling you this tonight because we wished you to have, at the start of your 2nd year, the smallest possible advance notice of a fact you could not, on your own, have inferred. Thank you. You are welcome. And Luna. The watcher inclined toward Luna, with a small, amused, kind smile. Pandora's daughter has, in our understanding, no need of advance notice. She has been hearing the layers since she was 4. We are pleased, however, to greet her formally tonight, and to tell her, what her mother told her at 3, what her father has told her since, what we now confirm, that she is, on these matters, our continuing colleague. You are, Luna Lovegood, beloved by us. You are, Luna Lovegood, perfectly welcome at every door you have, in your life, knocked on or will knock on. We are pleased that you have, in this lifetime, found Harry. He is, if you will allow us to use your phrasing, a kind boy with steady hands. Yes, Luna said, simply. He is. That is all we have to deliver, this evening. We will, with your permission, leave you. We will not, in the ordinary course, return. The bridges will, after tonight, work through smaller channels. Do not, however, be afraid to call us, in the unusual case. We listen. We remember. Thank you, Harry said. Thank you, Luna said. The watcher inclined its head. The figure stepped, very slightly, sideways. The light on the moor returned, by gentle degrees, to the proper paleness of moonlight on heather. The figure was no longer there. The grass, where the figure had stood, was unbent. Harry and Luna stood, on the moor, in their dressing gowns and bare feet, for a long time. Then Luna, without speaking, put her hand into his, and they walked, slowly, back to the house. In the kitchen, Xenophilius, who was, against any reasonable expectation, awake at 5:30, and was, by some habit of fatherly discretion, drinking tea at the table without lifting his eyes from his magazine, looked up, just as they came in. He did not, Harry noted, look surprised. "Tea," he said, mildly. They drank tea. Nobody spoke. Pandora's portrait, on the wall, hummed softly. Luna leaned, very slightly, against Harry's arm. Harry, feeling Luna's breath beside him, and his own, and the warm pottery of the mug, and the small brass orrery against his sternum, and the very, very faint hum of a Moor that had, in the small hour before dawn, played host to a watcher of the cradle, and the very faint, far hum of a spiral he could not, from this kitchen, see, decided, very calmly, that he was, at the age of 12, on the cusp of a life he had been, in his small angry childhood at Privet Drive, given no preparation for. And that he was, against all odds, ready. He drank his tea. The pre-dawn brightened. Outside, somewhere on the moor, a curlew called. "Right," Xenophilius said, finally, with the small, crooked smile that, Harry had begun to suspect, was the smile he himself would, in later years, wear. "Breakfast?" "Yes," Harry said. "Yes, please." They had breakfast. They had, in due course, lunch. They had, after lunch, a small, careful afternoon of finishing the packing. They had, in the evening, supper, with a guest, McGonagall, who had returned for a single quick visit, to confirm arrangements, which is to say, to look at Harry once, with her small dry quirk, and confirm that the boy of the kitchen was the same boy she would meet on the platform. She left, again, after dessert. That night, Harry slept, on his last night at the Lovegood house, the unhurried sleep of a boy who had been told by the cosmos that he would be helped, and who had, in his small reasonable way, decided to believe it. September the 1st arrived bright, and warm, and busy. The trip to King's Cross was unremarkable. Harry, in his school robes, with the small brass orrery under his shirt and the white feather in his pocket and the river stone in his other pocket and the unsigned letter in the lining of his cloak and the diagram of 7 points folded into the front cover of the blue notebook and Hedwig in her cage on the trolley, walked through platform 9¾ with Luna and Xenophilius, and the steam, and the noise, and the great red engine of the Hogwarts Express, and was, simply, happy. The platform was full of people he loved. Anthony, in the first carriage, was waving from a window, wide-eyed. Hermione was trying, with limited success, to manage a trunk, an owl, and a cat at the same time. Padma was already seated, reading. Ron, at a great distance, was being kissed in turn by his mother on every available patch of cheek. Neville, beside his grandmother, was straightening, by infinitesimal degrees, a tie that did not, on a closer look, need straightening. Cho, with the older Ravenclaw girls, was waving at Harry from a third-year compartment. Davies, in passing, slapped him on the shoulder. McGonagall, in passing, gave him the small dry quirk at the corner of her mouth. Xenophilius, at the door of their compartment, hugged him briefly and gave him, into the hand, a small jar of bread he had, by some trick of Lovegood baking, kept fresh overnight. "For the journey," he said. "Eat slowly. Share with the others." "Thank you, sir." "Mr. Lovegood, please." "Mr. Lovegood." "Better." He hugged Luna for a long time. He did not, when he let her go, look unhappy. He looked, only, like a father seeing his daughter off on a train for the second year in a row, with the particular settled melancholy of a man who had decided to enjoy, with his whole heart, the leaving as well as the staying. Luna kissed his cheek, briefly, and stepped onto the train. The whistle blew. The train moved. Harry, in their compartment, with Luna, Hermione, Anthony, Padma, Neville, and Ron, the 7 of them, by some quiet act of arrangement, all in one compartment, with a polite royal bunch of older Ravenclaws on the other side of the door, sat, for a moment, with his hand resting, lightly, on the small brass orrery beneath his shirt. The orrery, for an instant, glowed. The seventh planet, on his chest, gave a small, distinct warmth. The hallway voice, near him, said, simply, "Welcome back." "Welcome back," he answered. He looked at his friends. He looked at Luna. He smiled. "All right," Hermione said, briskly, opening her bag. "I have, for those interested, summarized all of last year's exam papers in 5-page packets. We will go over them, by subject, between now and lunch. Anthony, do not groan. Ron, do not groan louder than Anthony. Padma, you are in charge of timing. Neville, you are in charge of the tea trolley. Luna, you are in charge of looking out the window," Luna said, mildly, "and telling you if I see something interesting." "Yes," Hermione said, "fine." Harry. "Yes. You are in charge of arithmancy, since you read most of next year's textbook over the summer." "All right. Begin." He began. They worked, and laughed, and ate Xenophilius's bread, and Hedwig napped, and Crookshanks, who had, by the second hour, allowed Crookshanks to appear in this story without any prior announcement, the way Crookshanks would, in subsequent years, show up in many stories, draped himself across Hermione's lap, and Trevor was found and lost twice, and the train rolled north, and the day rolled on, and at 5 o'clock the sun came down through the window and turned, briefly, the whole compartment the color of warm gold, and Harry, looking around at his 6 friends, decided that he would, in the years to come, remember this moment as a particular kind of sacred, the moment, in his life, at which he understood, in his bones, that he had not, in fact, been alone for very long, even when he had thought he was, and that he had not, in any case, been alone now, and would not, going forward, be again. The Hogwarts Express, as it had a year ago, slowed at Hogsmeade Station. The boats, for the second years, were not waiting, the second years, by tradition, took the carriages. Harry stepped off the train into the soft northern dusk and looked up at the castle. The castle, on the rise, looked back. The orrery, in his shirt, glowed steady and warm. He felt, faintly, the long, patient current of the bridge that ran through the school, and the second moor, and the 1,000 small layered places elsewhere in the world. He felt the spiral, far away and turning slowly. He felt the 7 small lights at the spiral's edge, and his place at one of them. He felt the splinter, in its small fenced corner of his head, sleeping, no longer interesting, no longer important. He felt his friends, in a small ring around him, all of them seeing, some clearly, some less so, the same thing he was seeing, in the way friends sometimes look at a sky together. Then a voice, large and warm, carried across the platform, "Fur's years. Fur's years, this way." Harry, for the first time in his life, got, properly, to laugh. He laughed as Hagrid, vast and rumpled in the dusk, herded the new first years toward the boats, and as one of those first years, a small, blonde, anxious girl whom Hagrid had set carefully on his shoulder, caught Harry's eye and he waved back. He laughed as Anthony, beside him, complained, with vast theatricality, that he was now a second year and entitled to his own carriage and would not, on any account, share it with 3 Hufflepuffs, only to discover, 2 carriages later, that the Hufflepuffs were perfectly cheerful sharing a carriage and were, in fact, eating cake. He laughed as Hermione, with the focused energy of an organizational deity, herded their group into a carriage of their own, with Crookshanks tucked under her arm. He laughed as Luna, slipping in beside him on the carriage bench, said, "Hello, you," to the carriage itself, and the carriage's small, polite, magical mind seemed, very briefly, to brighten in response. The carriage rolled up to the castle. The castle, in its slow, patient way, opened to them. The great hall, that night, was full of the noise and warmth of a year beginning. The sorting was long. Parvati Patil, to no one's surprise except perhaps her own, was, on her own request, transferred from Gryffindor to Ravenclaw under a special arrangement Dumbledore had, with his customary grace, brokered with the Sorting Hat. The hat, on her head, had announced Ravenclaw, with thanks, with the dry humor of an instrument that had, for a long time, suspected the original error and was glad to be relieved of it. Padma, at the table, hugged her sister hard, and the Patils sat together, finally, where Padma had said, all summer, they belonged. Several of the new first-years sorted into Ravenclaw glanced, in passing, at Harry with the cautious admiration of children who had heard, during their last year of primary school, about the boy who lived. He did not, in any of these glances, allow himself to be the celebrity of the table. He let Cho introduce them, instead, to the rules of negotiation with lamps. He let Penelope, now head girl, lay out the dormitory schedule. He let, in short, the older Ravenclaws do the older Ravenclaw work, and he, with the modest pleasure of a second year who had, the previous year, been the spectacle of every meal, sat down at his usual seat next to Luna and ate his roast. The feast ended. Dumbledore, with the slow, twinkling gravity that the year called for, gave his welcome-back speech. He warned, as always, against the Forbidden Forest. He thanked, with a small bow, Hagrid for the lovely pumpkin display in the courtyard. He announced the new defense against the dark arts professor, a woman, this year, Madame Helena Marchbanks, who had retired from a long career at the ministry to teach for 2 years out of, she had said, an old debt I owe to a Ravenclaw friend, and who looked, in her seat, like the kind of teacher who would, in time, become beloved. Off to bed with you, Dumbledore said, finally. We have, this year, a great deal to do. The 7 of them, in their now customary order, Hermione's voice issuing instructions, Anthony's hands carrying half the bags, Padma walking a little ahead, Ron and Neville rearguarding, Luna and Harry in the middle, went up to Ravenclaw Tower together. Hermione, with permission already arranged, would, this year, sleep in Padma and Parvati's room 3 nights a week. The Sorting, on this matter, had decided to bend. The Eagle Door asked, what, in this house, is the worth of a question? Luna and Harry, together, answered, greater than the worth of any answer it produces. The Eagle Door, with a small, pleased click, opened. The common room was the same and not the same. The 7th planet of the orrery was glowing, steady, alongside the green and the silver white. Harry, on entering, set his hand briefly on the brass base, and the orrery's hum, beneath his palm, was the hum of an old friend that had been waiting, all summer, for him to come home. That night, in the boys' dormitory, with Anthony asleep within 10 minutes of his head touching the pillow and Terry asleep within a count of 3, and Michael, on principle, disagreeing with whichever of his roommates was snoring most loudly, Harry lay in the 4-poster bed with the curtains open, and looked at the stars through the round window, and felt, beneath his shirt, the small steady warmth of the brass orrery on its chain, and felt, in the corner of his head, the splinter at last losing its last sliver of interest in him, and felt, beyond all of this, the long patient turning of the spiral, far off, and the 7 small lights at its edge, and his own place among them. In the orrery's circle, before bed, the 7 of them, Hermione, Padma, Anthony, Ron, Neville, Luna, Harry, had gathered for one quick, unscheduled reunion. None of them had announced it. Each of them, by the small unspoken architecture they had begun building the year before, had simply found themselves, in turn, in the empty common room at 10:30, with the orrery's 7th planet glowing steady. They had brought, between them, a small handful of things, Anthony, his ledger, Padma, a fresh quill, Ron, the last 3 pieces of the holiday's crystallized ginger, Neville, a small, perfect daisy in a tiny clay pot from Greenhouse 3, Hermione, a fresh, leather-bound notebook with the word orrery embossed, in small modest letters, on the spine, Luna, a single white feather, identical to the one on Harry's pillow upstairs, Harry, the small brass orrery on its chain. They had laid the things in a small ring at the orrery's base. They had not, on this evening, said a single binding word. They had only, very briefly, knelt around the brass tower for a count of 7, with their palms on the brass, and let the brass, beneath them, hum its slow, patient hum. When they stood, Hermione had said, in her brisk, pleased voice, "Right. Welcome back, all of us. Bed." They had gone to bed. He thought about his mother. He thought about his father. He thought about the boy who had walked down a corridor at the age of 6 and been hit, twice, in a single morning, for spilling juice. He thought about that boy with neither pity nor anger. He thought of that boy, now, the way one thinks of a smaller brother. He thought, in particular, how the boy would, this autumn, sleep in a four-poster bed in a tower, and would, in the mornings, wake to friends, and would, in the evenings, eat in a hall full of people who, mostly, wished him well. The hallway voice, at his bedside, came once. "I love you." "I know," he answered. "I love you back." She was, after a beat, gone. She would, he suspected, return often. She would, he suspected, never go far. He closed his eyes. In the aura's circle, far below him, the 7 brass spheres ticked, slow and patient and unworried, on their 7 brass arcs around the small brass sun. The dark, lacquered black sphere, the 7th, the outermost, glowed, in the empty common room, steady as a guide fire, all night. Outside, beyond the towers and the lake and the forbidden forest, in a sky he could not yet see, the spiral turned. The 7 small lights at its edge brightened, in unhurried turn, one by one. The world, in its indifferent and busy way, rolled on. But Harry Potter, in the four-poster bed at the top of the Ravenclaw tower, slept. He slept the unworried sleep of a boy who had begun, at last, to be at home in his own life. He slept, by some quiet courtesy of the world, exactly as long as he needed to. And in the morning, when he woke, the first thing he saw was the white feather on his pillow, and the first thing he felt was Luna's small hand of friendship across his, folded, on the bedside table, between the brass aura's chain and his mother's pen, and the first thing he heard was Anthony, in the next bed, complaining, cheerfully, about his tie. And the second year, the year of the Ravenclaw ascendant, began. It would not, of course, be a quiet year. None of the years of his life would be, properly, quiet. There would be, that year, a basilisk in a chamber, and an heir of Salazar Slytherin in disguise, and a small library of difficulties that, as they came, the 7 of them, and the friends they would, in due course, add to their number, would meet in turn. There would be losses, and bruises, and 1 or 2 long, frightening nights. There would also be, on most days, simple things, porridge in the morning, classes in the long bright hours, Quidditch on Saturday afternoons, study in the reading room on Sunday evenings, tea on Wednesday afternoons in the Patil sisters' room with the new Ravenclaw Parvati teaching them, slowly and patiently, a Hindi proverb or 2 she had decided was useful. There would be the small brass orrery, against his sternum, glowing steady through all of it. There would be the white feather, on his pillow, every morning. There would be Luna, beside him, at every door he knocked on. There would be the spiral, far off and turning slowly, watching over all of them, indifferent and busy and somehow, against all reasonable expectations, friendly. There would be, in short, his life, open, at last, on every side, and rolling on. Chapter 7 End.